Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, forever. Chapter 57, Not Even Enough to Fill the Gap Between My Teeth. The next morning, after waking up, Yuki Noshita decided to check the prize she had received from yesterday's lottery box. System notice: using lottery box, ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained movie watching glasses. Movie watching glasses. When worn, the host can view real-time movies of Hikigaya, a woman engaging in intimate activities with other women from a third-person perspective. Viewing time: 10 minutes per session. Resolution: 480p. Note 1. The glasses only work after Hickman has engaged in movie-worthy scenes with someone other than the host. Note 2. Points can be used to upgrade viewing time and resolution, up to a maximum of 1 hour and 4K quality. Inside the bathroom, Yuki Noshita, seated on the toilet, stared in shock at the red-framed glasses that had suddenly materialized in her hands. Movie-watching glasses? I can watch movies of Hickman with other women? What am I supposed to do with this? Does the host not want to see her beloved husband in intimate moments with other women? Who would want that? Her face burned crimson, almost radiating heat. But didn't the host eavesdrop at their door all night yesterday because deep down, she wanted to see such a scene? I absolutely did not. Yuki Noshita's face turned even redder as she bit her lip. What normal girl would willingly watch her boyfriend with another woman? Wouldn't that be enough to make anyone vomit blood? No matter what, even if someone paid her, she wouldn't use these glasses. Out of sheer curiosity, however, she glanced at the point requirements for upgrading the glasses. 10 minutes 20 minutes, costs 1000 points, 480p 720p, costs 1000 points, why not just rob a bank instead? Her lips twitched in frustration. This is daylight robbery. She only had a little over 4000 points in total. It wasn't like she was planning to use this useless item anyway. What a terrible draw. Yuki Noshita immediately considered tossing the glasses into the nearby trash can but decided against it. This was Kasamijuka's house, after all. It would be inappropriate to leave trash lying around. She resolved to dispose of the glasses later, somewhere more appropriate. Just as she muttered to herself, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. A groggy-looking Hickman stood in the doorway, staring blankly at the seated Yuki Noshita. Yuki Noshita? Hickman. Ah. Yuki Noshita's expression changed drastically as she snapped back to reality. Hickman, what are you doing? I'm still in the middle of something. Sorry. Hickman stammered, quickly retreating and shutting the door. Honestly. Yuki Noshita muttered, carefully slipping the glasses into her pocket as her flushed face deepened in color. Her legs instinctively tightened in embarrassment. A few minutes later, Yuki Noshita exited the bathroom, only to see Hickman tidying up the sofa bed. When he noticed her, he hesitated briefly before continuing to tidy up in silence. I'm done. Yuki Noshita said, approaching him. You can use the bathroom now. Hickman nodded. I'll go after I finish cleaning this up. Let me help. Yuki Noshita offered, stepping forward. Honestly, guys are terrible at cleaning. You'll just make it messier. Caught off guard by his girlfriend's initiative, Hickman hesitated before mumbling, sorry about earlier, I wasn't fully awake and... Hickman, you're just a little fish, after all. Making stupid mistakes is totally in character for you. Yuki Noshita teased. Hey. Hickman's face turned red with indignation. Honestly, it's lucky it was me in the bathroom and not Kasamijuka-senpai. At that, Yuki Noshita lowered her head, her ears glowing red, and murmured softly, well, if it's me. It's okay if Hickman sees. Hickman's internal monologue, ready to unleash a string of sarcastic retorts, screeched to a halt. Staring at the bashful Yuki Noshita, his heart inexplicably started racing. The two blushed furiously as the atmosphere grew awkwardly intimate. Ahem. Yuki Noshita coughed lightly, breaking the silence as she forced a smile. Hickman, let's go on a date later. Another date? Hickman asked, surprised. I promised, didn't I? As your girlfriend, it's only natural. So, what do you think? Why you decide? I don't really care. Alright, it's settled then. Go freshen up quickly. Once we're done cleaning up, we'll leave Senpai's house. Hakuman nodded and headed toward the bathroom, while Yukino Shita took a deep breath to calm herself. Thankfully, he hadn't brought up the events of last night. He was acting completely normal. As Yukino Shita prepared to bid Kasumijoka farewell, her chest still ached from the night before. Her most beloved boyfriend had spent the night in another woman's bed. The absurdity of it all was almost too much to bear. Calm down, Yukino Shita. Stay composed. She muttered to herself. Senpai had her turn last night. Now it's my turn with Hikuman. Even if he's been tainted. It doesn't matter. I can clean him up. I don't care. Not one bit. She clenched her lips tightly, her expression bittersweet, as if trying to convince herself. After saying a polite goodbye to Kasumijoka who, still in bed, lazily muttered an acknowledgement, Yukino Shita left with Hikuman. The moment the two departed, Kasumijoka, still under the covers, peeked out, her forehead damp with sweat. Her legs, tucked under the blanket, instinctively clenched as she pressed her phone to her forehead, breathing heavily. Her mind replayed the events of the previous night. So, that really happened. Did Hikuman really sleepwalk? And Yukino Shita? She didn't notice, right? Guilt flickered in her expression for a brief moment, but it was quickly replaced by a sly smile. Still, last night was incredible. Hikuman was unexpectedly adorable. Her hand tightened around her phone, her eyes glinting with a hint of greed. Shame it only lasted an hour. So short, far too short. I barely even. The greed in her eyes deepened as she let out a long sigh. An hour? Really? Who do you think you're dealing with? That's not even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Chapter 58, the host has become the red-hatted one. After leaving Kasumijoka's house, Hakuman and Yukino Shita headed to the zoo. Yukino Shita looked at a penguin waddling awkwardly behind the glass and chuckled. Hee hee, clumsy and slow. That penguin really resembles you, Hikigaya-kun. Huh? Hakuman sighed in exasperation. And that tiger we just saw really looked like you. Oh? Are you saying I'm cute, Hikigaya-kun? There's nothing cute about a tiger. It's fierce, always bullying weaker animals. Are you suggesting tigers aren't cute? Yukino Shita asked, her eyes narrowing as a teasing smile crept onto her face. Right. He'd momentarily forgotten this beautiful girl in front of him was a die-hard cat enthusiast. Tigers, of course, were part of the feline family. Sigh. Tigers are very cute. Hakuman finally conceded, swallowing his pride and declaring the ferocious animal adorable, a statement that went against every fiber of his being. Yukino Shita's smile softened as she noticed her boyfriend's surrender. She returned her gaze to the penguin exhibit, watching the clumsy penguin approach a haughty female, rubbing against her affectionately in a shameless display of intimacy. A thought sparked in her mind. Hey, Hikigaya-kun, how about coming to my house this afternoon? Hakuman froze, his expression stiffening. Going to your house? Let's not. Yukino Shita grinned slyly. Oh? So Hikigaya-kun wants something more exciting? Not my house. Are you suggesting we go to a love hotel instead? What? I never said that. Hakuman blurted, his face flushing crimson. I have zero interest in going to a love hotel. Oh my, your face is so red, little fishy. What? No, it's not. Hee hee, if little fishy is scared, that's fine. I understand. Seeing you so pitiful, I even feel a bit sorry for you. Stop with the fake pity. Hakuman gritted his teeth, exasperated by his girlfriend's mocking tone. Well, since you're so adamant, then let's go. Who's scared of who? Don't cry about it later. Me cry? Be careful, Hikigaya-kun, or you might end up begging for mercy like before. You. Hakuman's eye twitched. He couldn't fathom why Yukino Shita was being so forward today. Was she unsatisfied with just 1 hour last night? Regardless, he felt a burning urge to teach his sharp-tongued girlfriend a lesson right here, right now. Ahem, Hikigaya-kun, I know you're eager, but don't be so hasty. Hugging me so intimately in public. Even I'd feel embarrassed. Hakuman snapped out of his thoughts, only to realize to his horror that at some point, his hand had wrapped around Yukino Shita's slender waist. Wah. Sorry. Hakuman quickly withdrew his arm. It's fine. Yukino Shita shook her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. Inside, she was secretly thrilled. Hopefully, you'll be just as proactive when we get to the love hotel. Please stop. Seeing Hakuman's increasingly flustered state, Yukino Shita couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, she felt truly reassured. In Hikuman's heart, she was undoubtedly his one and only true love. Other women? Just side characters. No matter what, a mere group of side characters would never shake her Hikigaya's resolve. As the two continued their light-hearted banter while exploring the zoo, Shita suddenly noticed an unexpected sight. Zymakaza's classmate, Sawamura, was also visiting the zoo. Not only that, but a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Sawamura was accompanying her, likely her older sister. Initially, Shita had planned to monopolize Hikuman for the entire day, creating precious memories together. But the sight of Sawamura triggered a bold idea in her mind: what if she let Sawamura stick close to Hikuman? After all, if Hikuman spent the entire day with her, where would the points come from? Ask Kamaki for help again? No way. Even she wouldn't stoop so low as to force siblings to bond for points. Thus, to avoid today's point tally hitting 0, Shita felt it necessary to arrange for Hikuman to interact with another girl just enough to rack up a few points and secure their future happiness. Wait. Just yesterday, Kasumi Joka already. And now I'm planning to match Hikuman with someone else? Ugh. I'm really messed up, aren't I? Host, you've officially become a red-hatted one now. It's perfectly normal to enjoy finding women for your boyfriend, huh? Red hat? What's that supposed to mean? The system's reply opened yet another door to Shita's dismay. When a boyfriend cheats on his girlfriend with another woman, it's called putting on a green hat. When a girlfriend deliberately sets her boyfriend up with another woman, it's called putting on a red hat. Host, you are now a bona fide red-hatted one? Bona fide red-hatted one? How did I become like this? Isn't it all because of your stupid system? Humphrey, I am not a red-hatted one. Just because she'd done it once didn't mean she enjoyed it. And she certainly wasn't eager to do it again. But a moment later, the system chimed in with an update. Ding. Due to Sawamura Sayuri's urgency to find a restroom, she accidentally collided with Hikigaya Hikuman, leading to him catching her in his arms. Plus 150 points earned. What the? Shita was startled. What just happened? Hikuman was supposed to be going to the restroom. How did he end up sticking to a woman instead? Sawamura Sayuri? Sawamura? Wait a second, could this Sawamura Sayuri be the elegant woman in the kimono, the one who looked so much like Sawamura from Glass? Shita's mind raced. Given their similar appearances, they were obviously sisters. But that wasn't the point. The point was 150 points for a single hug? Holy. Sawamura's older sister had point values that high? Practically on par with Yu's mom, Uegahama Andi. Is Sawamura's sister really that incredible? To be honest, Shita had resolved not to let any other woman get close to her boyfriend today. But seeing such a high-quality opportunity presented to her on a silver platter. Sigh. She really didn't want to. But she really couldn't resist. Well, it's not like we can go the whole day without earning any points, right? Besides, just because we scored big yesterday doesn't mean we should slack off. I need 1,000,000 points to save Hikuman. Thus, Shita convinced herself. There was no way she'd let this chance slip by. 1 minute later. Ding. Hikigaya Hikuman received a kiss from Sawamura Sayuri. Points plus 150, Chapter 59, Mom, are you trying to find me a new dad? This world has really gone crazy. Hikigaya never expected that on his way to the restroom, he'd accidentally bump into a girl. Well, bumping into someone was one thing. The problem was, right after the collision, the girl inexplicably kissed him. You. Hikigaya stared at the kimono-clad woman in front of him, utterly confused. Had he just encountered a female delinquent? Oh my, Sayuri blinked in a daze. She hadn't expected herself to impulsively kiss the boy before her. But being an adult, she quickly composed herself and smiled. I'm terribly sorry. You just look so much like my late husband I mistook you for him for a moment. Huh? Hikigaya was dumbfounded. How does one even mistake someone for their husband? Seriously, lady, if your husband found out, he'd probably feel terrible. Looking her over cautiously, Hikigaya hesitated before responding, it's fine. If it was just a mistake, let's leave it at that. As he turned to head into the men's restroom, Sayuri quickly called out, wait. Young man, what's your name? Hikigaya froze mid-step. Sayuri leaned closer, studying his face with an amused glint. Could you tell me? Now that I'm taking a closer look, you're quite handsome. Startled, Hikigaya took a step back, his guard instantly up. Is this really okay? If your husband were to see this, wouldn't it cause quite the misunderstanding? Don't worry about it. My husband's on a business trip abroad, he won't know a thing. Sayuri replied with a playful smile. I'm Sayuri Sawamura. And you are? Sawamura. So she really was Ariri's older sister, or rather, her mother. Hikigaya noticed her striking resemblance to Ariri. After a brief hesitation, he replied, Hayama Hayato. Oh, Hayama-kun. Sayuri chuckled warmly. Meeting like this must be fate. Why don't we exchange contact info? Is that okay? Exchange contacts? I don't think that's appropriate. Hikigaya said, his expression shifting slightly. Mrs. Sawamura, don't you think it's improper for a married woman to exchange contacts with a random guy like me? Sayuri pouted. It's just contact info. What's the harm in getting to know each other? My husband won't know. I really feel bad for your husband, Hikigaya thought grimly. Come on, just add me, Hayane-kun, it's not like I'm going to bite you. Her voice carried a hint of teasing seduction as she closed the distance between them. Hikigaya could feel the sweat rolling down his back. I can't. I already have a girlfriend. I can't just casually exchange contacts with other women. He stammered, clinging to his principles as a staunch advocate for pure love. Oh? That's a shame. Sayuri said, blinking in surprise. But. So what if you have a girlfriend? She added, her smile deepening. I have a husband, and you have a girlfriend. Doesn't that make it even better? What? Lady, there's something seriously wrong with what you just said. Come on, it's just contact info. Your girlfriend won't find out. Well. Besides, it's not like I'm going to eat you. Sayuri chuckled softly. Hikigaya's eye twitched. Lady, you're way too forward. Honestly, compared to the tsundere, her mother was downright overwhelming. This is too much, he thought, shifting uncomfortably. But as he continued to hesitate, a more pressing concern entered his mind. If Yuki no Shita found him here, tangled in this strange interaction with another woman, their date would undoubtedly spiral into chaos. Sigh. Fine. Hikigaya relented with a weary sigh, reluctantly sharing his contact information. If she kept bothering him, he could just block her later. It wasn't like he hadn't done that before. Great. Now we're friends, Ayane-kun. Sayuri said, beaming. How lucky I am to meet such a cute young man. Cute? Well, since she called him cute, Hikigaya decided to postpone blocking her. Still. Lady, you're married. Could you please stop saying stuff like that? Your husband would be devastated. If there's nothing else, I'm going to the restroom now. Restroom? Oh no. At his words, Sayuri's expression suddenly shifted as she clenched her legs together reflexively. Hikigaya stared, flustered. Are you okay? Sayuri managed a smile. I'm fine. I was so caught up talking to you, I forgot I needed to use the restroom. And now it's urgent. Oh. Seeing her squirm, Hikigaya turned crimson, clearly embarrassed. Well, then hurry up and go. He said, quickly retreating to the men's restroom. What a cute boy. Sayuri muttered, chuckling as she hurried to the ladies' room. A few minutes later, she emerged from the restroom, refreshed. Washing her hands, she paused to pinch her cheeks. To be honest, it was the first time she had kissed a man other than her husband. Her heart couldn't help but flutter at the memory. That was why she insisted on getting his contact info. Fate, after all, had brought them together. What if she really fell for him? Unlike her stubbornly shy daughter, Sayuri was a woman who believed in seizing love when it appeared. Boyfriend? Girlfriend? Those were obstacles to overcome, not deterrents. Mom, you're so slow. Ayuri's impatient voice interrupted her thoughts. Sayuri turned to see her daughter, smiling. Sorry, sweetheart. I ran into a cute boy and got caught up chatting. A boy? Ayuri's eyes widened. Mom, you're not seriously trying to find me a new dad, are you? Well, Sayuri teased, her tone light. Not quite at that point yet, but I did take a liking to him. We've already exchanged contacts. What? Ayuri's face turned crimson. Mom, you're not just trying to provoke me into finding a boyfriend, are you? This is a trick, right? Oh my, don't believe me? Sayuri said with a playful glint in her eye. What if I really do find you a new dad? As a woman, Sayuri knew all too well, life without a man lacked a certain charm. And being in the prime of her life, she wasn't about to let it go to waste. Chapter 60, Only I Can Bear Hikigaya's Child. Hikigaya Hukuman's favorability towards Sawamura Sayuri, 30 out of 100, could it be that Hikigaya-kun has a particular fondness for married women? Yuki no Shita rubbed her temples in frustration. Her boyfriend had only just met this Sawamura Sayuri, and yet. Sure, they had unexpectedly kissed, thanks to a little nudge from her. But to develop feelings from just one kiss? Sigh. Forget it. Sometimes, Hikigaya-kun's thoughts were just too enigmatic for her to fathom. Yuki no Shita let out a soft sigh. To be fair, having a slightly higher favorability toward someone like Sayuri wasn't the worst thing. After all, she was undeniably in a league of her own. That kiss alone had earned Yuki no Shita a whopping 350 points in system progress. If something more intimate happened in the future, wouldn't that surpass the 500 points she'd gotten from her night with Senpai? Sayuri's quality is absurdly high compared to her sister. If I had to pick someone to get close to, it'd definitely be the older sister, not Hariri. At this moment, Hikigaya returned to Yuki no Shita's side after his trip to the restroom. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said. Snapping out of her thoughts, Yuki no Shita smiled warmly. "Hee, you took so long. I almost thought some girl had kidnapped you." A flicker of guilt crossed Hikigaya's face, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. "How could that happen? Do I seem like the type of guy to lack resolve?" Yuki no Shita chuckled softly. "Of course not, Hikigaya-kun. Come on, let's grab lunch. Afterward, we have something important to do." Hikaya's face reddened at the suggestive look in her eyes. She had been so reserved last night, why the sudden change of heart today? Sigh. Sometimes, women were just impossible to understand. After lunch, the couple wandered through a nearby shopping mall to digest their meal. Once they'd walked enough, Yuki no Shita took the lead, suggesting they rent a hotel room. It was their first time doing this, and both of them felt equally nervous. For Yuki no Shita, however, there was an undeniable sense of excitement and anticipation. After an entire week of restraint, she was eager to be close to Hikigaya again. Not to mention the lingering jealousy from the fact that Senpai had enjoyed him last night. Upon entering the room, Yuki no Shita idly picked up a small box on the nightstand. "What's this?" Hikigaya cleared his throat awkwardly. That's, for protection. I've used it before, remember?" "Oh, I see." Yuki no Shita's face turned red as she quickly set the box down. "Protection. Well, technically, contraception. To prevent pregnancy." "Pregnancy? Wait, pregnancy?" The thought hit Yuki no Shita like a bolt of lightning. Hadn't Hikigaya been with Senpai last night without using protection? Oh no. There was now a chance Senpai might be carrying Hikigaya's child. System. Could Senpai have gotten pregnant? Check it right now. Kasumidoka Utaha is not a primary route character. Host's current permissions do not allow for an in-depth check. What? Then what am I supposed to do? Is there really a chance? Host, do not panic. If Hikigaya Hukuman is intimate with another woman in the future, the system recommends purchasing a protection card to prevent pregnancy. A protection card? You stupid system. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Utterly exasperated, Yuki no Shita could only silently pray that Senpai wasn't pregnant. Pregnancy for anyone else was absolutely unacceptable. At the very least, she had to be the one to bear Hikigaya's child first. No. Only she could give him children. This was a non-negotiable bottom line. Do I need to use that thing later? Hikigaya asked hesitantly. Yuki no Shita smiled mischievously. Hikigaya-kun, are you saying you want me to have your baby? Hikigaya's face turned beet red, and he quickly waved his hands. And no. I didn't mean that. I'll use it, of course. Yuki no Shita chuckled softly. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, What? Are you serious? Of course. Today's my safe day. It'll be fine. Yuki no Shita replied, her tone teasing. The thought of attending school with a baby bump was utterly absurd. At least until college, no. Until after graduating from university it wasn't even a consideration. That's reassuring, I guess. Hee, you're so relieved, Hikigaya-kun. Boys really don't like using those things, do they? Yuki no Shita teased. That's not true. Hikigaya stammered, flustered. Yuki no Shita smiled knowingly but didn't press further. I'm going to the bathroom first. Afterward, I'll see just how much my little small fry has grown. Who are you calling a small fry? Hikigaya protested. Then, with a confused expression, he added, wait, shouldn't we shower first? Silly, we'll just shower again after we're done. That makes sense, I guess. Yuki no Shita headed into the bathroom, but her real goal wasn't just freshening up. She planned to take a strengthening potion beforehand. Otherwise, she wasn't sure she could keep up with Hikigaya. 2 hours later, Yuki no Shita lay in bed, lost in thought. Strangely enough, she felt even more drawn to Hikigaya now. It was hard to describe, but she found herself liking him even more. Meanwhile, Hikigaya emerged from the bathroom, looking somewhat pale and drained. Are you okay? Yuki no Shita asked, noticing his tired expression. I'm fine. You don't look fine. Are you feeling unwell? How could that be? I'm totally fine. Don't worry about it. Alright. Yet, deep down, Yuki no Shita felt an inexplicable pang of concern. Was he disappointed? Wait. Could it be that her performance wasn't good enough? But she'd been so much gentler and more attentive than before. Why would he still feel disappointed? Chapter 61, The Husband Care Task. Yuki no Shita felt uneasy. Her boyfriend was experiencing a sense of disappointment. Without a doubt, this was her fault as his girlfriend. Was it possible that she had been too gentle, leaving Hikigaya aboard? It was entirely possible. After all, Hikigaya seemed to enjoy being teased. There was still an hour left before the effects of the strengthening potion wore off. She couldn't afford to waste it. This hour needed to be used to change Hikigaya's perception of her at the very least. She needed to bring back their previous dynamic. Sitting back on the bed, Hikigaya asked, "Are we heading back now?" Yuki no Shita smiled and shook her head. "Before that, let's take a bath first." Hikigaya nodded. "All right, you go ahead." Yuki no Shita blinked and leaned in close, her face just inches from Hikigaya's. In a soft voice, she asked, "Just me? Alone?" The scent of her perfume stirred Hikigaya's hormones. "But..." Hikigaya coughed lightly, keeping a straight face. "Of course. Go ahead. I'll wait until you're done." Yuki no Shita hesitated and said, "Hikigaya-kun, how about we bathe together?" Hikigaya froze. Then, his face flushed bright red. That's not necessary. It's too cramped for two people. What does that matter? A little squeeze won't hurt." Standing up, Yuki no Shita gently took Hikigaya's hand, preparing to drag him to the bathroom. Hikigaya looked extremely hesitant. "Can't we bathe together?" Yuki no Shita looked at him with a trace of disappointment. It's not that I don't want to." Faced with Yuki no Shita's expression, Hikigaya wavered. Finally, with a sigh, he nodded. "Yay. Once we're in, I'll scrub Hikigaya-kun clean from head to toe." "Oh. And you'll help me wash too, okay? Make sure I'm squeaky clean." "Eh? I have to help you?" "Of course." Yuki no Shita rolled her eyes at him. Hikigaya looked embarrassed. "I'm afraid I might lose control." Yuki no Shita smirked. "If the little fish dares cross the line, let him. I'll make sure this little fish tastes the sting of defeat." "Ha. Who's losing to whom?" "You little shrimp." Hikigaya shot back, indignant. Yuki no Shita laughed. "Afraid of you? Not a chance, fish-kun. Shrimp yourself. Bring it on." "Good." Hikigaya had agreed. This opened up many new possibilities. Yuki no Shita figured that her earlier gentleness had caused Hikigaya's disappointment. If that was the case, then this time in the bathroom, she wouldn't hold back. Teasing her adorable boyfriend was definitely more fun than just cooperating with him obediently. An hour later, the bathroom door opened. Standing at the doorway, Hikigaya called out to Yuki no Shita, who sat dazed on the bed. "Hey, Yuki no Shita, we should get going." Yuki no Shita didn't respond. She remained motionless, staring blankly. Hikigaya hesitated, sighed, and walked over to her side. "Come on, let's go. What's on your mind?" Yuki no Shita avoided his gaze, looking deeply uneasy. Despite all her efforts, the result was the same. Not only had she failed to lift his mood, but she also sensed he had grown slightly fearful of her during their bath. Clearly, she had gone overboard. Yuki no Shita lowered her head like a child caught doing something wrong and whispered, "I'm sorry, Hikigaya-kun. I went too far. It's fine. What's done is done. If anyone's at fault, it's me for, not being good enough." Hikigaya coughed awkwardly. "Hikigaya-kun, wah." Yuki no Shita threw her arms around him, overwhelmed with guilt. "Seriously, it's okay," Hikigaya said, patting her head lightly to comfort her. Yuki no Shita bit her lip. Why had things turned out this way? Why hadn't teasing Hikigaya worked? As his girlfriend, she felt humiliated that she couldn't satisfy him. Back at home, even when she teased him, he always looked genuinely happy. She had gained so much satisfaction seeing his heartfelt smiles. She hadn't changed. She was still herself. The only thing that had changed was Kasumijoka-senpai? Huh? Yuki no Shita's mind raced back to the previous night. A wave of realization struck her, and her face paled. Wait. Was this all because of Kasumijoka-senpai? She distinctly remembered hearing Hikigaya's delighted praises last night. "Yuki no Shita, you're amazing tonight. And I've never loved you more than now." But today, all she heard were complaints. "You're crazy." Or "You're a lunatic." A chill ran through her. Could it be that in less than an hour, Kasumijoka-senpai had completely won him over? No. I refuse to believe it. His disappointment must have another cause. It can't be that Hikigaya prefers senpai to me. As she frantically convinced herself, the system's voice coldly broke her thoughts. Analysis complete. Due to Kasumijoka Utaha's exceptional performance last night, Hikigaya Hikuman has developed a sense of disparity with Yuki no Shita today. Husband care task initiated. Husband care task, to lift Hikigaya Hikuman's spirits, either have Kasumijoka Utaha comfort him again, or seek out another romance target to do so. Time limit, 3 days. Reward, plus 500 points. Viewing glasses upgraded to 720p resolution. What? A husband care task? Why can't I fix his mood myself? Why rely on someone else? And that reward? Upgrading these crappy glasses? Why not give me 1000 points instead? Stupid system. Could you act like a decent person for once? Yuki no Shita was losing it. Alright, we should leave now. Hikigaya smiled gently. Don't dwell on it too much. Just be more careful next time. Looking at her ever-kind boyfriend, Yuki no Shita nodded, touched. Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level, 2 out of 100, even after the disappointment, his corruption level had decreased. Hikigaya didn't blame her. He truly loved her. But, as his girlfriend, she couldn't let this slide. If only one of them was happy, it wasn't enough. Hikigaya needed to feel satisfied, too. If making him happy meant taking on a difficult task, so be it. Sigh. Looks like I have no choice but to complete the husband care task. Chapter 62, Dear Erikun, I love you so much. The day with Yuki no Shita finally came to an end. Hukuman returned home. He was utterly exhausted. Sighing, he lamented his misfortune. Despite a week of mental preparation and determination to take the upper hand against Yuki no Shita, the final hour had left him utterly defeated. No, this couldn't go on. It was embarrassing. He needed to push himself harder. Much harder. I have to start running more. Build up my stamina. Hukuman rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Should I buy a treadmill? No way. That thing's too expensive, and there's no way Dad and Mom would agree. And besides, if his parents ever found out their lazy son suddenly took up exercising, they'd definitely suspect something was up. The teasing would be unbearable. Especially from Kamaki. His sister's sharp tongue would pounce at the first sign of anything unusual. In short, if Hukuman was going to start running, it would have to be done in secret. Early morning runs? He quickly dismissed the thought. Hukuman and waking up at 5 a.m.? Impossible. Guess I'll go for night runs instead. He concluded. Darkness provided both cover and fewer chances of awkward encounters with people he knew. The more he thought about it, the more the idea of night runs seemed perfect. But not tonight. Tonight, he was too tired. Tomorrow. Tomorrow he'd start. Yuki no Shita, just you wait. He grinned mischievously, an evil glint flashing across his tired eyes. After dinner, Hukuman continued his training regimen. 10 sets of push-ups. 10 sets of squats. Alternating between the two. But then, from the bathroom came a sudden cry. Big brother. Help, I forgot my panties. Can you grab them? They're on my bed. Hukuman nearly slipped mid-squat. What did you just say? His sister's words rang out like a forbidden dream. No. Stop. As much as he loved Kamaki, this was taking Burkon tendencies way too far. Kamaki, can't you just put on the ones you took off and change later when you're back in your room, huh? That's gross, big brother. It's just a temporary emergency solution. No way. That's way too nasty. Stop being weird and just go grab them. Fine, fine. Hukuman sighed in defeat. He ended his workout and trudged reluctantly toward Kamaki's room. The panties were cute. Hukuman coughed awkwardly as he picked them up and headed toward the bathroom. They're here. He called out. The door's open, just bring them in. Alright. Pushing the door open, Hukuman was greeted by a humid cloud of steam. Inside the shower stall, a delicate silhouette was barely visible through the frosted glass. Where should I put them? No need. I'm done already, just hand them over. What? Before Hukuman could react, the bathroom door opened, and Kamaki stepped out. Kamaki. You relax, I'm wearing a towel, idiot. She rolled her eyes at him. Hukuman froze, cheeks flushing red. Kamaki smirked. What's the matter? Did my adorableness leave you speechless, Onyai-chan? Ignoring her teasing, Hukuman handed over the panties. You're an adult now. How do you still manage to forget something this basic? Yeah. But still, weren't your eyes sneaking glances at your cute little sister? Humphrey. What's wrong with appreciating the beauty of the universe's cutest little sister? Kamaki blinked, momentarily stunned by her brother's bold declaration. Her face turned slightly pink. Caught off guard, she slipped. Watch out. Hukuman reacted instantly, catching her mid-fall. For a moment, the siblings were locked in an awkward embrace. Kamaki's heart raced uncontrollably as she looked up at him. Quickly, she pushed herself away. Okay, fine. I'll admit it, you looked kind of cool just now. A solid high score from me. Sure. Hukuman muttered, averting his gaze and walking out. Once he left the bathroom, Hukuman let out a long sigh. Something was strange. Kamaki didn't used to blush so easily from a little hug. Lately, Kamaki's been acting weird. Late at night. Kasumijoka Utaha lay on her bed, seemingly asleep. Sweat glistened on her forehead. Her breath came in heavy, uneven gasps. Murmuring softly, she whispered repeatedly, "Air-kun, I love you. I love you. I love you so much." Suddenly, her eyes shot open. Her arms stretched out as if trying to grasp something or someone. But there was nothing. Her heart sank. The boy she had been dreaming of wasn't there. "Ugh, this is getting ridiculous," she muttered. Her mind replayed flashes of last night's events, her cheeks heating up again. "Air-kun, how could I ever forget you?" Clutching the pillow beside her, she hugged it tightly, pretending it was Hakuman. The pillow bent and crumpled against her body. Sigh. But he's Yukinoshita's boyfriend. Everything that happened last night was just an accident. A complete misunderstanding. Utaha exhaled deeply. Sleeping with her friend's boyfriend had left her feeling conflicted. She thought back to how much trust Yukinoshita had placed in her. "I'm not worried at all with Hakuman in your care, senpai. Senpai, please take good care of him for me." The guilt gnawed at her. "This is so messed up," she groaned, massaging her temples. Picking up her phone, Utaha lay back under the covers. The bright screen pierced the darkness of her room. As she scrolled and tapped away, the corners of her lips twitched. Moments later, the faint sounds from the phone filled the silence. Utaha's blush deepened. She kept watching, her breathing growing more erratic. Finally, she sat up, her body trembling. "There's no turning back now," she whispered, licking her lips. "Sorry, Yukinoshita. But I need to taste Air-kun again. An hour, 2 hours, even more." A sinister grin crept across her face. Gripping her phone tightly, her thoughts spiraled out of control. "I can't wait to see you at school tomorrow, dear Air-kun." Chapter 63, A surge in corruption points. The next day, Hakuman Hikigaya went to Sobya High as usual. Surprisingly, Kasumijoka-senpai was unusually well behaved today. She hadn't teased him even once. Instead, it was Ariri who kept throwing him strange glances from time to time. Still, the morning passed uneventfully. Everything was normal. After the last class of the morning, "Air-kun, could you buy me a pineapple bun?" Sure." Hakuman wanted to decline at first, but since Kasumijoka had been so uncharacteristically quiet all morning, he decided to humor her. Consider it a reward for her good behavior. Besides, hearing her actually use the word please was a rarity worth celebrating. Lunch break. Hakuman went up to the rooftop of the school building. He preemptively unwrapped the bread and inserted a straw into the milk carton before handing them both to Kasumijoka. "Here. Your pineapple bun and milk." Kasumijoka accepted them nonchalantly. As Hakuman turned to leave, she called out, "Why so eager to run off? Sit with me for a bit." After hesitating for a few seconds, Hakuman sighed and sat down. The distance between them was about a forearm's length. Kasumijoka finished her bun and licked her fingers with practiced elegance. As expected of senpai, every movement exuded a subtle allure. Sitting next to such a beautiful woman was naturally nerve-wracking for any normal guy. However, Hakuman was an exception. For him, the temptations of a beauty like Kasumijoka were nothing but fleeting clouds. His heart already belonged to Yukinoshita. No other girl could ever take her place. "Air-kun, you and Yukinoshita really seem deeply in love," Kasumijoka remarked as she gazed at the blue sky. "Where? Alright, I guess. Just normal feelings between a boyfriend and girlfriend. Nothing particularly extraordinary," Hakuman replied. "Nothing extraordinary?" Kasumijoka chuckled softly. "Hearing that, I can't help but feel Air-kun might accidentally betray Yukinoshita someday." "Huh?" Hakuman coughed awkwardly. "You don't need to worry about that. It won't happen. Accidents do happen, you know. What if, one day, Air-kun unintentionally sleeps with another girl and physically betrays Yukinoshita? That's impossible. Oh? Imagine you're at work in the future, you get drunk, and, whoops, you wake up next to another woman. Isn't that a plausible accident? That kind of thing won't happen. I know myself well enough to say that with confidence," Hakuman retorted, coughing again. "Besides, even if it did happen, Yukinoshita would still be the only one I love. What if that other girl happens to be better than Yukinoshita in certain areas?" Kasumijoka smirked mischievously, her eyes dropping subtle hints. Whoa. Hakuman waved off the implications, standing firm. "What matters to me is Yukinoshita herself. Stuff like that doesn't even register, okay? I see. So, even if Yukinoshita became a vegetable, you'd still only love her?" "Exactly." "Wow, Air-kun, that level of devotion is impressive." Hakuman sighed. "What can I say? Our fates are intertwined. It's not like I can just walk away now." Kasumijoka smiled bitterly. Entwined fates, huh? That's the kind of relationship people envy. Why don't I have one like that? You're an amazing person, Kasumijoka-senpai. You'll definitely meet the right guy someday. Hukuman said earnestly. The future, huh? But who knows when that will happen? Hukuman hesitated, unsure how to comfort her. Kasumijoka sighed. To be honest, I was considering confessing to you again, holding on to a sliver of hope that you might say yes this time. Hukuman remained silent. But I suppose, no matter how many times I confess, it's futile. Air-kun's heart belongs to Yuki no Shida. She reached out a trembling hand, as if wanting to touch Hukuman's face. You too. Your love really is something else. Her expression radiated bittersweet affection, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. It was a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Hukuman stayed quiet. The scene reminded him of Yui Uegahama from before. Her expression at that time had been just as heart-wrenching. Kasumijoka bit her lip and spoke again. If that's the case, Air-kun, I bang. The rooftop door suddenly swung open. It was a blue-haired girl. Kawasaki Saki had stepped in. Am I interrupting something? Sorry, I just came up here for some fresh air. She said awkwardly. Kasumijoka. Hukuman. Kasumijoka quickly composed herself. It's fine. Air-kun and I were just discussing some schoolwork. We're done now. Kawasaki nodded and moved to the railing, putting about 8 meters of distance between them. Kasumijoka stood, brushing off her skirt. Air-kun, I know there's no hope for me. But before I give up completely, let me tell you my final thoughts. Consider it my official farewell to you. She pulled out her phone and sent Hukuman a video. His phone vibrated. Watch it later. And don't forget to mute it. She said flatly before turning toward the exit. Pausing briefly, she glanced back at Kawasaki, her face momentarily twisting into a chilling smirk. Then she left. Watching her retreating figure, Hukuman couldn't help but feel that Kasumijoka had truly let go. Maybe this is for the best. Hopefully, we can just be friends from now on. Out of respect, he decided to view the farewell video. He opened it after muting his phone. Huh? What's this? The video didn't just feature Kasumijoka. It was a man and a woman. Hukuman's face turned red as the explicit scene unfolded. Wait, what kind of weird video is this? Just as he was about to close it, the man's face came into focus. His hand froze. Then the woman's face appeared. No. No way. Hukuman's pupil shrank as his heart pounded furiously. The people in the video, locked in an intimate embrace, were none other than him and Kasumijoka. Elsewhere. In Class 3J, Yukino Shita Yukino was peacefully enjoying her lunch. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in her head. Ding. Hukuman Hikaya's corruption points +1, ding. Hukuman Hikaya's corruption points +2, ding. Hukuman Hikaya's corruption points +1, Yukino froze, standing abruptly and startling her classmates. Her face paled as she covered her mouth, trembling. Stop. Stop it. No more. Nuu. Minutes later, as the corruption points stopped at 21 out of 100, Yukino stared blankly into the void. 19 points in one go? What on earth just happened? Chapter 64, Air-kun, you wouldn't want our little video sent to Yuki no Shida, would you? Afternoon, library. Within the study group, Hukuman and the others were diligently working on their assigned test papers. On the surface, Hukuman appeared calm and composed. But deep down, his mind was in utter chaos. The video Kasumijoka had sent him earlier? It was nothing short of an earth-shattering shock. It had nearly caused his worldview to crumble entirely. He stole a glance at Kasumijoka, only to see her immersed in her work as though nothing had happened. The serene normality of her demeanor was unsettling, making Hukuman's hairs stand on end. He had to get to the bottom of this. No matter what, he needed to confront Kasumijoka and figure out the truth behind that video she'd sent on the rooftop. After about 30 minutes, Kasumijoka suddenly stood up. I'm going to the restroom. The group paid little attention, no one showed any inclination to follow her. I'll be back shortly. If you have any questions about the material, save them for when I return. With that, she turned to leave, but not before glancing at Hukuman. Her gaze was ambiguous, almost as if it carried a hidden message. Hukuman felt a chill. After hesitating for a few seconds, he abruptly stood up. I'll go to the restroom too. Oh? What a coincidence. Kasumijoka remarked, arching an eyebrow. Yeah. Hukuman replied with a calm nod. As the two left, Yuri squinted suspiciously. Why does it feel like their restroom breaks aren't a coincidence? Kato, ever composed, remarked, maybe they're planning to flirt in the bathroom. What? Flirt in the bathroom? Yuri exclaimed, wide-eyed. Kato chuckled softly. I was joking. Yuri groaned in frustration. Kato-san, that's not funny. Elsewhere. Hakuman followed Kazumi-juka to the restroom. Taking a deep breath, he confronted her with a serious look. Kazumi-juka-senpai, about that video you sent earlier on the rooftop, hold on. Kazumi-juka cut him off, her tone calm but commanding. This isn't the place to talk. Follow me. Without giving him a chance to refuse, she grabbed his hand and dragged him into the women's restroom. What? Wait, what the hell? Again with the women's restroom? Hakuman was reluctant, but his determination to uncover the truth left him with little choice. Reluctantly, he allowed himself to be pulled in. Sigh. Another addition to his growing list of black marks. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on his side this time. There were no other girls in the restroom. Kazumi-juka casually picked a stall, pulled Hakuman inside, and closed the door behind them. Sitting on the toilet lid, she crossed her legs elegantly, smiling as she looked up at him. So, Air-kun, what do you want to talk about? Hakuman hesitated, his mind briefly derailed by the sight of her crossed legs encased in black stockings. The way she folded her arms accentuated her ample curves, the dark fabric pressing tightly against her skin in a way that was difficult to ignore. This is bad. Normally, he wouldn't even entertain such thoughts. But now, for some reason, he couldn't stop his gaze from wandering. His mind even began conjuring bold, improper ideas. No. Calm down. He clenched his fists, mentally berating himself. How could he let a mere video shake his resolve like this? After taking a steadying breath, he broke the silence. To think that Kazumi-juka-senpai is skilled in eye technology. The video you sent earlier was really well made. Kazumi-juka's expression didn't falter, instead, she chuckled softly. I? Oh, Air-kun, you're funny. Eye face swapping is decent these days, sure, but it hasn't reached the level of perfectly mimicking voices. Come now, whether the video is real or not, I think you're smart enough to know the answer deep down. Hakuman's brow furrowed, his silence betraying his unease. Her words struck a nerve. The video was too realistic. But the problem was, he clearly remembered that night he was with Yuki Noshita. So why? Did the girl in the video turn out to be Kazumi-juka? Honestly, Air-kun, there's no need to overthink it. Kazumi-juka continued, her tone casual. Deep down, you already have the answer. Still, I can't help but wonder. Were you sleepwalking when you came to my room that night? Sleepwalking? The suggestion made Hakuman's blood run cold. Was that really possible? His memory of that night was foggy, muddled as if he were half asleep. He remembered being pulled into an embrace, and though there had been some resistance at first, he had assumed it was Yuki Noshita being coy. But now that he thought about it, Yuki Noshita wouldn't have resisted him like that. She would have responded warmly, perhaps even eagerly. The growing realization hit him like a freight train. Could he really have mistaken Kazumi-juka for Yuki Noshita in his dazed state? A torrent of emotions, panic, fear, denial threatened to overwhelm him. For the first time, he felt a sense of crisis so acute that it dwarfed even the existential dread of his search for the real thing back in high school. Don't be so tense, Air-kun. Kazumi-juka's voice pulled him back to the present. Her expression softened into a teasing smile as she continued, what's done is done. Mistakes happen. And honestly, I don't mind. I'm okay with the fact that my first time was with you. She rose from her seat, stepping closer to Hakuman. This time, she reached out and gently cupped his face. You're adorable, Air-kun. Before he could react, she pulled his head into her chest, enveloping him in a soft yet suffocating embrace. Stop. Don't. Panicking, Hakuman pushed her away, gasping for air. His rejection only seemed to amuse her further. So stubborn. She murmured, licking her lips mischievously. But I like that about you, Hakuman. What are you trying to do, senpai? Hakuman demanded, his voice trembling. Even if something happened between us by mistake, I'll never oh? Kazumi-juka interrupted with a sly grin. She tilted her head and added slowly, Air-kun, you wouldn't want our little video to end up in Yuki Noshita's hands, would you? Hakuman froze, his mind racing. Was she serious? Would she really send that video to Yuki Noshita? Yuki Noshita was his girlfriend, the girl he loved most in the world. If she saw the video. No, Yuki Noshita wasn't as strong as she appeared. Beneath her icy exterior, she was deeply vulnerable. The mere thought of her breaking down. Cold sweat dripped down Hakuman's back as he instinctively blurted, Kazumi-juka-senpai, please don't. Chapter 65, Kazumi-juka's gentle pua captured. Seeing Hikigaya's instinctive, frightened reaction, Kazumi-juka's heart tripled with delight, brimming with amusement. Her hand, as if acting on its own, slowly reached out, eager to stroke the boy's cheek. However, just as her fingers were about to touch him smack, Hikigaya reacted swiftly, slapping away Kazumi-juka's wandering hand. Air-kun? Kasumijoka-senpai. Forcing himself to remain calm, Hikigaya spoke in a low voice, please. Don't touch me randomly. Oh my, so rough? Kasumijoka raised an eyebrow and glanced at her rejected hand. Then, with a sly smile, she brought her hand to her lips and licked it. But. I quite like aircon when you're rough like this. Just like that night when you. Her voice trailed off, carrying a teasing undertone. Why you Hikigaya stiffened, instinctively stepping back. But with the restroom door behind him, there was nowhere to retreat. No way out. Even if he wanted to escape, it was impossible. Trapped, Hikigaya turned his gaze toward Kasumijoka. After a few moments of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, Senpai, please delete the video. Kasumijoka smiled. Is Aircon begging me now? Hikigaya sighed. If that's how you want to see it. Then yes. Kasumijoka's grin widened. Alright, I can delete it. I won't send that scandalous video to Yuki Noshida. I'll pretend that night never happened, treat it like a dream. Hikigaya eyed her warily. Without a doubt, if she was willing to agree, it meant she wanted something in return. After a moment's silence, he asked cautiously, what do you want in exchange? Kasumijoka's tone softened, her voice almost affectionate. Oh, Aircon, haven't you figured it out yet? Her sultry voice made Hikigaya's skin crawl. All I ask, Kasumijoka continued sweetly, is for you to fulfill one small request. That's all. Hikigaya tensed. What request? Well. Kasumijoka's eyes sparkled mischievously, scanning him from head to toe, openly appraising him. Just do. Anything a couple would do, holding hands, kissing, or even going further. What? Faced with her suggestive gaze, Hikigaya's expression shifted dramatically. He rejected her without a second thought. No way. Aircon, don't be so hasty. Kasumijoka's voice was gentle, almost coaxing. We've already done it once, haven't we? In terms of the body, you've already betrayed Yuki Noshida once. That's exactly why I can't betray her again. Ah, Aircon. Kasumijoka's tone turned teasing. A physical betrayal? Does that even count? Think about it, if you accidentally brushed against another woman in everyday life, would you call that a betrayal? Of course not. So, physical contact doesn't mean anything. As long as your heart belongs to Yuki Noshida, you're not betraying her. Hikigaya frowned, murmuring under his breath, if the heart remains loyal, it's not betrayal? Noticing his hesitation, Kasumijoka pressed on, her tone soothing and persuasive. Don't worry. Everything between us will stay a secret. Yuki Noshida won't find out. Just like now Yuki Noshida doesn't know, does she? This will be our little secret, something only we share. No one else will ever know. I promise. It'll only last until graduation. Once we graduate, I'll delete everything in front of you and completely cut ties. You'll be free. Her words were like whispers of temptation, endlessly echoing in Hikigaya's ears. Hikigaya remained silent. Maintaining an improper relationship with senpai. Until the end of high school? No. No matter how he thought about it, it was completely unacceptable. Senpai, as he was about to refuse, Kasumijoka interrupted him with a bitter, sorrowful tone. Aircon. Third year is so stressful, isn't it? The pressure is unbearable. I just want a little warmth from you. Just a little love to help me cope. Can't you do that for me? Please. Just help me. Consider it an act of kindness. Aircon, you're such a kind person. For me. And for Yuki Noshida, for your future together, will you? Agree? Her pleading tone, tinged with sorrow, made refusal nearly impossible. Hikigaya was no saint. He was just an ordinary high school student. Faced with Kasumijoka's relentless persuasion and soft appeals, his already chaotic thoughts became even more jumbled. This will really end after graduation? Of course. Kasumijoka nodded firmly, lowering her head slightly to hide the victorious smirk forming on her lips. Hikigaya took a deep breath, trying to collect his thoughts. Truth be told, he was fully aware that Kasumijoka was manipulating him, using gentle coercion to trap him, step by step, into agreeing to something he fundamentally didn't want. But the problem was she held all the cards. He had no leverage, no power to refuse. With the video as evidence, and his own guilt, Hikigaya was utterly at a disadvantage. If he pushed her too far, Yuki Noshida might know. Yuki Noshida, his beloved Yuki Noshida. The thought of her discovering this and being heartbroken, or worse, completely shattered, was unbearable. Their love was too precious. He couldn't let her down. Of course, Hikigaya wasn't someone who gave up easily when faced with adversity. Even if he couldn't think of a solution now, he vowed to find a way out later. But for now. After an intense internal struggle, Hikigaya slowly raised his head. Senpai, Aircon. Are you agreeing? Kasumijoka's voice trembled with excitement as her hand once again reached for his face. This time, Hikigaya didn't push her hand away. Instead, he let her gently stroke his cheek. I just hope Senpai keeps her word. Closing his eyes, Hikigaya tried to calm his racing thoughts. Stay strong, Hikigaya Hikuman. I love Yuki no Shida. This is just temporary, a necessary compromise. Yuki no Shida, trust me. I'll escape her grasp. Hikuman will never betray you. Hikuman is a pure-hearted warrior of love. Ding. Hikigaya Hikuman's corruption level +1, Chapter 66. If you won't take the lead, then I will. Hikigaya Hikuman's corruption level, 23 out of 100. Yuki no Shida hid anxiously behind a bookshelf in a prime spot that gave her a clear view of the restroom. Ugh. Hikuman's corruption level just went up by 2 points again. 19 points earlier at noon. And now, another 2 points. Add to that the update in her mind reporting the increase in corruption due to contact with Kasumijoka, and Yuki no Shida could more or less piece together what was happening. It must have been her. Kasumijoka-senpai couldn't hold it in any longer and spilled the details of that night to Hikuman. As someone so kind-hearted, Hikuman would naturally feel overwhelmed with guilt after learning the truth, causing his corruption level to rise. Sniffle. She'd worked so hard to lower his corruption level to 2 out of 100. Now it was back to 23 out of 100. It hurt, how could it not? But still. There wasn't much she could do. If Senpai chose to talk, Yuki no Shida had no way to stop her. After all, everything was her fault. Ugh. And who knows what they'll do next in that restroom? Would Senpai actually? Yuki no Shida covered her mouth, suddenly aghast. Could it be possible? Kasumijoka-senpai, after all, still harbored feelings for Hikuman. If they really did go that far, wouldn't that technically complete the husband care task? She muttered absent-mindedly, only to shake her head furiously, giving her face a few light slaps. Wait. Why on earth am I even thinking about this? My beloved boyfriend with another woman and I sniffle. I should be devastated, right? Just as Yuki no Shida spiraled into further distress, a shadow appeared, heading toward the restroom. Not again. Yuki no Shida's expression shifted. There was no mistaking that silhouette. Without hesitation, she stepped forward to intercept it. Kawasaki-san. What a coincidence. Huh? Kawasaki turned, pausing mid-step as Yuki no Shida's soft voice reached her. Oh, Yuki no Shida-san. Yeah, what a coincidence. Yuki no Shida nodded with a polite smile. Sigh. Kawasaki-san really had a knack for showing up at the worst possible moments. No. This time, she wouldn't let Kawasaki barge in and ruin things. Meanwhile, in the women's restroom, Hikuman had just been coerced into striking a shady deal with Kasumijoka. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Standing in the women's restroom for too long made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. All he wanted was to escape this nightmare. Leave? We just made a deal. Why rush off, Air-kun? Shouldn't we do something to seal the agreement? Kasumijoka's playful gaze roamed over him, making Hikuman squirm. Didn't I already let you touch my face? Ha. Just touching your face. That's it? Kasumijoka pouted, clearly unimpressed. Do I look like a woman who's so easily satisfied? Then what else do you want? Hee, what do you think? Hikuman froze as her gaze grew increasingly predatory. His instincts screamed danger. Wait. We're in the women's restroom. This is totally inappropriate. Oh, don't worry. I don't plan to devour you here, Air-kun. Then. What are you planning? Just one kiss. What? I want a kiss. A. K-kiss? Hikuman's face twisted in disbelief. Kasumijoka smiled sweetly. This was part of our agreement, wasn't it? You promised to fulfill my small requests. Air-kun is an honest, upstanding boy. You wouldn't go back on your word, right? Hikuman hesitated, his thoughts inevitably drifting to Yuki no Shida. After a few agonizing seconds, he clenched his jaw and reluctantly nodded, choosing to endure for now. I understand. Kasumijoka's grin widened as she licked her lips, her expression radiant with anticipation. Alright then. Let's do it. She tilted her head back slightly, inviting him with a playful posture. Hikuman had no choice but to lean closer, his eyes fixed on her soft, cherry-colored lips. Her lips were undeniably beautiful, the kind that could drive a man to madness. And yet, every fiber of his being resisted. He was racked with hesitation, guilt, unease, and tension. The sheer weight of all these emotions froze him in place. What's wrong? Kasumijoka asked, growing impatient with his sluggishness. Hikuman took a deep breath, squeezing his eyes shut. I don't know. It feels like there's an invisible barrier stopping me. Ah. I see now. Kasumijoka tapped her chin thoughtfully before her expression lit up in realization. Let me guess, you feel like kissing me would be a betrayal of Yuki no Shida? Alright then. I'll take the lead this time. What? You take the lead? Don't worry, Air-kun. I wouldn't want to force you into something you absolutely hate. I just want to properly dote on you. Standing at nearly the same height, Kasumijoka didn't even need to rise on her toes. She merely tilted her head forward. And then, under Hikuman's horrified gaze, her lips once again claimed his. They kissed. Again. Hikuman's mind blanked as he felt himself sinking into a deep abyss. All he wanted was to escape. But that devil wouldn't let him. Bit by bit, the darkness consumed him, leaving his thoughts in disarray. Without even realizing it, their lips intertwined deeply. This time, the kiss lasted for 5 whole minutes, far longer than any accidental brush of lips before. Longer than the kiss they'd shared that fateful night. Even longer than any kiss Hikuman had ever shared with Yuki no Shida. When it finally ended, Kasumijoka's face was flushed. Hikuman's, too, burned crimson. But while she smiled mischievously, he could only touch his lips in stunned silence. It was completely different. Yuki no Shida's kisses were soft and tender. Kasumijoka's were wild and untamed. In comparison, Kasumijoka's kisses felt. Wait. What am I even thinking? How could I compare Yuki no Shida to Kasumijoka? This is insane. Hikuman shook his head violently. Hikuman, you love Yuki no Shida. Don't let a kiss sway your heart. You cannot fall for Kasumijoka. Taking a shaky breath, he glanced warily at Kasumijoka, only to notice her shifting uncomfortably, her legs pressed tightly together. What's wrong with you now? He asked cautiously. Kasumijoka's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. Well, after kissing Air-kun for so long, I kind of really need to use the restroom. What? Kissing me made her need to pee? Hikuman stared at her, utterly dumbfounded. But before he could say anything, Kasumijoka turned, lifting the toilet lid, and began unbuttoning her uniform. Hey. Wait, was she seriously about to do that in front of him? Don't ignore me. Don't tempt me, Kasumijoka-senpai. Chapter 67, Yuki no Shida goes all out to protect her boyfriend and his lover. Senpai, you're going too far. With a slight blush on his cheeks, Hikigaya Hikuman voiced his frustration at Kasumijoka Utaha. Why did you force me to watch something like that? Didn't Air-kun enjoy it? Kasumijoka's tone was composed as she turned her back to Hikuman and bent over to flush the toilet. The perfect S-shaped curve of her figure made Hikuman instinctively avert his gaze. The sound of rushing water echoed through the restroom, matching the erratic pounding of his heart. Who would enjoy watching something like that? Kasumijoka turned around, smiling. From what I know, all boys have some hidden perverted tendencies. Deep down, they want to see certain unspeakable scenes, like what you just saw. Hikuman instinctively took a step back, his gaze darting away. There was no denying it. Kasumijoka-senpai's seductive ways were utterly overwhelming. Spending an entire senior year with someone like her. This won't do. I'll have to figure out a way to deal with this in the future. By the way, Air-kun, has Yuki no Shida ever shown you something like what I just did? Huh? Hikuman's jaw tightened. Of course not. She's nothing like you, such a pervert. PFFT, really? Even though you've seen every inch of her, something like this is a no-go? Can't a loving girlfriend indulge her boyfriend's unique preferences? I don't have any such preferences. Hikuman's tone was resolute, but Kasumijoka only chuckled, leaving the atmosphere in the restroom increasingly awkward. Hikuman was desperate to get out of this suffocating situation with this overwhelmingly seductive goddess. Senpai, let's just before we leave, I have one last question. Air-kun, who do you think is better looking? Me or Yuki no Shida? Kasumijoka's abrupt interruption froze Hikuman in his tracks. Hikuman hesitated for a few seconds, then cautiously replied, Senpai and Yuki no Shida are both beautiful in their own ways. Dummy, I'm not talking about looks. I mean just now. What? Hikuman's eyes widened as he looked at Kasumijoka, both embarrassed and frustrated. Who looked better? There's no way I can answer that. And stop asking such perverted questions. I'm only perverted for Air-kun. Seeing Hikuman's face turn a deep shade of red, Kasumijoka leaned closer, her smile deepening. You've gotten a good look at both of us before, right? So, be honest. Who's better? Remember, no favoritism. Come on, admit it. I'm better than Yuki no Shida, aren't I? Air-kun. Hikuman's body stiffened as images of the two girls unbiddenly flashed through his mind. Against his better judgment, he found himself comparing them. It's senpai. Crap. What am I even saying? Yuki no Shida, I'm so sorry. Kasumijoka's smile blossomed as she leaned in closer, her delicate face inches from his. Let me ask one more thing, Air-kun. When we kissed earlier, did it feel better than when you kissed Yuki no Shita? Or was it still me? As she spoke, Kasumi Joka gently blew on Hukuman's ear, her voice carrying a hint of teasing malice. Be honest. No lying. It's still Senpai. Yuki no Shita, I'm sorry again. I actually compared the two of you with her. Forgive me. Kasumi Joka chuckled lightly. Hee, Air-kun really is such an honest boy. Hukuman remained silent, consumed by guilt and regret. A deep sense of betrayal weighed heavily on him, suffocating him. Alright, then one last question, Air-kun. That night. Between me and Yuki no Shita, who was better? Hukuman's pupil shrank as his mind went blank. Of course, it's me, right? Utaha's smile was radiant, brimming with anticipation. This has crossed the line. Yuki no Shita, I swear I won't betray you on this. It's Yuki no Shita. You're lying, aren't you? TSK, I just called you an honest boy. I'm not. Hukuman's voice faltered. Not? Kasumi Joka giggled, licking her lips provocatively. If you really think Yuki no Shita is better, I, as a competitive woman, refuse to accept that. Her gaze was brimming with desire, and the implications in her tone were unmistakable. What are you planning? To prove that I'm better than your girlfriend in every way. Senpai, didn't you just say you wouldn't? Not in the restroom. I changed my mind. It's your fault for lying to me. I didn't. Whether you're lying or not, we'll find out soon enough. Stop. As Kasumi Joka pressed closer, Hukuman's heart raced, his breathing quickened. Senpai, we really can't today. Yesterday, I already. Kasumi Joka senpai and Hukuman were on the rooftop during lunch, and they didn't look like they were just talking about studying. And just now, they both disappeared suddenly. I don't know where they went, but maybe they're looking for books together or possibly went to the restroom together. In any case, the fact that they disappeared is a bad sign. Yuki no Shita-san, I know you're friends with Kasumi Joka senpai, but let me remind you, keep Hukuman away from her. That woman is definitely suspicious. Kawasaki spoke seriously, her expression stern as she relayed her observations to Yuki no Shita. Yuki no Shita was caught between laughter and tears. My dear Hukuman is missing, and Kawasaki-san is even more worried than I am. I understand. I'll keep an eye on them. Thank you for your concern, Kawasaki-san. With that, Kawasaki prepared to leave, but Yuki no Shita quickly stopped her. By the way, may I ask, Kawasaki-san, after a week has passed, have you found a boy you like? Huh? Ah. The usually composed Kawasaki blushed deeply, stammering, a boy I like? No way, a girl like me. Do you have one? Yuki no Shita pressed further, eager to keep Kawasaki occupied and prevent her from entering the restroom. There was no helping it. She had to stall Kawasaki. She couldn't let her interrupt Hukuman and Kasumi Joka. But the silence from the system was making Yuki no Shita anxious. Come on, I'm covering for you too. Why haven't you started yet? This is nerve-wracking. Hurry up and get to it. Don't tell me you went in there just for a kiss. Time is limited, there are only 3 days left to complete the husband care task. Ding. Kasumi Joka Utaha embraced Hikigaya Hukuman tightly. System points, +80. Upon hearing this, Yuki no Shita's eyes lit up. Oh? Could it be starting now? Please don't disappoint me. Chapter 68, did she find out about the husband care task? Ah, no wonder Air-kun looks so drained today. Turns out yesterday Yuki no Shita. Kasumi Joka looked Hukuman up and down, her gaze full of meaning as she pieced things together. Then, with a playful chuckle, she pressed on, curiosity brimming. How long did she keep you occupied? Hukuman's expression grew increasingly awkward. Come on, tell me. I won't make fun of your girlfriend. 3 hours. Just 3 who what? Kasumi Joka's composure shattered, her eyes widening in disbelief as she almost choked. How long? 3 hours. Hukuman confirmed with a sigh. Kasumi Joka probed cautiously, was it non-stop? That kind of thing? Pretty much. This is impossible. Kasumi Joka instinctively grabbed her head, utterly floored. Is it really that shocking? Hukuman sighed again. Snow. Yuki no Shita may seem frail on the surface, but in certain aspects, she's surprisingly assertive. He added with a resigned tone, that's why I said Yuki no Shita is better than you, senpai. Kasumi Joka was left speechless. She couldn't help but imagine herself in the same scenario. Nope, just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. But it seems like you're not entirely happy with your girlfriend's, rough treatment. Kasumi Joka ventured, her curiosity piqued again. Who said I wasn't happy? Judging by your worn-out face and slumped demeanor, I'd say Yuki no Shita might be a bit much for poor Erikun to handle. I see? I was right. Erikun is just a pitiful little weakling. Kasumijoka teased with a mischievous grin. Hukuman took a deep breath, discarding any remnants of masculine pride. Fine, yes, I'm weak. Please, Kasumijoka-senpai, have mercy on this feeble man. Kasumijoka giggled and shook her head, her tone softening. Actually, a guy being a little lacking in that department might make girls feel more protective. Erikun doesn't need to be so down about it. Huh. As if. Don't you girls hate guys who can't perform? Well, it depends on the girl. I can't speak for Yuki no Shita, but as for me. Kasumijoka's voice dropped to a tender, almost sultry tone. If it were me, I'd just want to protect Erikun even more. I'd want to take care of you, Hukuman. You. Hearing her call him by his first name for the first time, Hukuman couldn't help but blush. Kasumijoka chuckled. Oh, are you touched? Not at all. Damn it. Kasumijoka-senpai really knows how to hit a guy where it hurts. Hukuman had to admit, her words just now did make him feel a tiny bit moved. Actually, spending time with me might help you build confidence. I can train you, Erikun. Train me? Hukuman froze. That's right. Don't you want to satisfy your girlfriend? Or are you content to let her keep, overpowering you? Surely, as a man, you wouldn't want that, right? So, just leave it to me. I'll help you learn. This way, I relieve my study stress, and you gain some skills. Win-win, don't you think? Stop trying to make something so indecent sound so noble. Watching Hikuman's face turn crimson, Kasumijoka laughed again. Alright. Let's call it a day for now. Tomorrow, I'll give Erikun another lesson. Relieved, Hukuman sighed, only for his face to freeze at her next words. Tomorrow? What, you need 2 days to recover? Erikun, that's pathetic. No, it's not that. Hukuman stammered, his face reddening further. I just think doing this at school during the day is too much. And going out at night would affect my studies the next day. So, maybe. Let's wait until the weekend. He hoped to buy some time and figure out a way to deal with her. So 5 days? Kasumijoka's tone turned icy. 5 days without release? Do you know how much stress that builds up for me? Listen, Erikun. Tomorrow. At school. You're helping me relieve this stress. No excuses. But school is a sacred place for studying. We can't. Yes, exactly. School is for studying. Before Hikuman could argue further, Kasumijoka interrupted with a giggle. Tomorrow, I'll give Erikun a proper lesson. Don't worry, it'll be very educational. But there's no time. Hikuman tried to resist. Lunch break. Lunch break? The rooftop. No way. What if Kawasami catches us like today? Who said anything about the rooftop? Then. Where? You'll see. I've picked a special spot just for you, Erikun. A holy site, if you will. A holy site? Seeing Kasumijoka's unsettling smile, Hikuman felt a chill run down his spine. Kasumijoka grinned. I'll keep it a secret for now. But tomorrow, I promise you an experience unlike any other. You. Realizing he had no way out, Hikuman groaned inwardly. What do I do? Yuki no Shita, help me. Oh, by the way. Kasumijoka added casually, you haven't gone to the bathroom yet, have you? Meanwhile, outside, Kawasami sighed in exasperation. So, you still haven't taken a liking to any boys yet? My personal life is none of your business, Yuki no Shita. We're friends, aren't we? Yuki no Shita smiled gently. I really do hope you find someone special. Well, I'm going to college soon, and I have a bunch of younger siblings to look after. Dating. Can wait. Ah, I see. In the future, then. Alright. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to use the bathroom. After chatting with Yuki no Shita for a while, Kawasami finally hurried off, clearly at her limit. And just as she reached the restroom, she saw 2 figures, Kasumijoka and Hikuman, walking out together. Kawasami froze for a moment, her pupils shrinking. But her urgency left her no time to process the scene further as she dashed into the restroom. Meanwhile, Yuki no Shita, hiding behind a bookshelf, was fuming. Damn it. I went through all that trouble to stall Kawasami for you too. And this is how you repay me? Ugh, what a waste. The husband care task failed again. As she lamented, a sudden tap on her shoulder made her jump. Whirling around, she found herself face to face with a calm-looking girl. Excuse me, you're blocking the shelf. I need to grab a book. Oh, right, sorry. Yukino Shita quickly stepped aside, maintaining her composure. But inside, she was in turmoil. Why is Kata here? And did she overhear me talking about the husband care task? Chapter 69, Hikigaya vs. the three Gyaaru. After a day at school, Yukino Shita Yukino felt uneasy. It wasn't because of Hikigaya Hukuman's ambiguous relationship with Kasumijoka Utaha. In fact, she had long decided to turn a blind eye to their interactions. Whatever happened, happened. What truly worried her now was the main target of the quest, Ketu. That afternoon in the library, while secretly observing her boyfriend, Yukino Shita had a rather chilling encounter. Out of nowhere, Ketu had appeared behind her like a ghost. The two exchanged a few words for the first time. During their brief conversation, Ketu's calm demeanor sent shivers down Yukino Shita's spine. Yukino Shita couldn't shake the feeling that Ketu had overheard her mentioning the words husband care task. Yet, Ketu made no effort to expose her. Thinking back to previous chance encounters, Yukino Shita realized something terrifying. She had been observing Ketu. But Ketu had also been watching her. Yukino Shita broke out into a cold sweat. Ketu was truly terrifying. How could such a monstrous presence be hiding in so high? Ugh! This is too much. She slumped, groaning inwardly. Why did I have to offer my boyfriend up to this beast? This situation was unbearable. If only she'd chosen her older sister, Haruno, back then. Instead of Ketu. But wait. Haruno would have been just as terrifying. Ugh, so frustrating. Yukino Shita muttered under her breath. Anyway, I'll walk you here. Hukuman's voice suddenly broke her train of thought. Before she realized it, the two of them had arrived at the train station entrance. Okay. Yukino Shita replied, flashing her boyfriend a gentle smile. Hikigaya Hukuman's affection for Kasumijoka Utaha, 66 out of 100. Secret affair, Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level, 15 out of 100. After a series of tug-of-war moments throughout the day, Hukuman's affection for Kasumijoka had increased again. Ugh! How exhausting. Thankfully, she had managed to slightly lower his corruption level earlier through a painstaking 5-minute effort. She'd simply have to keep working at it. After bidding Yukino Shita farewell, Hukuman began his walk home, unconsciously touching his lips. Just a few minutes earlier, Yukino Shita had suggested they kiss secretly in a secluded spot. Shockingly, their kiss had lasted a full 5 minutes. Hukuman, utterly stunned, had been overjoyed by her initiative. His usually composed girlfriend had become quite the adorable little glutton for affection. But, as much as he liked it, his thoughts drifted back to the afternoon. Specifically, to Kasumijoka Utaha. He couldn't help but compare. Yukino Shita's lips were soft and sweet, but Kasumijoka's lips had a silky smoothness, like sinking into quicksand, inescapable no matter how hard he struggled. Damn it, Hukuman. What the hell are you thinking? Sure, Yukino Shita's figure doesn't compare to Kasumijoka's. Her kisses don't either. Heck, even in other ways, she's but so what? The person I love is Yukino Shita. Hukuman only loves her. He yelled into the night, only to frantically look around. Thankfully, no one was nearby. He sighed in relief. Phew. Close call. That almost became another black mark on my record. Still, he couldn't keep avoiding Kasumijoka forever. If he didn't act soon, she'd completely devour him. Letting go of some things was fine. But when it came to protecting Yukino Shita, he refused to back down. 10 minutes later, after coming up with absolutely no solutions, Hukuman returned home. His sister, Kamaki, greeted him with her usual cheerfulness, chirping on Ai-chan. Her cuteness was an instant balm for his troubled heart. After dinner, Hukuman got ready to go out again. Ai-chan, are you going to see UNA? Kamaki teased, pretending to wipe away imaginary tears. Finally, my brother understands the ways of love. I'm so proud. Go, hurry, and take care of UNA and her mom. Hukuman nearly tripped over himself. I'm just going for a walk, he replied coolly, slipping on his shoes and ignoring her dramatics. Stepping out, he muttered, why would I ever betray Yukino Shita? And besides, who in their right mind would visit a widow and her daughter at night? He headed toward the nearby park. The park was quiet as usual. Besides a few couples and the occasional elderly jogger, it was practically deserted, perfect for a socially awkward guy like Hukuman. If he jogged anywhere crowded, it'd be mortifying. And running into someone he knew? Forget it. The fewer people, the better. After a few minutes, he arrived and began jogging. Half an hour later, utterly drained, Hukuman came to a halt in a far corner of the park. All right, that's enough for today, he panted. Not because I'm tired. It's just, I miss my adorable sister, Kamaki. Just as he was about to head back, he heard something faint, voices arguing in the distance. Curious, he edged closer. Peeking from behind a tree, he spotted 3 gyro-like girls surrounding another girl, cornering her against a tree. Judging by their uniforms, they weren't from Sobya High. You? Be Hayama's girlfriend? Don't make me laugh. Break up with him. Stay away, or else. Did you hear me? Break up. Hayama doesn't belong to someone like you. The leader, a brunette, ordered her lackeys with a cold sneer. Slap her. Yes, Nagami. The lackeys responded with malicious glee, advancing menacingly. The air was thick with hostility. Clearly, things were about to escalate. Hayama? Girlfriend? Hukuman's brow furrowed. Wait. That girl. Could it be? He considered calling the police but realized it'd take too long. By the time they arrived, the girl would likely be beaten to a pulp. With a sigh of resignation, Hukuman stepped out from behind the tree and approached the Gyro trio. Chapter 70, Mira, your stamina is incredible, you wouldn't dare. Backed against a tree, Mira gritted her teeth as she glared coldly at the 3 Gyro closing in on her. Her hands instinctively moved to shield herself, adopting a defensive stance. Oh? You think we wouldn't? Blame yourself for becoming Hayama's girlfriend. The smirks on the 2 girls' faces turned wicked, their intentions clear as they advanced step by step. You all. Seeing this, Mira instinctively tried to back away, but there was no path behind her, only the unyielding bark of a tree. Do it. Ordered the chestnut-haired girl leading the trio. Got it. Without a moment's hesitation, one of the girls grabbed Mira's chin in an iron grip. Meanwhile, another girl raised her right hand high into the air, poised to deliver a hard slap. Terrified, Mira's body trembled, and her eyes instinctively shut tight. In that moment of despair, a certain blonde-haired boy's face surfaced in her mind. She silently prayed that he would appear to save her. Hayama, help. Wait. A voice suddenly interrupted, halting the raised hand in midair. Hayama? Mira's heart leapt with joy, and she immediately opened her eyes, looking toward the voice's source. However, when she saw who it was, her face froze, and the hope inside her plummeted into disappointment. Hayama? The 3 Gyro turned, startled, and quickly looked in the direction of the voice. When they saw it was just Hikigaya, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. The leader of the group, the chestnut-haired girl, arched an eyebrow and gave Hikigaya a sinister look. Who are you? As she spoke, the 2 girls beside her followed suit, eyeing him maliciously, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Hikigaya broke into a cold sweat. Wow. These girls mean business. I'm a guy, for crying out loud. Don't tell me you're planning to rough me up too? I'm Hikigaya, a student at Sobya High. Also. He took a deep breath and introduced himself calmly. I'm a classmate of the girl behind you. Sobya High? Her classmate. Oh, I get it, you're secretly in love with her, huh? TSK, TSK. A pathetic simp, dreaming about a girl who's already been warming another man's bed, the trio sneered mockingly at Hikigaya. Remaining composed, Hikigaya replied, No. You've got it all wrong. I'm not here to play the hero. I just wanted to give you a little reminder. A reminder? About what? Mira-san isn't Hayama's girlfriend. They're not together. In fact, they've never even kissed, let alone done anything else. So shut up. Before the Gyro could react, Mira exploded with rage, glaring furiously at Hikigaya. Like I said. He continued, completely ignoring Mira's outburst, you've misunderstood. Then, addressing the leader directly, he said, there's no point in picking on her. Hayama isn't dating her, and honestly, he doesn't even really like her that much. You're just wasting your time here. Hikigaya. Mira nearly broke down when she heard him say that Hayama didn't like her. If her legs hadn't been injured, she might have lunged at him to teach him a lesson. The 3 Gyro exchanged uncertain glances. The leader, Nagami, glanced at Mira, who was still flushed with anger, then turned her eyes back to Hikigaya. After a moment of thought, she asked skeptically, and why should I believe you? Calmly, Hikigaya answered, I have Hayama's contact number. If you don't believe me, I can give it to you, and you can ask him yourself. You have Hayama's number? Nagami's tone was full of surprise. Mira's face immediately darkened. Hikigaya. You're not giving them his number. Ignoring her, Hikigaya nodded and said, yes, I'll give it to you right now. To Mira's utter disbelief and fury, Hikigaya coolly recited Hayama's phone number for the trio. Nagami, I've heard that Hayama's number ends with 21. This one seems legit. One of the girls whispered to the leader. Nagami nodded. Whether or not it was real could easily be confirmed with a quick call. But judging by Hikigaya's demeanor, it probably wasn't a fake. You're not bad at all, Hikigaya from Sobya High. Alright, I'll remember you. Nagami flashed a satisfied grin. Hikigaya forced an awkward smile. Phew, that was close. They're Hayama's problem now, Thank goodness. Please don't come after me. A few minutes later, the Gyaro trio finally left. Hikigaya let out a deep breath, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. Now it was just him and Mira. Honestly, being alone with her felt a bit awkward. Especially since Mira's face was now stormy with anger as she glared at him, looking like she might strangle him on the spot. I'll get going now. Bye. I can't take this anymore. Time to run. However, wait. Mira suddenly called out. Oh no. She's going to kill me for giving out Hayama's number, isn't she? Is there something else? Hikigaya turned back cautiously. Mira's expression was still furious, but after gritting her teeth for a moment, she reluctantly muttered, tonight. Thank you. Huh? Did Mira-sama just thank me? Is the sun rising in the west today? Ahem. Well, okay. I guess Mira isn't such a bad person after all. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Hikigaya prepared to brush it off and leave. But then he noticed something unusual. Mira was still sitting on the ground, holding her thigh. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, Hey, what's wrong with your leg? Did those girls? No. Mira shook her head. After hesitating for a moment, she admitted, It's my own fault. I tripped earlier while running. Running? Yeah. I've been running for almost 2 hours. She said calmly. 2 hours. Hikigaya's eyes widened in disbelief. So this is the power of a true athlete. No wonder she fell. Running for that long, especially in the dark, was bound to lead to exhaustion. Mira snorted. Humphrey. If it weren't for my injured leg and being so worn out, I wouldn't have been scared of them. Hikigaya wisely decided not to comment. Those Gyaro had been intimidating enough that even he, a guy, wasn't sure he could take them in a fight. So, he hesitated before asking, Do you need any help? You? Help me? No, thanks. Mira shot him a cold look. Even though I appreciate what you did earlier. Humphrey. Just looking at you is irritating. The farther away you stay, the better. Otherwise, I might not be able to hold back from yelling at you. Hikigaya, who had originally planned to leave, found himself pausing. Holding back from yelling at me? Sigh. You're actually pretty kind, Mira. Chapter 71, Mira kisses Hikigaya. Hikigaya Hikiman's favorability rating with Miro Yumiko, 69 out of 100. Yuki no Shida, leisurely soaking in the bath while playing with a rubber duck, froze in shock. She had just been checking her data panel and suddenly noticed that Hikigaya had developed a favorability rating with Mira. It was important to note that the favorability metric only appeared when two people had interacted meaningfully. Just last week, despite being in the same class, Mira and Hikigaya had no interaction whatsoever, not even a single exchange of words. Hence, there had been no data recorded. But now, a favorability rating had surfaced. This could only mean that these two had encountered each other tonight. And even had a conversation. 69? Hikigaya-kun's favorability rating with her is this high? Yuki no Shita raised an eyebrow. She clearly remembered Mira holding no favorable impression of Hikigaya. If anything, she frequently mocked him during their second year of high school. Yet Hikigaya-kun, surprisingly, held such a high opinion of her? Truly incomprehensible. So, Mira-san is also a potential romantic target? But doesn't she have feelings for Hayama? Yuki no Shita pondered. Her relationship with Mira was far from friendly, one could even say it was downright hostile. The two had clashed multiple times in the past. And now, this girl, who was practically an adversary, had become a potential romantic rival for her beloved. Hey, how amusing. Instead of feeling upset, a sly smile tugged at the corners of Yuki no Shita's lips. A wicked idea suddenly popped into her mind. By the way, she had yet to use her forced intimate card today. Frankly speaking, if any girl approached Hikigaya and said, Please help me, Hikigaya-kun, he'd probably get goosebumps and run for the hills. But if a girl snapped at him with, Get lost. Stay as far away as possible. Who needs your help anyway? Hikigaya would feel strangely reassured, convinced that such a girl posed no threat to him. Just like now. Looking at the angry Mira before him, who seemed to want nothing more than to curse him out, Hikigaya couldn't help but feel an inexplicable urge to help her. After a few moments of deliberation, he squatted down in front of her. Seeing this, Mira's eyes widened. What are you doing? Climb on. I'll take you home. Huh? Don't be stubborn. You're in no condition to get home on your own. I told you already. Mira gritted her teeth. Watch out, or I might just curse you out. That's fine. Curse me all you want. You. Before I change my mind, hurry up. It's already late. Mira fell silent, staring at the boy's back. She glanced at her injured leg. Finally, she took a deep breath, hesitated, and reluctantly climbed onto Hikigaya's back. You're heavy. Before she could finish speaking, Hikigaya complained aloud. Mira's expression darkened immediately, and she snapped, "What did you just say? How am I heavy? I'm only knee," but she quickly cut herself off, realizing she was about to reveal a critical piece of a girl's secret. With a cold snort, she retorted, "If you can't handle it, put me down." Ahem. It's my first time carrying someone, so I'm not used to it. Your first time? Hearing this, Mira's heart skipped a beat. Now that she thought about it, this was her first time being carried by a boy too. Not even Hayama had. As memories of the blonde boy surfaced, her emotions grew chaotic and conflicted. If only the one carrying her now were Hayama. What were you about to say earlier, Mira-san? I didn't catch it. Huh? Snapping back to reality, Mira's face flushed. And nothing. Just hurry up. My house is nearby. Oh, okay. Hikigaya nodded and quickened his pace toward the park's exit. A few minutes later, Mira couldn't hold back any longer. Could you stop bouncing so much? You're making my whole body jiggle. Sorry, Mira-san's legs are, a bit slippery. Her legs? Slippery? Mira looked down at her thighs. Now that she thought about it, her legs were naturally smooth and soft. Coupled with all the sweat from running earlier, they were indeed a bit slippery. Ugh. Mira's cheeks turned crimson again as she stammered, "Why you? Just be more careful." Hikigaya grunted in acknowledgement. While he seemed calm, Mira was anything but. Only now did she realize she was wearing a tight-fitting sports top and a miniskirt. Her bare thighs pressed against a boy's back. Her upper body pressed close to him. This was the first time she had ever been in such close contact with a boy. And the boy wasn't Hayama. Her emotions became increasingly tangled. Meanwhile, Hikigaya adjusted her position again. Mira flushed and hissed, "Idiot. Are you trying to drop me? I'm just making sure you don't fall. Don't worry, I won't let go." As he spoke, Hikigaya tightened his grip on her legs. "You." Mira gritted her teeth, her face a deep shade of red. She wanted to yell at him but stopped herself when she saw how exhausted he looked, sweat dripping from his forehead. She sighed, quietly resting her head against his shoulder. To lighten his load, she even wrapped her arms around his neck. Such a considerate girl, Mira-san. Hikigaya thought to himself. Without dwelling on it, he continued walking toward her house. Mira, however, was far less composed. Her cheek brushed against his neck as her thoughts swirled chaotically. His scent filled her senses. She couldn't help but glance up at him. Sweaty, yes, but strangely attractive. In fact, his features weren't much different from Hayama's. No, he almost felt like Hayama himself. Before she knew it, her heart began to race. Unconsciously, she leaned forward. Her lips drew closer to his. "Thank you, Hayama-kun." The next moment, she kissed him. Hikigaya, entirely unprepared, froze. His grip almost slipped as his mind short-circuited. "Thank you, Hayama? Mira-san, are you blind? I'm Hikigaya Hukuman." Chapter 72, Mira in tears. You're not Hayama." As their lips parted, Mira stared at Hukuman in stunned disbelief. Hukuman turned his head, his tone exasperated. "Mira-san, what's going on with you? How could you mistake me for someone else?" Mira clutched her mouth, her voice trembling. "You. Ugh. How could I have mistaken you for Hayama? What is wrong with me?" Hukuman fell silent. After a brief pause, he spoke. "Maybe, deep down, Mira-san really wanted this man to be Hayama. That's why your mind tricked you." Mira bit her lip, unable to refute his words. "Let's just pretend this didn't happen." Taking a deep breath, Hukuman instinctively tightened his grip on her thighs to ensure she didn't slip. Mira didn't react. She simply went quiet. A few minutes later. Sob. Sob. A faint sound of crying reached Hukuman's ears. He froze. Wait. That sound. Don't tell me. Hukuman immediately turned his head to glance at the blonde girl behind him. Mira's hands were clenched tightly, gripping his clothes as she buried her face into his back, her shoulders shaking as she wept. Hukuman's pupils contracted, and an ache shot through his chest. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of most things. Getting hit, being insulted, none of that mattered to him. But if a girl suddenly started crying in front of him because of him, that was a pain worse than sitting through an entire day of math lectures. "Mira-san." Hukuman opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to let her down. But Mira shook her head, her voice trembling. "Don't. Just keep walking." "But I'm fine. Strong on the outside, fragile on the inside." She's just like Yuki no Shida, Hukuman thought. He could roughly guess why Mira was crying. Her first kiss was taken, and the experience had left her feeling upset and wronged. After all, for a sentimental girl, such a precious moment was meant to be shared with the boy she loved most. "I'm sorry." Why are you apologizing? Because I'm not Hayama. Hakuman took a deep breath and continued, his tone calm. If it had been Hayama, Mira-san wouldn't be crying right now. You wouldn't feel this hurt. But I'm not him, and I never will be. For that, I'm sorry. You. Mira's sobs grew louder. Hakuman said nothing. Athletic. Fit. Beautiful. Strong on the outside, soft on the inside. And actively interested in you. Hayama, man. You don't know how good you've got it. And what's your response? Offering her that polished, professional fake smile of yours every day? Seriously, I could punch you right now, Hayama. After hesitating for a moment, Hakuman added, Mira-san, about what happened just now. You could just think of it as kissing a stuffed toy or something. Pretend I wasn't even human. Huh? If you convince yourself I'm not human, then when you eventually kiss the boy you love, you can still say your first kiss is intact? Mira, still sniffling, blinked in confusion. What kind of comfort was that supposed to be? But it kind of made sense. After all, she never really thought of Hakuman as a normal person to begin with. Ahem. Seeing her calm down, Hakuman sighed in relief. Feeling a bit better? Humphrey. None of your business. Her face flushed, Mira turned her head away with a huff. Well, I'll keep walking then. Hakuman chuckled dryly and continued forward. Mira, meanwhile, quietly observed the boy carrying her so carefully. From the moment he appeared out of nowhere to save her from those 3 bullies, to now, as he carried her home, he hadn't said a single gentle word. He didn't have Hayama's soft tone or kind demeanor. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, she found herself thinking that the boy carrying her was incredibly kind. Her lips tightened, and she murmured to herself, I think I might finally understand why that idiot Yua likes you so much. Huh? Hakuman stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Mira's face turned red as she snapped, Hey! Watch it. And stop gripping my legs so hard. Cough, cough. Mira-san, please don't say such weird things. Weird things? Mira raised an eyebrow, her tone sharp. How is that weird? Humphrey. I'm telling you the truth. Yua likes you. She's liked you for a whole year. And you ignored her and chose Yuki no Shida. You is such a good girl. Her voice rose with frustration. Cough, cough. Hakuman's embarrassment was palpable as he stammered. Sorry, I didn't know. You didn't know? Really, I didn't. Humphrey. Fine. Let's say you didn't know. But from now on, break up with Yuki no Shida and go be with Yua. She's a great girl, and you'll definitely be happier with her than Yuki no Shida. That's impossible. And why not? What does Yuki no Shida have that Yua doesn't? Yua is way more gentle. But their bickering continued all the way to Mira's doorstep, a surprising feat considering they'd barely exchanged words all of second year. When they arrived at her house, Mira coughed softly and said, Just drop me off here. I'll call my mom for help. Hakuman nodded and gently let her down. Well, I'll be heading out then. Wait, Mira stopped him. Hikigaya, about what happened today. I'm really grateful. But you'd better pretend none of it happened. Got it? Got it. And one more thing, don't forget about Yua. Huh? What? You is amazing. She's way too good for someone like you. Consider yourself lucky, you fish-eyed loser. Cough, cough. Let's talk about this later. Seeing Mira revert to her usual fiery queen of flame self, Hakuman could only laugh helplessly. Even if I had to choose, it definitely wouldn't be Yua. Cough. Anyway, as a pure-hearted romantic, I'm not about to get involved with Yua. In this lifetime, you and I are destined to remain friends, nothing more. After bidding Mira farewell, Hakuman started heading home. But for some reason, he paused and glanced over his shoulder at the empty street behind him. That's strange. Maybe I'm imagining things. Muttering to himself, he shook his head and walked on. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following him. Meanwhile, inside her house, Mira instinctively touched her lips, her mind dazed. Sigh. How am I supposed to pretend that didn't happen? If only he weren't the one Yua likes. Otherwise. Ugh. Wait. What am I even thinking? She slapped her cheeks hard, trying to clear her head. I like Hayama. There's no way I'd fall for Hikigaya just because of a kiss. Absolutely not. No way. Mira shook her head vigorously, trying to banish the image of the dark-haired, deadpan boy who had saved her, kissed her, and comforted her tonight. But the harder she tried, the more vividly his face lingered in her mind. Chapter 73, The Forbidden Locker Room. Kasumidoka's temptation in Yuki no Shida's clothes. The next morning at school, Hakuman noticed something unusual. There were far too many girls acting suspiciously around him. Airi constantly stole glances at him from time to time. Senior Kazumi was also restless today, repeatedly nudging his chair with her foot. These two were nothing new, their antics had become routine. But the real surprises were Mira and Kawasaki. During the morning self-study session, the two of them kept sneaking glances at him. Was Mira still hung up about yesterday's accident? And Kawasaki, was she still thinking about the awkward incident in the restroom last time? Sigh. In any case, they were all acting strange. The only person who seemed remotely normal was the girl sitting next to him, Ketu. Hikigaya-kun, is there something on my face? You've been staring at me for a while now. Suddenly, Ketu turned to him with an unnervingly direct gaze. Hukuman nearly jumped out of his seat. Ketu, are you a ninja? How do you notice everything? But fortunately, his mental fortitude held firm. He quickly regained composure. Ahem. No, nothing like that. I was just thinking how particularly cute you look today, Ketu-san. Eh? Oi, Air-kun, you wouldn't happen to have intentions toward Ketu-san, would you? Kazumajoka's dissatisfied voice chimed in as she discreetly jabbed his chair with her foot. Of course not. Hukuman protested, his lips twitching in frustration. Oh really? Complimenting a girl on her cuteness, it's practically a confession. It was just a polite compliment. Yeah, sure. Kazumajoka scoffed. Seeing the two of them bicker, Ketu tilted her head slightly and asked curiously, Hikigaya-kun, Kazumajoka-senpai, you two seem to get along really well, don't you? Of course. I'm this guy's girlfriend's best friend, so it's only natural for me to take care of him. Kazumajoka declared with a grin. Ah, I see. Ketu nodded, as if it all made perfect sense. Right, Air-kun? Kazumajoka added teasingly. Hukuman groaned inwardly, choosing to ignore her entirely. Meanwhile, Airi, who sat in front of Hukuman, was grinding her teeth, clearly struggling to resist turning around to join the conversation. As the morning self-study session ended, Airi wasted no time. She spun around, only to freeze when she saw Kazumajoka leaning unnaturally close to Hukuman, her posture looking suspiciously intimate. What are you two doing? Airi exclaimed. Oh, just expressing some love and affection, right, Air-kun? Kazumajoka replied smugly. Affection? Airi's eyes widened in disbelief. Senpai, please stop making things worse. Hukuman groaned, wishing he could sew her mouth shut. Airi quickly composed herself. Familiar with Kazumajoka's antics, she ignored her and turned to Hukuman instead. I heard you went to Kazumajoka's house last weekend to help her clear abyss mode in that game. Is that true? Yeah. Hukuman admitted, already sensing where this was heading. Don't tell me you want my help too. No, that's impossible. A tsundere like Airi wouldn't just outright ask for help. But then... Well, Hukuman-kun, see, could you help me clear abyss mode this weekend too? Airi stammered, her voice growing softer with each word, her cheeks turning pink as she looked down. What? Hukuman was stunned. A tsundere asking for help? Is this even allowed? Before he could respond, Kazumajoka cut in sharply. My dear Air-kun's girlfriend wouldn't approve of that. Airi shot her a defiant glare. Then why were you allowed to ask for his help? Kazumajoka smirked. Because I cleared it with his girlfriend first, of course. Then I'll just do the same. Airi declared, turning back to Hukuman with determination. Hukuman was at a loss for words. Was she seriously planning to talk to Yuki Noshida? Sure, go ahead, if she agrees. Fine. I'll go talk to her later. Airi huffed before turning away. Hukuman heaved a sigh of relief. There was no way Yuki Noshida would agree to something like this. As lunch break approached, Hukuman headed toward a particular classroom, rather than his usual spot on the rooftop. More precisely, a changing room. Yes, the sacred place Kazumajoka mentioned the day before was none other than the girls' locker room. After ensuring the coast was clear, Hukuman took a deep breath and cautiously pushed the door open. The first thing he saw was Kazumajoka slipping into a gym uniform. Her S-shaped figure was fully on display, causing Hukuman to immediately turn around. Why? Why here of all places? Because it's private. No one comes here at lunch. Kazumajoka said nonchalantly. But why the locker room for Class J? Kazumajoka chuckled. Oh, you'll understand soon enough, Air-kun. For now, just turn around. You're done changing? I don't mind if you look, you know. Besides, you've already seen everything once before. This is about principles. Fine, principles. Once she confirmed he wasn't looking, she teased, I'm ready now, turn around. Hukuman reluctantly turned back, only to freeze. The gym uniform clung tightly to Kazumajoka's body, highlighting her curves to an almost unbearable degree. It was borderline scandalous. How do I look? Kazuma Joka tugged at the hem of the shorts, the elastic snapping lightly against her thigh. Hukuman raised an eyebrow. That uniform doesn't even fit you properly. Good eye. Kazuma Joka replied with a sly smile. That's because it's not mine. She pointed to the name stitched onto the front of the uniform. Hukuman squinted, his eyes widening in disbelief. The name read, Yukinoshita Yukino. You. Why are you wearing Yukinoshita's gym uniform? Well, if we're going to push boundaries, might as well go all the way. Kazuma Joka said, folding her arms beneath her chest with a devilish grin. The exaggerated contours of her figure almost seemed ready to burst out of the tight fabric. Senpai, you. Hukuman felt the words catch in his throat. If he could describe her in one word right now, it would undoubtedly be let's not waste time, Air-kun. Kazuma Joka interrupted, pulling him closer. The scent of her perfume mingled with the faint trace of Yukinoshita's lingering fragrance on the uniform. This combination, this forbidden allure was too much. This is pure madness. Chapter 74, Senpai, I'll agree to anything but we need protection. Senpai, maybe. We shouldn't. This place feels too risky. Someone might find us. Huh. We've come this far, and now you want to run away, Air-kun? But. Don't worry, I've already planned ahead. We'll hide behind the lockers in the farthest corner of the changing room. That spot's a blind spot. Even if someone comes in, they won't see us. Kazuma Joka released Hukuman and glanced thoughtfully at the lockers. If you're still paranoid and someone really does come in, we can just hide inside the lockers. Hukuman fell silent. His gaze dropped, his heart heavy. The guilt of what he was about to do with Kazuma Joka weighed on him. Images of Yukinoshita, who trusted him so much, flashed in his mind. The pangs of self-reproach were unbearable. Air-kun, come on, let's head to the corner. Kazuma Joka tugged him into the farthest corner of the changing room. The corner had a small window. Looking down through it, the schoolyard was visible below. No, this won't work. Seeing the window, Hukuman's expression shifted. This spot's no good. The students on the field could see us. Huh. Kazuma Joka glanced at the schoolyard below. It's noon. There's hardly anyone out there, and those who are too focused on playing. Who'd even look this way? Regardless, it's too risky. Senpai, can't we pick another spot? Another spot? Kazuma Joka's lips twitched. She crossed her arms, clearly irritated. Fine, then suggest one. Let me think. Maybe. Hukuman coughed awkwardly. I'll figure something out another day. Humphrey. You drag me here and expect me to leave empty-handed? Kazuma Joka chuckled, clearly exasperated. Look, it's just this spot. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for what happens next. She suddenly pulled out her phone and waved it in front of him. Hukuman's pupils dilated in shock. His earlier resolve to resist immediately crumbled. With a defeated sigh, he said, I understand. Her stern expression melted into a satisfied grin. Kazuma Joka patted his shoulder. See? That's the spirit. A man should honor his promises. But, senpai. About the gym clothes. Hukuman's gaze was troubled as he looked at the gym uniform Kazuma Joka wore. Yukinoshita's gym uniform. I'm not changing. Kazuma Joka dismissed the idea with a wave of her hand. Wearing her uniform is half the fun. It's meant to stimulate you, Air-kun. I'm just worried. Worried that if it gets dirty, Yukinoshita might notice. She won't. We'll just be careful, won't we? Kazuma Joka smiled slyly at him. Don't tell me you lack confidence in me or in yourself? I lack confidence in both. Huh, don't be so hard on yourself. Besides, her class doesn't have PE today. Worst case, if it does get dirty, I'll just wash it for her. Hukuman fell into resigned silence. He could tell that no matter what he said, Kazuma Joka wasn't taking off that uniform. I understand. He said at last, exhaling heavily. Good boy. Kazuma Joka's grin grew wider as she leaned closer to Hukuman, clearly intending to kiss him. But just as she was about to, senpai, wait. Do you, have any protection? Huh? What are you talking about? Her face froze in confusion, then turned to mild annoyance. Don't play dumb. You know what I mean. Hukuman deadpanned. Kazuma Joka cleared her throat awkwardly. I didn't bring any. Hukuman's eyes lit up, and he feigned disappointment. Then it's a no-go. I'm not taking any risks. I can't have senpai ending up pregnant. Kazuma Joka smirked. Well, what a coincidence. Today just so happens to be my safe day. No risk at all. Excuse me? Unfazed by his final attempt at escape, Kazuma Joka countered casually, and even if there's a slim chance, well, we can just have the baby, can't we? No way. Hukuman's mind screamed. He'd only ever thought about having kids with Yuki Shida. This was his last stand, his unshakable boundary. Relax, I'm just teasing you. Kasumijoka chuckled. Air-kun, during the safe period, there's a 99% chance it won't happen. Just trust me, okay? Hukuman closed his eyes, letting out a deep sigh. I understand. At this point, there was no turning back. Hukuman's thoughts turned to Yuki Shida once more. I'm sorry, Yuki Shida. I tried my best. As Kasumijoka leaned in, she abruptly paused, her voice taking on a teasing tone. By the way, before we start, has Yuki Shida ever, bitten you? Bitten? Yeah. My neck, my ear, stuff like that. Huh, you two really are pure. What? Hukuman blinked in confusion, utterly lost at her implications. You'll see soon enough, Air-kun. You're about to learn something new. Kasumijoka smiled mischievously, her lips curling in anticipation. Meanwhile, near the changing room, Yuki Shida hid by the staircase. She wanted to be closer, but standing at the door felt too conspicuous and she didn't want to risk them noticing. Ding. Kasumijoka Utaha is currently doing. With Hikigaya Hukuman, reading the system's message, Yuki Shida froze, her eyes widening. What? She's doing that with my Hukuman? Kasumijoka-senpai. Isn't that dirty? Her hands trembled as she instinctively touched her lips, her heart racing. She had never even considered such things. For minutes, Yuki Shida remained in a daze. The system notifications kept coming, one after another. This is too much. Her legs gave out, and she slumped onto the cold stairs, clutching herself. Hukuman. My Hukuman. Tears welled up in her eyes as her voice cracked. The pain in her chest was unbearable, like needles piercing her heart. No. I trust him. I trust Hukuman. He loves me. He only loves me. She murmured, trying to convince herself. Yet, deep down, her resolve faltered. Unconsciously, her hand reached for the pair of movie-watching glasses in her pocket. Chapter 75, This is not good, senpai. You're too overwhelming. No. No way. The moment Yuki Shida pulled out the movie-watching glasses, her entire body trembled. What? What am I doing? How could I take out something so awful? It was the system's previous reward, a pair of movie-watching glasses that allowed her to see unspeakable events between Hukuman and other women. She had to throw them away. They had to be discarded immediately. Doesn't the host want to see Hukuman's unyielding love and resolve for you? It's just watching. What harm could it do? The system's persuasive voice quickly chimed in. But Yuki Shida was utterly conflicted. She really wanted to see the unwavering love of her husband as he resisted the advances of that senpai. It would definitely be amusing. But, ugh. Watching her beloved endure such a thing with another woman while she enjoyed it, wasn't that far too immoral? What kind of girlfriend would do something like this? If the host watches, there will be additional point bonuses. What did you say? Yuki Shida's eyes widened. How much of a bonus? Watching for 10 minutes grants a 5% bonus. Watching for 20 minutes grants a 10% bonus, and so on, up to a maximum of 30%, This. Yuki Shida hesitated. Even 5%, no matter how small, was still something. If that's the case. Ugh. This is all for the sake of gaining more points. It's not because I want to watch. With those points, she could save her beloved husband. So, forgive me, Hukuman. I am such a terrible girlfriend. In the end, Yuki Shida's trembling hands put on the red viewing glasses. The moment the scene appeared before her eyes, Yuki Shida's body jolted as though struck by lightning, shivering for a few moments. Her eyes widened as she soaked in every detail, not wanting to miss a single frame. The quality is so low. I can't see clearly. Wait. You can even do that? Senpai really knows what she's doing. Just as Yuki Shida was engrossed in the scene, savoring every detail, a figure unknowingly approached her from the staircase below. Huh? Yuki Shida-san? The sudden arrival of another girl made Yuki Shida's expression shift dramatically. Her entire body froze as she instinctively jumped to her feet. Kato-san? Quite the coincidence. Kato greeted her casually, her eyes briefly glancing at the glasses Yuki Shida wore. Were you studying, Yuki Shida-san? Yuki Shida forced an awkward smile. Ah. Yes, that's right. Phew, that was close. Luckily, she had a book in her hands. Otherwise, things might have completely fallen apart. And you, Kato-san? I'm here to clean the locker room for our class. Huh? All by yourself? Yes. As Kato was about to leave, Yuki Shida hesitated for a moment before offering, how about I help you out? I don't have much to do right now anyway. That's not necessary, is it? As a member of the service club, helping out classmates is what I do. Yuki Noshita smiled gracefully. Since lunch break is limited, if I help, you can finish faster and have more time to rest. Well, thank you, then. Don't mention it. Helping each other out is what classmates do. Thank you. Kato said again with genuine gratitude. The two girls headed upstairs toward the locker room. As they passed the J-class locker room, Yuki Noshita's gaze lingered on it briefly before she suddenly spoke up. By the way, Kato-san, are you in any clubs or activities? She deliberately raised her voice, intending to catch the attention of the two inside the J-class locker room. This was all she could do for her beloved. Clubs or activities? No, I'm not. Kato shook her head. Really? Not even one? The two began chatting casually as they walked toward the B-class locker room. Half an hour later. Hurry up. Let's go. What's the rush? Kasumi Jouka, now dressed in her uniform, stretched languidly, her S-shaped figure becoming even more alluring and mature, as though exuding an irresistible fragrance. Seeing the seductive sight before him, the anxious Hookman snapped irritably, "Didn't you hear voices outside earlier? Let's get out of here already." As he spoke, he carefully returned Yuki Noshita's gem clothes to the cabinet. TCH. No one saw us, what's there to worry about? What if they did? Hey. I bet. Kasumi Jouka leaned lazily against a chair, her exaggerated curves pressing into its surface, making it groan. Is it because you overheard Yuki Noshita? Did that fluster you? Honestly, you're quite adorable, Hookman you. Hookman instinctively took a step back, his voice steady but firm. If Yuki Noshita was around, there's a good chance she could come into the locker room. Fine, fine. I'll put on my shoes. Just hurry up. As Kasumi Jouka lazily tied her shoes, Hookman sighed heavily. Outwardly calm, he was inwardly a bundle of nerves. Hey, Kasumi Jouka spoke as she slipped on her shoes. So, how did it feel just now? It was nothing special. What kind of nothing special? Man. Kasumi Jouka's teasing smile lingered as her stocking-clad foot lightly tapped his leg. Her toe playfully traced circles on his thigh. Cut it out. Hookman swatted her foot away and replied in a low voice, You and Yuki Noshita are incomparable. Yuki Noshita is the best. Oh? Kasumi Jouka raised an eyebrow in surprise. You sure talk tough. But just now, for 30 minutes, you weren't saying that Hookman averted his gaze, unable to meet Kasumi Jouka's teasing eyes. Kasumi Jouka finished tying her shoes and slowly stood up. Hey. No need to say it now. But don't worry, there's plenty of time. I'll make you admit it someday, Hookman. She moved closer and gently wrapped her arms around him. Hookman stiffened, instinctively trying to resist. But after a few seconds of struggle, he gave up and allowed himself to be embraced by the senpai's soft, warm figure. There was no denying it. In every way. Senpai was too overwhelming. Although Yuki Noshita excelled in many areas, when it came to pleasing a man, Kasumi Jouka's skills were. No matter how great Kasumi Jouka might be. Hookman loved Yuki Noshita. Senpai's allure was irrelevant. In Hookman's heart, Yuki Noshita would always come first. Yuki Noshita was the best. Chapter 76, Addicted Yuki Noshita, this is not enough. I need more. Air-kun, let's book a room next time. As soon as Hookman cautiously stepped out of the changing room, a bombshell statement hit his ears. His entire body stiffened, and he stared at Kasumi Jouka in utter disbelief. Kasumi Jouka smiled slyly. What do you think? No way. Hookman instantly denied it without a second thought, lowering his voice. Senpai, please keep it down. What if they hear us in the changing room? We're already at the stairwell. How could they possibly hear us? Kasumi Jouka teased, trailing her finger in circles on Hookman's back. Half an hour was far too short. It didn't feel fulfilling at all. But if we went to a couple's hotel, the possibilities. We're still at school. Hookman protested. How about after school then? I always go home with Yuki Noshita. She'd definitely notice. What a shame. Kasumi Jouka sighed in mock regret. There's still so much knowledge I haven't taught you, Air-kun you. Hookman's face flushed red, thoroughly embarrassed. Kasumi Jouka persisted, how about we do it again tomorrow? Same place? This place is way too risky. Hookman rejected outright, clutching the stairwell railing as he shot her a frustrated look. And besides, I can't keep doing this with you every day. Why not? Kasumi Jouka leaned closer. I need to relieve stress every day. Lately, the pressure from studying has been unbearable. You're being unreasonable. I'm just a frail boy, I can't keep up with you. Hehe, that's why you need my help to build your stamina. Air-kun, no way. I need a break tomorrow. Kasumijoka giggled. Oh? Are you worried you won't have enough energy for your lovely girlfriend this weekend? Air-kun, you're so thoughtful. Hakuman froze. Seeing his flustered reaction, Kasumijoka smirked triumphantly. I hit the mark, didn't I? Lowering his head, Hakuman sighed, overwhelmed. Kasumijoka softened her tone. Don't look so defeated. I'll go easy on you, okay? Really? Of course, but only if I don't feel too stressed tomorrow. Otherwise, no promises. You. Hakuman gritted his teeth, swallowing his frustration. She's insatiable. A true devil. As they approached the stairwell, a sudden thought struck Hakuman. He glanced at Kasumijoka's shifting figure, blushed, and cautiously asked, Are you sure you're okay going back like that? Kasumijoka instinctively touched her hip, then smiled. It's fine. But what if something happens? I'll just use the restroom. No big deal. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? I was the one who insisted, remember? Kasumijoka laughed softly. Besides, if I hadn't, it would have stained your girlfriend's clothes instead. Hakuman fell silent, his mind racing. It should be fine, right, senpai? Relax. It's a safe day. Kasumijoka reassured him with a mischievous chuckle. I wouldn't want to be waddling around school with a big belly in our final year, would I? Despite her assurances, Hakuman couldn't shake his worry. He silently prayed for no unexpected outcomes. Yuki no Shida, I'm sorry. I've failed you. But I promise I'll find a way to escape this demon's grasp someday. Please believe in me. Not long after Hakuman and Kasumijoka left the changing room, Yuki no Shida quietly arrived at Class J's locker room. This sent Yuki no Shida's pupils contracted. The air was thick with a mix of male and female perspiration, but there was something else, something uniquely stimulating that tugged at her senses. Her emotions churned. To her surprise, she found the scent oddly pleasant. Why? Why do I find the smell of Hakuman and senpai mixed together appealing? What's wrong with me? Shaking her head, Yuki no Shida sighed, trying to calm herself. Focus, focus. There's something more important to take care of. She opened a window to let fresh air in. Honestly, those two are so careless. If someone else notices this, what will they think? Yuki no Shida's heart ached as she cleaned the room. My boyfriend does something unspeakable with another woman, and here I am cleaning up after them. After a few minutes, she exhaled deeply. Finally done. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze fell on her locker. Hesitating for a moment, she walked over and opened it. Inside was her gym uniform, still slightly wrinkled and faintly warm. Her breath hitched. It's still warm. Her thoughts drifted back to the images she had seen earlier with the viewing glasses. Unfortunately, the glasses had only allowed her 10 minutes of footage, far too short to capture everything. If only I could have seen the whole thing. Wait. Why am I feeling disappointed? Yuki no Shida slapped her cheeks, horrified at herself. This isn't what I wanted. I only watched to gain points, nothing more. As she tried to suppress her turmoil, a cold, monotone voice came from behind. Yuki no Shida-san, what is an husband care task? Yuki no Shida's heart nearly stopped. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Kato, who stood silently, her expression unreadable. What is it? Kato repeated, her gaze steady. Sweat trickled down Yuki no Shida's back. She stammered, it's an husband care task is. It's over. She's found out. Hakuman, save me. I need you to take down this demon king, Kato. Chapter 77, The Never-Ending Husband Care Mission. Faced with Kato's confused gaze, Yuki no Shida could feel cold sweat running down her back. But fortunately, she was not the type of girl to lose her composure so easily. Even when faced with the demon king Kato, she managed to keep a level head. Ahem, the husband care task is a friendship-building mission for Hikigaya-kun. Quick thinking, as always. Friendship-building mission? Kato blinked, her confusion deepening. Yuki no Shida nodded quickly. Yes, that's right. Hikigaya-kun has always been rather reserved, especially around girls. He tends to push them away. For someone like him, navigating social interactions after stepping into society would be a real headache. To help him, I've created this husband care task, which is essentially a mission to help him make friends. I see. Kato said, finally understanding. No wonder Hikigaya-kun has been spending so much time recently with Kasumijoka-senpai and Sawamura-san. It's all part of Yuki no Shida-san's husband care task. Everything is for the future, after all. Yuki no Shida said with a slightly forced laugh. Seeing an opportunity, she extended an invitation. Kato-san, would you be willing to be Hikigaya-kun's friend too? Huh? Kata blinked again, clearly taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, she said, I feel like Hikigaya-kun is rather resistant to me. I'm not sure it's a good idea. Yukino Shita sighed dramatically, feigning dejection. Is my Hikigaya-kun not worthy of you? Kata quickly waved her hands. That's not it, it's just. Kata-san. Yukino Shita interrupted, firmly grabbing Katu's hands. Her expression was serious. I truly hope you will consider being Hikigaya-kun's friend. But I don't think Hikigaya-kun would agree to it. Leave that to me. If he dares refuse, I'll make him see reason. That seems a bit. Kata-san, you don't have many friends yourself, do you? Yukino Shita said slyly. She smiled. Wouldn't it be nice to have my Hikigaya-kun liven up your days a little? Well, if you put it that way. Kata reluctantly nodded. Really? Yukino Shita's eyes sparkled. Then I'll leave Hikigaya-kun in your capable hands. Please take care of him. Not at all, Yukino Shita-san, you're too polite. Kata replied, her face as impassive as ever. Though, about Hikigaya-kun. No worries. Like I said, I'll handle it. You two just need to get along well. Yukino Shita said cheerfully. Alright then. Kata replied. Yukino Shita let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, a part of her couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Sigh. If it weren't for completing the system's tasks, what kind of girlfriend would hand her boyfriend over to another girl? Especially a demon king like Katu. All of this is for a happier future. Yukino Shita thought with resolve. As a wife, this is all I can do for now. Hikigaya-kun, please get along with Katu, and hopefully end up on a bed together someday. The day passed quickly, and soon it was time to head home. What? You want me to become friends with Kata-san? Is there a problem? Of course, there is. I protest. Protest denied. I've already spoken with Kata-san. The two of you should get along well from now on. Yukino Shita said with a sweet smile, clearly enjoying Hikigaya's exasperation. What the heck? Stop making decisions for me. What's the problem? I'm your girlfriend. Does being my girlfriend mean you can do whatever you want? Hikigaya muttered bitterly. Yukino Shita chuckled, knowing full well that Hikigaya had essentially given in. Oh, by the way, Sawamura-san asked me this afternoon if you could help her with her games from now on. Huh? She actually told you that? Of course. As your friend, Sawamura-san naturally sought my permission as your girlfriend. So. Yukino Shita gave Hikigaya a pointed look. Please spare me. Hikigaya groaned. This is all for your own good, Hikigaya-kun. Yukino Shita said cheerfully. I hope you can get along with them as well as you do with Kasumijoka-senpai. This. Hikigaya hesitated, his lips twitching in frustration. Getting along with them as well as I do with senpai? Please, no. He couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt as he recalled his betrayal earlier that day. Ding. Special anomaly detected in Hikigaya Hukuman. Activating self-preservation task. Self-preservation task, to prevent your boyfriend Hikigaya Hukuman from becoming overly infatuated with Kasumijoka Utaha, which may lead to diminished affection for you. The host must identify and introduce a new romantic target to dilute his misplaced feelings. Completion requires progression to the bed stage within the specified time frame. Time limit, 1 week. Reward, 1,000 points, 1 lottery ticket. Note, failure will result in random deduction of points, 0 to 10,000. Please take this task seriously for your own benefit. This system has some nerve. Yukino Shita thought with an incredulous laugh. Talking about benefits as if it's doing me a favor. Still, she couldn't deny there was some logic to the task. If Hikigaya kept straying toward Kasumijoka, it could lead to real feelings. But if she were to find a new companion for him, who would it be? Sawamura-san? Kawasaki-san? Uegahama? Ishiki? The options were numerous. Wait, why am I seriously considering this? This is just for the points. It's not like I really want to give him away. Taking a deep breath, Yukino Shita decided to put the matter aside for now. There was something more pressing to attend to. Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level, 23 out of 100. Hikigaya-kun, before heading home, why don't we stop by that empty lot over there? Yukino Shita asked, pointing to a small, deserted play area with swings and slides. Huh? Okay. Hikigaya mumbled, his cheeks slightly red. Ding. Corruption level -1. I haven't even started, and his corruption value has already dropped? He really does love me after all. Yukino Shita smiled sweetly. As his girlfriend, I need to properly reward him. Should she mimic Kasumijoka-senpai's boldness from earlier? After all, if lowering his corruption level required it, she'd be willing to do anything. Chapter 78, Mira, Watch closely, you. This is how you handle Hikigaya. On the way home after school, two lively teenage girls walked side by side. Can't you stop being so timid? But Hiki is Yukinon's boyfriend. Humphrey, so what? Mira stopped abruptly, crossed her arms, and frowned at Yuigahama. Who says a guy having a girlfriend means no other girl can go after him? Ugh. Yuigahama hung her head like a scolded child. Mira patted her shoulder and said with firm determination, don't hold back. Go for it. Don't live with regrets. Yumiko. Yuigahama hesitated, words caught in her throat. For some reason, she felt like Mira had changed. In the past, Mira had never supported her pursuit of Hikigaya. But now, she suddenly seemed on board. Could it be? Did Yukinon upset you again? Huh? Did Yukinon make you angry, and now you want me to go after Hiki to make her feel bad? Is that what's going on? Mira's lips twitched as she stared at Yuigahama in disbelief. Your imagination is running wild. Sure, my relationship with Yukinoshita isn't great, but I wouldn't stoop to such petty tactics. I'm doing this mainly because, well... She huffed and turned her head. It's because you've been such a listless idiot lately. Me? Ugh. Cough, cough. Mira cleared her throat and continued. Another reason is, well, Hikigaya. After observing him closely, I think he's... acceptable. Eh? Yuigahama blinked, surprised. For some reason, she noticed that Mira's expression seemed odd when she mentioned Hikigaya. Oh, right. You're coming out tonight. Huh? For what? For a run. Ah. Yuigahama gave an awkward laugh. I'm not as athletic as you, Yumiko. If I run with you, I'll just slow you down. You. Hearing this, Mira frowned, tempted to scold the gentle girl in front of her. But when she thought about Yuigahama's personality, she sighed instead. Hikigaya will probably be running at the park tonight. You can use the chance to chat with him. Running alone at night is lonely, after all. Hiki runs at night? Probably trying to stay in shape. Mira shrugged. Anyway, it's a good opportunity. You two barely talk at school during the day, so make use of this time to connect. Yumiko. Deeply moved by Mira's enthusiasm, Yuigahama stepped forward and hugged her. Thank you, Don't hug me, it's gross. Mira's face turned red as she squirmed uncomfortably. He got it. That night. I'm heading out, Kamaki. Going for another walk? Yeah. Hikigaya replied casually to his sister, who was lounging on the sofa, and then left the house. A few minutes later, he arrived at the park. As usual, he was ready to start running. But then, a voice he dreaded most called out from behind him. Hiki. He turned around immediately, only to see two girls walking toward him, Mira and Yuigahama. Mira wore her usual yellow tracksuit, her high ponytail swaying behind her. Yuigahama, on the other hand, sported a pink tracksuit with a matching cap. Both girls wore ultra-short athletic shorts, exuding youthful energy. What are you two doing here? Hikigaya asked, surprised. Mira scoffed, Humphrey. So you're allowed to run here, but we're not? Compared to Mira's blunt tone, Yuigahama greeted him gently, Good evening, Hiki. Good evening. Hikigaya replied awkwardly, forcing a smile. If there's nothing else, I'll get started with my run. Hold on. Seeing Hikigaya turn to leave, Mira quickly called out. What now? Hikigaya asked warily, stepping back as he eyed the two girls. Mira crossed her arms and commanded, Run with you and show her the ropes. Eh? Ugh. Hikigaya was startled, while Yuigahama shyly lowered her head. Go on. Mira gave her a nudge. Hiki. Yuigahama hesitated, glancing at Hikigaya's uncertain expression, before turning back to Mira. Yumiko, maybe we should drop it. I don't want to trouble Hiki. Huh? Mira glared at her, exasperated. Sigh. Hikigaya let out a long sigh and finally said, Yuigahama, let's go. Really, Hiki? Yuigahama's eyes lit up as she stepped closer to him, her excitement unmistakable. As she approached, Hikigaya blushed and leaned back slightly, mumbling, Yeah. Great. Let's get started. Satisfied, Mira nodded. As Hikigaya and Yuigahama ran side by side, Mira watched them with a faint smile. Good luck. But then, she suddenly clutched her chest, a tight, uncomfortable feeling welling up inside. Why? Why do I feel so restless seeing Hikigaya and Yui together? Shaking her head, Mira pushed the thought away and started her own run. Half an hour later, Yuigahama was gasping for breath on a bench, while Hikigaya leaned against a lamppost, equally winded. As Mira passed by, she asked, How's it going? What? You idiot. Did you check on him? Show some concern? Ugh, I didn't know what to do. Yuigahama looked down, embarrassed. We just kept running, and I forgot. Yumira's face twitched in frustration. How are you this hopeless? Glancing at the breathless Hikigaya, Mira sighed. Let me show you how it's done. Okay. Yuagahama nodded eagerly. Taking the towel from around her neck, Mira walked toward Hikigaya, ready to wipe his sweat. Hikigaya, thanks for helping you. Lower your head, I'll. But as she got closer and saw his sweat-drenched yet handsome face, Mira froze. Her heart skipped a beat, and memories of his kindness from the day before surfaced in her mind. Before she knew it, her hands cupped his face, and, unable to control herself, she leaned in and kissed him. Yuagahama froze. Hikigaya stood paralyzed. Chapter 79, A Satisfied Yuki no Shita. Mira snapped back to reality and abruptly pushed Hikigaya away. Her hand instinctively touched her lips, which had just kissed Hikigaya's. She stood there, stunned and dazed. At that moment, Yuagahama hurried over, her expression conflicted as she looked at Mira. Yumeko, don't tell me. You have feelings for Hiki too. Eh? Feeling Yuagahama's peculiar gaze, Mira hastily waved her hands in denial. No, no, no. How could I possibly have those kinds of feelings for Hikigaya? Don't overthink it. But the kiss just now. That was. Mira was utterly flustered, her face a bright shade of red. She had only intended to demonstrate how a girl could approach a boy after exercising, to show Yuagahama how to deepen their connection. However, when she saw Hikigaya's handsome face up close, her body had acted on its own. Damn it. What had she done? Ahem, she probably mistook me for Hayama. Hikigaya coughed lightly, attempting to defuse the situation. Yuagahama looked at Mira in surprise. Eh? Mistook Hiki for Hayama? Mira's face turned even redder as she stammered. I'm not sure. Hikigaya continued to explain, maybe it's because I look like Hayama after running, combined with the darkness of the night. Let's just chalk it up to an accident. An accident, huh? Yuagahama bit her lip, her feelings a mess. Meanwhile, seeing her friend's pitiful expression only added to Mira's inner turmoil. Along with her frustration and regret, she felt a deep pang of guilt and heartbreak for Yuagahama. Mira shoved her friend forward, forcing her to stand right in front of Hikigaya. Raising her voice, she urged, go on, wipe the sweat off Hikigaya's forehead. Yuagahama panicked, her mind a jumble. Seeing her approach, Hikigaya instinctively took a step back, trying to avoid her. As the two clumsily evaded each other, Mira let out an exasperated sigh and said to Yuagahama in a stern voice, this is a golden opportunity right in front of you. Don't waste it. Then, turning to Hikigaya, she added, Hikigaya, let me tell you his feelings for you. Wait. Yumeko, stop. Yuagahama flailed her arms desperately, practically wanting to cover Mira's mouth to stop her from speaking. Looking at Yuagahama's blushing, flustered face, Mira hesitated. After a few seconds of silence, she sighed and closed her mouth, choosing not to push the subject further. Still, she shot a sharp glare at Hikigaya. What does this have to do with me? Hikigaya's innocent expression avoided her gaze. Anyway, since neither of you can run anymore, don't force it. Walk a few laps to cool down and relax your legs. Mira advised Hikigaya. Afterward, walk Yui home. It's dangerous for a girl to go home alone at night. Fine. Hikigaya sighed and nodded. Satisfied, Mira gave a curt nod and didn't say more. She turned and resumed her solo run. With Mira gone, only Hikigaya and Yuagahama remained at the scene. Hiki. Yuagahama timidly said, glancing up at him. Let me wipe your sweat for you. I can do it myself. No, I should do it. Fine. Hikigaya relented, letting Yuagahama wipe his sweat. This isn't good. She's too close. As Yuagahama's movements brought her closer to him, Hikigaya's eyes instinctively darted away. It's not just the proximity, it's the scent. Despite just finishing exercise, Yuagahama didn't smell of sweat at all. Instead, a faint fragrance lingered around her, intoxicating and entirely too stimulating. And what's more? Why is she leaning in closer? Wait a second, what's she planning to do? No. He couldn't let Yuagahama take the initiative again. Hukuman was Yuki no Shita's boyfriend. How could he kiss another girl so casually? Yuagahama-san. That's enough. I'll walk you home after a few laps. Oh. Okay. Pulled from her reverie, Yuagahama nodded, her eyes occasionally sneaking glances at Hikigaya's face, filled with regret and longing. Meanwhile, Mira continued running, though her thoughts were in chaos. Her mind kept replaying the kiss with Hikigaya. Mistook him for Hayama? No. She was sure she hadn't mistaken Hikigaya for Hayama in that moment. It was Hikigaya, plain and simple. But then why? Why couldn't she control herself? Could it be she actually liked Hikigaya? Was it because of his help and comfort yesterday? Mira slowed to a stop, lost in thought. No way. Me? Liking Hikigaya? That's impossible. Frustrated, she clutched at her chest and took several deep breaths. No. No. Whether I like him or not, I absolutely can't have feelings for Hikigaya. It wasn't just about her feelings for Hayama. The most important thing was Yue. You adored Hikigaya. As her best friend, how could she possibly fall for the man Yue loved? No matter what, she could not let herself develop feelings for Hikigaya. I should focus on helping those two get together. Sigh. Mira let out a deep breath, shaking her head before continuing her run. Elsewhere, Yuki no Shita lazily soaked in her bathtub, a content smile playing on her lips. Moments ago, she had used a forced intimate card on Mira, causing the girl to kiss her boyfriend, Hikigaya. Mira-san must be so miserable now. Yuki no Shita mused with a grin. She likes Hayama, but she ended up kissing my Hikigaya-kun. I bet she won't sleep tonight, Humphrey. Serves her right for being so arrogant, for offending me, for looking down on my Hikigaya-kun in the past. Just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson. Every woman harbors a bit of darkness in her heart, and Yuki no Shita was no exception. Since Mira was a potential romantic rival, Yuki no Shita saw no harm in taking advantage of her. After all, the two of them had always been at odds, their interactions crackling with tension. So using the card on Mira didn't evoke any guilt for Yuki no Shita, only satisfaction. Of course, revenge wasn't the only reason. There was another, equally important one. Mira was deeply infatuated with Hayama, almost to the point of obsession. Even after kissing Hikigaya, Mira likely wouldn't fall for him. Thus, Yuki no Shita felt confident and unbothered about involving Mira in her schemes. Chapter 80, Kissing Mrs. Uegahama? The nighttime streets were particularly tranquil. Hukaman Hikigaya and Yue Uegahama walked side by side, neither speaking a word. However, despite the silence, Hukaman couldn't help but notice Yue occasionally pressing her lips together nervously. Her behavior. It felt like she could launch herself at him for a kiss at any moment. Sigh. The girls around him had been acting really strange lately. Feeling uneasy, Hukaman instinctively widened the distance between himself and Yue. Finally, after a long stretch of silence, Yue broke the ice. Hiki, about what happened tonight I promise I won't tell anyone. Huh? Tonight? Why you know? You and Yumiko kissing. I swear I'll keep it a secret. I won't tell you Kainan, I promise. Oh, thanks. As expected of Yue, always so kind. If it had been a certain devilish Kuhai, she'd probably be smirking and saying something like, Senpai, you wouldn't want Yuki no Shita senpai to find out about this, would you? Don't mention it. Yue shook her head, her gaze darting away. She hesitated before awkwardly asking, but, Hiki, doesn't it bother you? Kissing someone other than you Kainan? Not really. If this had happened in the past, he might have had a meltdown. But ever since certain things had happened with Kasumijoka, a mere kiss felt, well, oddly insignificant. Cough cough. Of course, there was still some lingering guilt. It just didn't show on his face anymore. Sigh. Kainan, I'm sorry. Really? It doesn't bother you at all? Since it was an accident. Halfway through his response, Hukaman suddenly noticed Yue inching closer, her eyes glimmering with a strange determination. Wait. He quickly sped up, putting more distance between them. It's getting late. You should head home so your mom doesn't worry. Oh. Okay. Realizing the moment had passed, Yue reluctantly nodded. A few minutes later, the two arrived at Yue's house. In the garden, her mother was tending to some plants under the soft glow of a porch light. Mom, I'm home. Yue called out cheerfully. Hearing her daughter's voice, Mrs. Uegahama set down her gardening tools and looked up with a welcoming smile. Yue, you're back. Oh, Hukaman-kun's here too? Hukaman, who had been planning a quiet escape, froze in his tracks. Yue explained quickly, Hiki happened to be running at the park too, so after we finished, he walked me home. Ah, I see. Mrs. Uegahama dusted off her apron and smiled warmly at him. Thank you for taking care of my little Yue. Come inside for a bit, won't you? It's really late. I should head, it's only just past 8. She said with a cheerful laugh. Besides, our house is just a few minutes away. Come in, have a drink. At least let me thank you properly for bringing this scatterbrain back safe. Well. Faced with her enthusiasm, Hukaman reluctantly agreed. Still, as he followed Yue and her mother inside, he glanced back at the quiet street behind him. What's wrong, Hiki? Yue asked curiously. Nothing. He shook his head but couldn't shake the feeling that someone was tailing him. Hopefully, it's just my imagination. Inside the Uegahama household, Mrs. Uegahama's hospitality only grew. She brought out freshly baked mini cakes from the kitchen. Hukaman-kun, These are fresh out of the oven. Try one. She picked up a piece with chopsticks and offered it to him. Sitting stiffly on the couch, Hukuman hesitated but eventually opened his mouth. It's delicious. Hee, I'm glad you like it. This is my newest recipe. Mrs. Uegahama said with a proud smile, covering her face coyly with one hand. She then turned to her daughter, who was awkwardly standing nearby. Yue, sit down and eat too. I'll go get you both something to drink. With that, she left the room, leaving an obvious hint in her glance at Yue. Blushing, Yue nodded and plopped down beside Hikuman. The space between them was barely a fist's width. Satisfied, Mrs. Uegahama smiled and retreated to the kitchen. Minutes later, she returned with 2 glasses of juice, only to find Hikuman sitting alone. Huh? Where's Yue? She went to the bathroom. Mrs. Uegahama sighed inwardly. Such a perfect opportunity, and she leaves to use the bathroom. My daughter really is hopeless. Still, maintaining her gentle demeanor, she handed Hikuman a glass of juice. Here you go, Hukuman-kun. Thank you. Just as she handed him the glass, her grip slipped slightly. In a flurry of movement, the cold juice spilled directly onto his pants. Ah. I'm so sorry, Hukuman-kun. That was so clumsy of me. She quickly crouched down, grabbing tissues to dab at the wet fabric. And no, it's fine. I can do it myself. No, this was my fault. Let me take care of it. Flustered, Mrs. Uegahama knelt closer, her movements fast and efficient. Hikuman, on the other hand, was utterly overwhelmed. This mature, beautiful woman was crouched before him, her delicate scent filling the air. Combined with her stunning figure, it was far too much to handle. Really? It's okay. Hukuman-kun, stop squirming. Let me clean this up properly. But relax, just leave it to me. Her earnest gaze looked up at him, her face mere inches away. Unfortunately, or perhaps inevitably, the worst happened. As Hukuman leaned down instinctively to speak, their faces collided. And their lips brushed against each other. Mrs. Uegahama? Hikuman. Chapter 81, Uegahama Mama's Moment of Disgrace? Mrs. Uegahama was utterly shocked. As an adult, she rarely let her emotions spiral out of control. But now. This was? How could such an accident have happened? While it was true that her husband had passed away years ago and any feelings for him had long since faded, how could she possibly not feel a stir in her heart at a time like this? Of course, beyond this, something else weighed even more heavily on her conscience. The boy involved was her daughter's crush. As a mother, how could she? Oh, no. What a failure of a mom she was. Hukuman-kun, I'm sorry. Before Mrs. Uegahama could finish her sentence, Hikigaya spoke first, apologizing. If I hadn't lowered my head just now, this wouldn't have happened. No, it's all my fault. Mrs. Uegahama waved her hands nervously, lowering her head in shame. I'm so sorry, Hukuman-kun. It's all my fault for being so clumsy. So careless. I'm such an idiot. I'm so sorry. What do we do now? To think you had to kiss someone like me. How disgusting it must have been. For a young boy like you to kiss an old lady like me. Sorry. I've sullied you, Hukuman-kun. I'm a sinner. The more she spoke, the more Mrs. Uegahama spiraled into self-loathing. Her voice grew increasingly soft and filled with self-doubt. Hikigaya, who had initially been caught in a whirlwind of confusion, began to calm down as he listened to her string of apologies. And when he saw the gentle woman on the verge of tears, his heart softened, and he couldn't help but try to comfort her. Andy, there's no need to think like that. Really, you're, quite young, certainly not an old lady. Hukuman-kun, you don't have to comfort me. I know myself. I'm already in my 30s. An old woman. Being in your 30s doesn't make you an old woman. Hikigaya said seriously, looking at the woman crouched before him. Besides, Andy, you don't look like someone in her 30s at all. You look like you're in your 20s. If you and Uegahama stood side by side, people might mistake you for sisters. They wouldn't even realize you're mother and daughter. Really? Of course. Faced with her gradually leaning closer, Hikigaya instinctively leaned back a little, coughing lightly. So, Andy, there's no need to apologize anymore. If anything, I'm the one who overstepped just now. Hukuman-kun, you're such a kind boy. Mrs. Uegahama gave a bitter smile. But there's no need to comfort me. I know myself. If I were as amazing as you say, would I still be? Well. Sigh. The gentle woman still seemed immersed in self-doubt, her eyes tinged with loneliness and regret. Hikigaya hesitated for a moment before boldly continuing to reassure her. Andy, you really are amazing. If I were 10 years older, I might even pursue you. At this point, he might as well go all in with the comfort, preventing her self-esteem from crumbling further. What? Mrs. Uegahama froze, dumbfounded that he'd just said something so explosive. Hukuman-kun, are you serious? Hikigaya nodded solemnly. Of course. Mrs. Uegahama averted her eyes, flustered. But even if you were 10 years older, the age gap would still. Age is just a number. Besides, Andy, you don't look your age at all. If not for Yukino Shita already holding a special place in his heart, Hikigaya thought, back when his teacher Hiratsuka-sensei was leaving, he might have confessed to her despite their 10-year age gap. This is. Mrs. Uegahama's heart was racing. Stammering, she said, stop joking, Hukuman-kun. Even so, I was married before. I had a husband. And what about it? Hikigaya replied calmly, that was in the past. Right now, Andy, you're single. And since you're single, I, as a man, have the right to pursue you. But don't most men mind if a woman isn't, a virgin? Mrs. Uegahama asked hesitantly. In Japan, it's rare for adult women to still be virgins. Most men don't care about that. Hikigaya replied. Huh? Mrs. Uegahama's heart was in turmoil, her eyes darting everywhere. But I've had a child. Raising a child as a single mom. What man would accept that? And what's wrong with that? Hikigaya nodded matter-of-factly. Having a child shows Auntie is capable of bearing children. Some women can't even conceive it's a real issue for some men. The fact that Auntie has already had a child shows you're healthy and capable, which is a good thing. Plus, a bigger family feels more lively and homey. For me, I wouldn't mind at all. Mrs. Uegahama was stunned, her heart racing uncontrollably. Hukuman-kun. What's with this boy? How can he say such sweet, gentle things? This is amazing. I want to marry Hukuman-kun. Ahem. Hikigaya realized he might have overdone it and quickly coughed to shift the mood. Andy, do you feel a bit better now? Oh no. What am I doing? How did comforting Auntie turn into something that sounded like a confession? Hukuman was simply trying to console a self-conscious mother. He had absolutely no other intentions. Hukuman-kun, Just as Mrs. Uegahama was lost in her own thoughts, Uegahama's voice came from the bathroom, panic-stricken. Mom. Are you there? There's no toilet paper, bring me some? Her daughter's voice immediately snapped Mrs. Uegahama out of her daze. Huh? And no toilet paper? I'll get some right away. She responded hurriedly, standing up in a fluster. Hands pressed to her chest, she tried to calm her racing heart. Her mature face was tinged with a faint blush. This is bad. How did I almost lose myself just now? I actually wanted to kiss Hukuman-kun again, maybe even. No. He's Yua's crush. Sigh, Hukuman-kun is just a child, he's the same age as Yua. Mrs. Uegahama felt a mix of emotions, complicated and regretful. If only Hukuman-kun were a bit older. That would have been perfect. Chapter 82, Hikigaya, Yukino Shita, you're amazing. I love you. Miura? Yua, that fool. What timing to start her period now? Ugh. After handing her daughter some toilet paper, Mrs. Uegahama came out of the restroom with a tired sigh. What's wrong? Hikigaya asked. Nothing. Upon seeing the boy, Mrs. Uegahama smiled warmly. That silly Yua. Her period just started, and now she's not feeling well. Huh? Hikigaya was startled and immediately stood up. Uegahama-san started her period? Oh no, I just made her run for half an hour earlier. This is bad. I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's not your fault, Hukuman-kun. Mrs. Uegahama shook her head with a gentle smile. If you want to blame someone, blame that silly girl. She didn't even mention it. This child. Hikigaya fell silent, his face reflecting guilt. Having someone exercise during their period wasn't ideal, it could be harmful to their body. Internally, he sighed. He resolved to pay closer attention to Uegahama in the future. She's too kind. She should have just declined Mira and stayed home. Mrs. Uegahama, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Wait, Hukuman-kun. Is there something else? Mrs. Uegahama hesitated, glancing back toward the restroom. With a bit of reluctance, she smiled at the boy and said, why don't you take some cake home for your sister? Let her try my baking. Well, okay. Just wait a moment. It won't take long. Noticing Hikigaya's eagerness to leave, Mrs. Uegahama hurried to the kitchen. She carefully packed the cake into a transparent bag, tied it neatly, and rushed back out. Here you go, Hukuman-kun. Whoa. Mrs. Uegahama, be careful. There's no need to rush. Hikigaya said, steadying her with his hands. So soft. And the scent. Thank you, Hukuman-kun. Mrs. Uegahama's face flushed slightly as she leaned against the boy. Hukuman smells amazing. The faint scent of his cologne mixed with the salty tang of sweat from his earlier workout was intoxicating, a dangerously enticing aroma for a woman her age. "It's nothing," Hikigaya replied, his own face turning red as he quickly stepped back. "Here's the cake." "Thank you. Make sure to visit again sometime, okay, Hukaman-kun?" "Sure." After bidding her goodbye, Hikigaya left. Mrs. Uegahama stood by the door, holding her flushed face in her hands as she watched him walk away. For some reason, she felt a strange emptiness in her heart after he left. Sigh. "Could I really be craving the forbidden fruit?" she muttered, shaking her head as she returned to her room. Wait, Hikigaya kissed Uegahama's mom? Hikigaya really has a thing for married women? Did Hikigaya actually want to be with Uegahama's mother? This is so scandalous. Yukino lay lazily on her bed, but her face betrayed her astonishment. Thanks to her unique system, she knew everything about her beloved Hikigaya's kiss with the mature Mrs. Uegahama. She could only describe it as mind-blowing. Unbelievable. Just like with Sawamura's sister, a single kiss is worth 350 points. Calming herself, Yukino touched her chin thoughtfully. Not bad, though. If it gets points, it's acceptable, I suppose. When Hikigaya is with older women, he's far less resistant than he is with you. It might actually be easier to accumulate points this way. And honestly, Mrs. Uegahama has a certain charm Yue doesn't. But still, isn't his too taboo? She's Yue's mother, and she's been married before. This is probably a bit too much, even for the sake of points. Sighing, Yukino decided to temporarily shelve the idea of involving Mrs. Uegahama further. For now, she needed to decide whom Hikigaya should connect with next week. To prevent him from becoming overly attached to Kasumijoka, she had to make a difficult choice. Yue? Iroha? Sawamura? As she cycled through potential candidates, an image of Miro Yumiko's haughty expression surfaced in her mind. Why am I thinking about Mira? Yukino frowned. She and Mira had never gotten along since the start of their second year. Whenever they met, sparks would fly. Mira often mocked her and Hikigaya. Frankly, Yukino was not someone who forgave easily. Maybe. Hee. Yukino lips curled into a mischievous smile. Simply kissing her won't be enough of a punishment, will it? Let my Hikigaya teach you a lesson, Mira. Late at night, Mira jolted awake. No. Breathing heavily, her body drenched in sweat, she clutched her chest in panic. She had just experienced a nightmare. In the dream, 25-year-old Mira attended a high school reunion. Still single at the time, she considered confessing to her longtime crush, Hayama. However, after drinking too much, she ended up needing help to the restroom. For some reason, she drunkenly asked Hikigaya, also intoxicated, to accompany her. One thing led to another. And they ended up together. Without any protection. What kind of dream was that? Mira muttered, pressing her hands to her flushed face. The most infuriating part? Even while they were tangled up, drunk Hikigaya kept whispering, Yukino, you're amazing. Yukino, I love you. Arg. This is unacceptable. Even in my dreams, I'm being mistaken for Yukino. That bastard Hikigaya. Ugh. Even if I were reduced to being a dog, I'd never like Hikigaya. Such a ridiculous dream will never, ever happen. Chapter 83, Kasumijoka, my dear, are you addicted to cheating? One isn't enough? The next day at school, Hikigaya spent the morning trying to find an opportunity to talk with Kato. It was all for the sake of fulfilling the wife's task. Otherwise, someone like him, an experienced loner, wouldn't willingly approach someone as daunting as the demon queen Kato. During break time, Hikigaya glanced at Kato, who was focused on her phone. He hesitated. Suddenly, Kato turned her head and looked at him. Hikigaya-kun, is there something on my face? Startled, Hikigaya jumped. And no. Oh. Kato returned to playing on her phone. Hikigaya let out a nervous breath, sweat trickling down his back. Then, Kato spoke again, her tone calm but piercing. There's no need to force yourself, Hikigaya-kun. I know someone like me doesn't really fit. I'll tell you Kinoshita-san later, you've already tried your best. Eh? Hikigaya panicked and quickly waved his hands. No. I actually really want to be friends with you. Really? Of course not. This was all for the wife's task. Absolutely. Hikigaya replied, maintaining a solemn expression. It's just. I feel like we don't have much to talk about. So, Kato-san, what do you usually do at home? Play on my phone. Anything specific? Browse websites, watch funny news and videos. Okay. We really don't have any common interests. Hikigaya felt this approach wasn't working. The conversation was bound to dry up again. Do you play games, Kato-san? Games? Like Snake? Tetris? Hikigaya coughed. You must get bored sometimes, right, Kato-san? How about I recommend a game? It's a relaxing open-world game perfect for someone like you. Hee. Let's have the Demon Queen Kato dive into the bottomless pit of that two-character, monolithic gacha game. Am I too evil? Kato looked puzzled. Open-world game? Is it the one that Sawamura-san and Kasumijoka-senpai keep talking about? That's the one. It's a game that truly cares about its players. For example, characters released over half a year ago still get updates. As players, we can just enjoy the game stress-free and let the devs handle all the complicated stuff. Oh, I see. I'll give it a try. But before that, the Kasumijoka-senpai behind you doesn't seem very pleased. She's been glaring at you for quite a while. Huh? Hikigaya turned his head. Kasumijoka was smiling sweetly. Enjoying your chat with Kato-san, aren't you, Air-kun? Wait. Senpai, when did you get back from the restroom? Of course, Kasumijoka didn't let him off easily. Next break Hikigaya still wanted to strike up a conversation with Kato. But just as he was about to speak, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. Hikigaya, come with me. Mira said coldly before turning and heading toward the classroom door. Hikigaya was dumbfounded. What was even stranger was Sawamura, who had just stood up as if to say something, suddenly sat back down after Mira spoke. Kato, still focused on her phone, gave him a curious glance. Meanwhile, Kasumijoka, who had been reading, kicked him under the desk. Ugh. Headache incoming. Hikigaya sighed and reluctantly got up. As he left the classroom, he felt Kawasaki's angry gaze on him. What? I didn't do anything. Why does everyone seem so suspicious? The air felt dangerous all around him. Hikigaya cautiously followed Mira to a staircase landing. What's this about? What did you do to Yui last night? Mira demanded, her gaze icy and her tone brimming with hostility. Scary. Hikigaya quickly explained, I just walked her home like normal. Walked her home? Huh? Mira didn't soften her glare. Then why isn't she at school today? Huh? Yui didn't come to school? She took the day off. I've been messaging her, but she hasn't replied. Mira's face grew darker. Tell me, did you do something to her? How could I? Seeing how serious Mira was, Hikigaya's face twitched, and he hastily denied it. Don't let your imagination run wild. If it wasn't you, then why didn't you come to school today? Mira pressed. Could it be? Hikigaya hesitated, recalling last night. Well? Spit it out. After a few seconds of hesitation, Hikigaya relented and shared the truth. I think it's because of the run we went on during her period. Maybe she's not feeling well? Mira's expression froze. She was on her period yesterday? Yeah. Mira's frosty demeanor instantly turned into anger. She stomped her foot in frustration. That idiot. Why didn't she tell me? Ugh. Well. Hikigaya stood in awkward silence. What else could he say? Yui was just too kind-hearted. He quietly prepared to leave. But Mira stopped him. You're coming with me to visit you after school. Hikigaya sighed helplessly, seeing no way out. Back in the classroom back already? How was your little heart-to-heart with Mira-san? The moment Hikigaya sat down, Kasumijoka's teasing voice came from behind him. Hikigaya turned to see Kasumijoka's usual friendly smile. Leaning closer, Kasumijoka whispered in his ear, her voice low and sultry, My dear, are you addicted to cheating now? One affair isn't enough, is it? She smiled sweetly, but her words were razor-sharp. Mira-san's a stunning beauty, I'll give you that. So it's only natural that Air-kun might have some inappropriate thoughts about her. But her voice dropped even lower. Let me make one thing clear. You're only allowed to cheat with me. You're mine. What is with this overwhelming possessiveness? It's not like that. Hikigaya stammered, trying to explain. Mira-san and I are innocent. Oh really? Mira-san's face was all red when she came back. And you're telling me nothing happened? I. Kasumijoka's smirk grew. Anyway, meet me in the equipment room during lunch. Huh? Hikigaya exclaimed. The equipment room? Senpai, what are you planning? Chapter 84, Kasumijoka, go ahead, lick it during lunch break. After finishing his meal, Hikigaya reluctantly made his way to the equipment room as Kasumijoka had instructed. The room was dimly lit, with only a single window allowing light to filter through. Various sports equipment was scattered everywhere, the most prominent being a basket filled with balls of all kinds. Taking a deep breath, Hikigaya continued walking further into the room. There were numerous green mats stacked neatly together, forming a small mountain. Hikigaya quickly spotted Kasumijoka nestled among them. The light from the window illuminated her figure, making her appear almost angelic. She was sitting leisurely atop the stacked mats, legs crossed, absorbed in a book. You're late. We don't have much time, Kazuma Joka said, closing her book and giving him a teasing smile. Hikigaya frowned. Why here? Do you realize how dangerous this is? There are students playing ball just outside. So what? Kazuma Joka chuckled. I picked a very discreet and hidden spot. Even if someone comes in, they won't find us here. The numerous mats provided the perfect cover, forming a secluded area where they couldn't easily be seen. Since the mats weren't needed during the lunch break, the likelihood of anyone coming to this section was slim. Swinging her legs slightly, Kazuma Joka smiled and said, Come on, Air-kun, let's begin. No. Hikigaya waved his hands in refusal, his face flushing red. I told you, I can't keep doing this with you. My body can't take it anymore. Is it because you were with Mira yesterday? Of course not. Hikigaya nearly shouted, barely keeping his composure. I already told you, Mira and I are completely innocent. Oh? Kazuma Joka raised an eyebrow, a sly smile forming on her lips. Hikigaya gritted his teeth. Besides you, I would never betray Yuki no Shida. Kazuma Joka blinked playfully. So, I'm your only mistress then? Interpret it however you like. The point is, there's nothing going on between me and Mira. Besides, Mira likes Hayama. Kazuma Joka looked amused, her mood clearly lifted. I believe you, Air-kun. You're mine and mine alone. Only for this year. Yes. Kazuma Joka's playful gaze lingered on Hikigaya. Her suggestive expression left little doubt about her intentions. Air-kun, not today. Hikigaya protested, his face growing redder. I'm not some kind of machine. Just give me a break, please. How unmanly. You're in the prime of your youth. That's none of your business. Hikigaya snapped. I'm not some beast. Fine, senpai, I'm begging you, can you please let me off today? You came all this way. There's no turning back now. Then what do you want? A kiss? A kiss? That's gotten boring. Then what do you want? And for the last time, that is out of the question. How about this? You can lick my leg a few times. Kazuma Joka said this with a smile as she slowly began to slide down her black stockings. Her perfectly sculpted legs immediately filled Hikigaya's field of vision. What's the matter? Can't do it? I understand. Hikigaya took a deep breath, trying to steady himself as he gazed at her smooth, flawless legs. Kazuma Joka gently pinched her thigh. How does it compare to Yuki no Shita's? Don't make me compare the two. Mine's better, right? Yuki no Shita's are better. Eh? That's so hurtful. Kazuma Joka sighed dramatically before her mischievous smile returned. Well, I'll make you say it eventually, Sheena, you're better than Yuki no Shita. Just you wait. You. Hikigaya's face turned scarlet. He clenched his fists and declared, that will never happen. Several minutes later. Phew, finally done. Hikigaya took a deep breath, preparing to leave. But as he stood up, Kazuma Joka grabbed his hand, her voice trembling slightly. Wait. Air-kun, I have another bold idea. Another bold idea? Hikigaya froze at the sight of her flushed face, and quickly shook his head. I already said, not today. I need a break. I'm not asking for that. Kazuma Joka sat up slowly, her hands lightly brushing against Hikigaya's lips. There's another way you can satisfy me. Kazuma Joka's gaze remained fixed on his mouth, making Hikigaya feel extremely self-conscious. What do you mean? Air-kun, you're so innocent. Looks like you haven't done anything with Yuki no Shita yet, have you? What on earth are you talking about? Hikigaya asked, confused. There are plenty of ways a boy can please a girl. It doesn't always have to be that. As she continued caressing his lips, Kazuma Joka let out a soft laugh. Let me educate you a little, my cute Air-kun. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Ding. Hikigaya Hukaman is currently, Yuki no Shita, sitting in the classroom pretending to read, suddenly shivered. This time, she hadn't gone to spy on them. She decided to stay in the classroom. But, as someone with a system, she naturally knew what was happening on the other side. After learning that Hikigaya had kissed her senpai's thighs and even Yuki no Shita covered her mouth in shock. And no. That's way too unsanitary. Surely senpai must have gone to the bathroom a few times throughout the day, right? How could my Hikigaya-kun? Ugh. Unbelievable. Senpai has gone too far. Yuki no Shita felt a pang of regret. She and Hikigaya had never done anything like that before. Mostly because she had always felt hesitant. To her, it felt unclean. She worried it might ruin the intimacy of their kisses later. But now, the first time Hikigaya had done something like that, it was taken away by Kazuma Joka. Yuki no Shita felt an overwhelming bitterness. Had she known this would happen, she might have tried it with Hikigaya earlier. But Yuki no Shita bit her lip, mumbling softly to herself. If it were in the past, Hikigaya-kun definitely wouldn't have agreed to do that kind of thing with me, considering his personality. Sigh. On second thought, now that he had tried it with Kasumijoka, maybe next time, she could easily persuade him to do it with her. Cough cough. Yuki no Shita suddenly found herself looking forward to Hikigaya, who had been trained by Kasumijoka. If her beloved Hikigaya-kun was slightly developed by senpai, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, in the end, she would be the one reaping the benefits. Chapter 85, Kawasaki, can't take it anymore, damn it, I really want to steal Yuki no Shita's man. UNA didn't come today? In the service club room, Kamaki glanced curiously at the empty chair. She's not feeling well today. Hukuman replied casually, still engrossed in his book. Eh? How do you know that, Onyai-chan? Kamaki asked inquisitively. Yuki no Shita put down her book, her smile carrying a hint of intrigue as she looked at Hukuman. Feeling the curious stares of both his girlfriend and his sister, Hukuman coughed awkwardly and put down his book as well. He quickly recounted how Yui had started her period and had gone running last night, leading to her current condition. After hearing the explanation, Yuki no Shita sighed helplessly. So, in part, Yui's illness is because Hukuman-kun took her running? Hukuman lowered his head in surrender. I guess you could say that. In that case, Kamaki interjected, you should definitely go visit UNA and make it up to her. Sigh, I was already planning to leave early today to check on her. Hukuman replied, then looked over at Yuki no Shita for her opinion. What do you think? Go check on Yui-san. Yuki no Shita said gently, nodding. Then, Yuki no Shita, since it's Onyai-chan's fault, he should go alone. Before Hukuman could finish, Kamaki quickly hugged Yuki no Shita and declared, I can't let Yuki no sis go with him. Later, Yuki no sis is coming shopping with me. Wait a minute. Kamaki, you little devil. Just because Yu isn't here, you're already calling her Yuki no sis. Yuki no Shita, however, seemed delighted by the title, stroking Kamaki's head affectionately and agreeing, alright, I'll go shopping with you later. Thanks, Yuki no sis. What a sneaky little sister. Watching this scene, Hukuman's lips twitched in exasperation. Fine, whatever. After all, he had promised Mira this morning that they would visit Yui together after school. It was probably better if Yuki no Shita didn't come along, given the complicated dynamic between her and Mira. After service club activities ended, Hukuman bid farewell to Yuki no Shita and headed off. A few minutes later, he arrived at a nearby mall. You're late. Mira, who had been waiting for a while, frowned and shot him an annoyed look. Sorry. Hukuman said apologetically. Humphrey. Just don't do it again. Let's get moving, we need to buy some stuff. Wait, she's not yelling at me? Buy stuff? Hukuman asked, puzzled. We can't just show up empty-handed, can we? Good point. Humphrey. Listen up, there are lots of things girls can't eat during their period. We'll just get some fruit. Mira explained. Sounds good. A few minutes later, they left the fruit store. I'll split the cost with you. Hukuman offered, pulling out his wallet. No need. Mira replied, shaking her head. Come on, it's not fair to make you pay for everything. I said no need. Mira snapped, glaring at him with surprising intensity. This whole mess was my fault. If I hadn't taken Yui running last night. Her voice softened, tinged with guilt and regret. Seeing this, Hukuman sighed. Mira-san. You're really kind, aren't you? Huh? What are you saying? Who's kind? Mira snapped out of her thoughts, her face flushed. She was about to scold him to hide her embarrassment when out of the corner of her eye, she spotted 3 familiar girls approaching. Her body stiffened as memories of that night, when those 3 delinquents had tried to bully her, flashed in her mind. Instinctively, Mira turned away and hugged Hukuman tightly, burying her face against his chest. Hukuman was utterly confused by the sudden embrace. But as he noticed the 3 delinquents approaching, he immediately understood. So that's it. Mira is all tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Despite her usual confidence and domineering attitude, she was still vulnerable to threats, especially from those who had genuinely scared her before. Without pushing her away, Hukuman wrapped his arms around her, playing the role of a protective boyfriend. After a few minutes, the delinquents left without noticing them. They're gone, Mira-san. Hearing this, Mira quickly pulled away from him, her face flushed red. Her usual haughty demeanor was gone, replaced by the look of a shy, flustered girl. Thank you for earlier. It's getting late. We should head to Yui's place. Hukuman said, cutting her off before she could finish. He turned and walked ahead. Watching his retreating figure, Mira felt a complicated mix of emotions. Clenching her teeth, she eventually followed after him. Wow, this is something else. Meanwhile, Kawasaki, who had been hiding nearby, was left completely stunned. Yuki no Shida, your boyfriend is out here on a date with Mira. You believe me now, right? She quickly took out her phone and sent Yuki no Shida a message. However, a few minutes later, she received a calm reply, it's nothing. The hug was probably just an accident. Mira-san couldn't possibly have feelings for my Hikimon-kun. Besides, I trust him completely. What? Kawasaki scratched her head in frustration. I even sent you a photo of them hugging, and you still don't believe me? Unbelievable. Kawasaki was speechless. Yuki no Shida, is your heart really that big? This lack of vigilance is driving me crazy. Damn it, Yuki no Shida. If you keep acting like this, I swear I'll steal your man just to see if you still stay this calm. Her frustration was through the roof. Calm down, calm down. Taking a deep breath, Kawasaki forced herself to cool off. I can't act impulsively. Even if I... Ugh, never mind. Hikimon is Yuki no Shida's boyfriend. Sigh. Exhausted, Kawasaki let out a long sigh. How can someone as smart as Yuki no Shida be so blind and naive about this stuff? Or is she just that magnanimous? If they weren't friends, Kawasaki wouldn't have bothered getting involved in this mess. Without following Hikimon and Mira any further, she turned and headed to her part-time job at a hotel, muttering to herself, I bet even a photo of them kissing wouldn't work. Unless I catch Hikimon in bed with another woman, Yuki no Shida will never believe me. Chapter 86, Mira, so, does Yue feel better than Yuki no Shida? Hikimon and Mira arrived at Yue's house. Ah, Hiki, Yumiko, you're both too kind. Coming to check on you is enough, but you even brought fruit. Yue's mother warmly welcomed the two inside. Mrs. Uegahama, I'm sorry. Mira said, taking a deep breath and apologizing as she set the fruit aside. If I hadn't pushed Yue to go jogging yesterday, she wouldn't have gotten sick. It's fine, really. If anything, it's Yue's fault for always keeping important things to herself. It's so worrying for her mother. As she spoke, Yue's mom cast a knowing glance at Hikimon. Hikimon quickly averted his eyes. Mira nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll look after Yue from now on and try to help her change this habit. She elbowed Hikimon sharply. Hey, what does this have to do with me? Hikimon sighed internally but nodded along reluctantly. Mrs. Uegahama smiled kindly. Thank you both, Hiki, Yumiko. It's Yue's good fortune to have friends like you. You're too kind. Mira replied quickly. Mrs. Uegahama continued, Yue is upstairs in her room resting. I need to head out to buy some groceries, so I'll leave her in your care for now. Of course. Mira replied, nodding firmly. Oh, and stay for dinner, okay? I'll cook something delicious for you. Oh, no need, Auntie. We'll just check on you and head back. We don't want to impose. Mira said, waving her hands. Don't be shy, dear. Despite Mira's protests, Mrs. Uegahama's enthusiasm left her visibly flustered. Once she left, Mira exhaled deeply. Let's head upstairs and check on Yue. All right. Hikimon replied. As they climbed the stairs, Mira couldn't help but say, Hikimon, spend some extra time with Yue, okay? She really needs you right now. Hikimon stumbled, nearly tripping over the stairs. I'll do my best. Seeing his half-hearted response, Mira fell silent. If one looked closely, her clenched fists hinted at barely restrained frustration. When they reached Yue's bedroom door, Mira knocked gently. Yue, it's me and Hikimon. Can we come in? Yumiko? And Hiki? Yue's flustered voice came from inside. Why you can come in. Mira opened the door, and the two stepped inside. They saw Yue propped up in bed wearing her pajamas. Mira immediately walked over and scolded, don't push yourself. If you're not feeling well, just lie down and rest. I'm fine. I'm almost fully recovered. Yue replied with a gentle smile. Despite her words, Mira frowned, her heart aching at the sight of her friend. Hey, Hikimon. Mira suddenly called out, turning to him with a commanding tone. Come here and wipe Yue's sweat. She smells like she's been sweating a lot. Huh? Hikimon froze. Why do I have to do that? Because Yue wants you to. No. Yue blushed furiously and waved her hands. Yumiko, don't make Hiki do that. Hiki already has a girlfriend, he can't just touch other girls like that. This kind of thing can wait until my mom comes home, or Yumiko, you can do it. Hiki's a guy, so it's better if he doesn't. As Yue stammered, her voice grew quieter, trying to change the subject. Besides, I really just need to use the bathroom first. We can talk about cleaning up later. Mira fell silent, realizing she had been too forceful. Sigh. She couldn't help it, seeing her friend's hesitation made her anxious. Grinding her teeth slightly, Mira shot a sharp glare at Hikimon. Hukuman sighed internally. Mira, my girlfriend is Yuki no Shida. Please stop trying to match me with you. Fine, then. Let's help her to the bathroom first. Hukuman, come over here and give me a hand. What? Hukuman blinked. Hiki too? That's really not necessary. Yua protested, her face flushed. Yua, stop talking. Hukuman, hurry up. Mira barked. Okay. Hukuman didn't mind helping with something like this. Together, they helped Yua out of bed, supporting her on either side. Yua chuckled awkwardly. I'm not crippled, you know. You don't need to treat me like a patient in a hospital. Mira ignored her and turned to Hukuman. Hukuman, hold her tighter. Your hands should be higher. Hey, are you trying to make me touch Yua's? I'll try. Don't just try, do it properly. Like this. Mira grabbed Hukuman's hand and pulled it tighter around Yua. Why Yumiko? Yua yelped, her face as red as a tomato. Several minutes later, they managed to get Yua to the bathroom. While waiting outside, Mira suddenly asked, how was it? Huh? What? Hukuman blinked, confused. Mira smirked. Don't play dumb. You felt it, didn't you? How was it? Better than Yuki no Shida's flatboard, right? Cough. What kind of conversation is this, Mira? Even if you're trying to matchmake me with Yua, can't you at least be subtle about it? This is way too direct, don't you think? Honestly, in some twisted way, Hukuman found himself admiring Mira's boldness. When Hukuman didn't respond, Mira added, I'm telling you, if Yua becomes your wife someday, you'll be in heaven. Hukuman twitched but knew he had to take back some control. He smirked slightly. Well, that's not necessarily true. Compared to Yua's soft figure, I think a sporty and fit girl like you would probably be more appealing to most guys. And whoever marries you in the future will definitely be one happy man. Why you? Mira's face turned beet red. What are you saying? I'm serious. Seeing Hukuman's sincere expression, Mira froze mid-retort. For some reason, her heart betrayed her with an unexpected flutter. Images of a certain dream from the previous night, a dream where they'd been entangled, flashed in her mind. What a cunning guy. Calm down. She mentally shook herself. She was here to help Yua, not to fall for this man. Chapter 87, Yuagahama feels lonely indoors while Hikigaya and Mira keep kissing outside. Hikigaya, cut it out. Mira snapped coldly. Don't think I don't know how you guys think. Men definitely prefer cute and gentle girls like Yua, don't they? Hikigaya shrugged and replied casually, to me, Mira-san, you're not inferior to Yuagahama at all. Honestly, you're better suited to be a girlfriend. What? Hikigaya, you. Mira's eyes widened as her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. What's with this sly guy? Noticing the awkward shift in their conversation, Hikigaya quickly changed the subject. Yuagahama should be done by now. You should check on her. Why me? I'm a guy. Asking her if she's done in the bathroom would sound way too creepy. Sigh. With a resigned sigh, Mira called out toward the bathroom, Yua, are you done yet? Didn't fall in, did you? Ugh. No, I didn't. It's just. Alright, don't panic. We'll come in and help. Understanding Yuagahama's predicament, Mira ignored her protests. Huh? No need. I can manage on my own. Yuagahama stammered hurriedly. Your pants are on, right? Hikigaya and I are coming in. Mira said matter-of-factly. Yeah, they're on. Realizing resistance was futile, Yuagahama could only mutter her consent. Without hesitation, Mira pushed the door open, dragging Hikigaya inside with her. Once inside, they found Yuagahama blushing furiously, supporting herself against the wall. Well, don't just stand there. Help her. Mira nudged Hikigaya. Yeah. Hikigaya sighed and moved to steady Yuagahama. Thanks, Hiki. Yuagahama murmured shyly. So cute. And no problem. To avoid looking at her overly expressive face, Hikigaya diverted his gaze, scanning the bathroom for something else to focus on. Unfortunately, his eyes landed on the trash bin filled with used tissues and sanitary pads. Where are you looking, you pervert? Mira scolded in disdain. Ugh. Hiki. Yuagahama's face turned an even deeper shade of red. No, I wasn't. Hikigaya coughed awkwardly, attempting to remain composed. A few minutes later, they managed to get Yuagahama back to her bed. After tucking her in, Mira frowned. Are you sure you'll be okay to go to school tomorrow? Yuagahama lowered her head. I think so. Sigh, you should really take more time to rest. Your health is more important. Mira said while gently touching Yuagahama's cheek. Don't worry about schoolwork. I've already brought your assignments. Just stay home and study. Huh? The mention of homework made Yuagahama nearly faint. I'll go grab them from downstairs. Mira said with a nod. Thanks, Yumiko. Mira glanced at Hikigaya, who seemed lost in thought. Take good care of Yui while I'm gone? Being left alone in the same room as Yuigahama? That would be way too awkward. I'll head down too. Hikigaya blurted. Mira raised an eyebrow. Why? To peel an apple for Yuigahama. He turned to Yuigahama and asked cautiously, do you want one? Her heart raced as she nodded quickly. Relieved, Hikigaya followed Mira downstairs. Mira, however, sighed deeply as she walked. This won't do. At this rate, nothing will happen. You clueless idiot. You don't even understand my good intentions. Distracted by her thoughts, Mira suddenly missed a step on the staircase. She toppled forward uncontrollably. This is bad. It's a staircase. Just as she was about to fall, Hikigaya grabbed her hand, trying to pull her back. Relieved, Mira began to steady herself. But then Hikigaya's foot slipped. In an instant, the two tumbled down the stairs together, landing in a heap at the corner of the landing. When they came to their senses, they realized their lips were pressed together. Hikigaya? Mira? What's going on out there? Yuigahama's concerned voice came from the bedroom. Mira's face turned crimson as she hastily broke away from Hikigaya. And nothing. I just tripped. She called out. Are you okay? I'm fine. Thankfully, it wasn't a long staircase, just 4 steps. And she had a rather cushy landing. That's good. Yuigahama said with relief. Mira sighed, then turned to her cushion. Are you alright? You're heavy. I'm about to be crushed to death. Excuse me? I'm barely over 90 pounds. Blushing furiously, Mira stood up angrily. But then her foot slipped again. Thud. Amazingly, their lips met once more. Hikigaya. Mira. This time, their lips seemed magnetized, refusing to part. Wait. You is still upstairs. Hurry up and separate. I can't keep kissing my friend's crush. That's betrayal. But why does this feel so thrilling? Without thinking, Mira felt an inexplicable urge to wrap her arms around Hikigaya. Meanwhile, at the mall, Yuki no Shita walked with Kamaki, a faint smile on her lips. After some thought, she made a decision. This week, she would ensure her dear Hikigaya-kun took Mira down. Any surprises? Not at all. After all, those accidental kisses were carefully orchestrated by her. Looking at Kamaki, Yuki no Shita asked, by the way, Kamaki, do you like your brother? Huh? My dumb brother? Kamaki paused mid-bite of her spicy snack. Then, with a bright smile, she nodded. Of course. Kamaki loves him the most. Good. That's all that matters. Yuki no Shita gently patted Kamaki's head, a mysterious glint in her eyes. Chapter 88, Thank you, Mira, for making me more enduring after leaving Yui's house. Hikaman and Mira walked side by side down the road, their paths conveniently aligned. The boy and girl remained silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Finally, as they neared the point where they would part ways, Mira couldn't help but speak up. Are you going running at the park again tonight? Hikaman stopped in his tracks, hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. Yeah, to keep in shape. When did you become so diligent? Mira frowned, looking at Hikaman as if he were some rare species. I remember you used to be so lazy, always slumped over your desk. Oh? So you've been watching me? Huh. Mira's expression shifted awkwardly as she immediately retorted, Humphrey. You're the only one in class who acts so slothful. Of course, I noticed you. Sigh. Hikaman sighed. So, yeah, my second-year self was pretty terrible. I don't want to stay like that in my third year, so I'm trying to turn things around by exercising. In that case, let's run together. Mira suggested. Run? Together? Hikaman was taken aback. Yeah, let's run together. Mira looked at him seriously. Running may seem simple, but there are a lot of details to pay attention to, like warming up beforehand, pacing yourself during the run, and properly relaxing afterward. She added, if I guide you, you won't waste your effort or make unnecessary mistakes. Hikaman fell silent for a few seconds before saying, You're surprisingly kind, Mira. Huh? Mira's face turned bright red in an instant, nearly losing her composure. Who's being kind to you? Don't flatter yourself. Then why bother helping me? Because. It's not about you, is it? Mira's lips twitched as she said, What does this have to do with you? Sure, I'd love for you two to end up together, but this time it's because. I want to thank you for earlier for saving me. Her head lowered, hiding her expression. It was nothing. Hikaman replied dismissively. Nothing? Mira scoffed, lifting her head to meet his gaze with a stern look. I'm someone who keeps her grudges and gratitude clear. A favor is a favor, and a wrong is a wrong. You've helped me more than once now. This time, It's my turn to repay you. Hukuman chuckled awkwardly. Can I refuse? Humphrey. Mira narrowed her eyes, her tone broking no argument. You dare reject me when I've lowered my pride to thank you? Tough, fine, fine. Okay, I was wrong, Your Majesty. Hukuman could only agree for the time being. That evening going for another walk, big brother? Yep. Hukuman casually brushed off his adorable little sister's question and left the house. A few minutes later, he arrived at the park. Standing at the entrance was Mira. With her high ponytail, sporty outfit, and shorts, she looked full of energy and completely radiant. When she noticed Hukuman, she walked over. You're here. Yeah. Hukuman nodded, avoiding looking directly at her. He had to admit Mira Yumiko, also known as the Queen of Fire, could easily be called the Queen of Beauty. Her figure, aura, and face were all top-notch, earning her the title of a bona fide school beauty. Before running, we'll warm up. Follow me. Alright. Hukuman followed Mira to a quiet spot. She carefully guided him through each warm-up exercise, demonstrating with precision and even helping adjust his posture to ensure he got it right, a level of care that could only be described as babysitter-like. Once we're done warming up, follow my pace while running. Pay attention to your breathing and rhythm, okay? Got it. With that, the two began jogging, Hukuman following closely behind Mira. Keeping her pace made running significantly smoother for him. However, the faint scent of Mira's fragrance drifting back to him, combined with the sway of her figure, was proving almost fatal to Hukuman's focus. Calm down, calm down. Just imagine that Mira is Yuki no Shida. Yes, the one running in front of me is Yuki no Shida. Yuki no Shida. With this mental image, Hukuman finally managed to stabilize his thoughts. After the run, Mira wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to Hukuman. So, how do you feel today? Thanks to you, I lasted much longer than usual. I used to only manage half an hour, but now I can go a full hour. With Mira's guidance, Hukuman felt like he'd made great progress. Huh? Mira froze, her face tinged with blush. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I meant running. Running, of course. Hukuman hurriedly clarified, awkwardly moving to sit on a nearby bench. Wait. Mira grabbed his arm to stop him. Who said you could sit down? I'm tired from the run, so I just thought. Humphrey. When running with me, you don't sit unless I say so. Mira sternly scolded him. After a long run, the worst thing you can do is sit down right away. Follow me and do some stretches to relax your body, otherwise, you'll be sore tomorrow. Sigh, I'm already out of energy. Hukuman instinctively tried to slack off. In response, Mira leaned in and firmly grabbed his arm. You're doing it. Even if I have to force you. Stopping and lift your leg. Thus began a round of strict post-run stretches under Mira's close supervision. The two were in close proximity, and Hukuman could distinctly catch Mira's scent, a mix of her natural fragrance and a light tang of sweat, which was oddly intoxicating. Similarly, Mira noticed his scent. Their faces subtly reddened, but neither said a word. On their way home, the two walked side by side in the quiet night. To break the silence, Hukuman exhaled deeply and said, Thanks for tonight, Mira. No need to thank me. She replied coolly. We'll continue tomorrow night. Your stamina is so bad, you need serious training. Tomorrow again? Any problems? Well, maybe you should focus on preparing for the National High School Track and Field competition. I'll be fine running alone for now. How do you know about that? Mira's eyes widened in shock. She'd only registered for the competition 2 days ago. How on earth did Hukuman find out? Even you didn't know yet. Her heart skipped a beat. Was Hukuman paying attention to me? Meanwhile, hidden behind a utility pole, a figure couldn't contain their emotions as they watched the two interact. Chapter 89, Mira and Kawasaki's fiery love rivalry. Mira couldn't believe it. So, Hikigaya has been watching me? Does this guy actually have feelings for me? No way. That's impossible. For one thing, he already has a girlfriend. And besides, does a deadbeat like him even have the guts? Mira shook her head, refusing to believe it. But still, her thoughts were a mess. This feeling of being noticed, being cared for by a guy, she had never experienced it before. At that moment, Hikigaya spoke up again. Anyway, I'll go jogging on my own after this. Mira-san, you should focus on preparing for your competition. Don't let me distract you. Mira stayed silent. He had a point. If she kept her thoughts on him, it would definitely affect her performance in the upcoming competitions. But letting go just like that felt a little upsetting. Sigh. For you's sake. For the sake of bringing the two of them closer together. I can't cut ties with him just yet. Yes, that's right. Training Hikigaya is all for you's benefit. After convincing herself, Mira lifted her head and gave Hikigaya a calm, determined look. Are you looking down on me? Huh? Humphrey. Giving you a little guidance barely takes any of my time. But. No buts. Mira's voice turned forceful. If I don't drag a lazy, good-for-nothing like you along for jogging, you're bound to slack off. Humphrey, jogging requires consistency, and slacking off is the worst. From now on, every night, I'll personally train your stamina to make sure you stay disciplined. Mira, you're way too kind. Sigh. Hikigaya heaved a sigh of resignation. But. Don't you have other priorities besides the competition? What do you mean? College. Hikigaya took a deep breath. What about college? Well. Hikigaya began, if you waste precious time on someone like me, what if you fail to get into your dream school? With sports universities scouting at Sobya High soon, there'll only be a few spots available. If you prepare properly, you'll have a good shot at getting in early. Honestly, Mira-san, with how hard you work, I want you to get into the school you want. Hikigaya's voice was earnest. So, don't waste your valuable time on me. Just focus on your competition and college prep. Mira remained silent, her head lowered, making it impossible for Hikigaya to read her expression. The awkward atmosphere made him squirm. Mira-san. Just as Hikigaya opened his mouth to break the silence, Mira spoke up. You really are a terrible person. Eh? Snooping around and secretly observing girls, what kind of man does that? Gathering every little detail about them like a creep. Humphrey. Mira abruptly lifted her face, her eyes glistening as she stared at Hikigaya. I'll tell you this right now. I don't go back on my decisions. And since you dared to dig into my life so thoroughly, tomorrow I'm going to double your training. But. Hikigaya stammered, hesitant. Humphrey. If I can't even whip a lazy fish like you into shape, what's the point of winning competitions or getting into my dream school? Real strength is about facing challenges without fear. Training you isn't even a challenge for me. Mira's tone left no room for argument. Whatever happens, we're continuing tomorrow. Ugh. No excuses. Mira stepped forward, closing the distance between them. The space between the two shrank until their breaths mingled. She smelled so nice. And her assets were a lot. Hikigaya's heart betrayed him, pounding louder than he'd like. This wasn't like the embarrassment from their accidental kiss. No, this blush on Mira's face was different, gentle, pure, almost bashful. It reminded him of something. When he confessed to Yuki no Shitan on a pedestrian bridge, she had looked exactly like this. Hikigaya. Mira's flushed cheeks and trembling lips made her seem uncharacteristically vulnerable. Her hands fidgeted, as if itching to reach out for him. But before anything else could happen, a voice shattered the moment. What a coincidence, you two. Both Hikigaya and Mira jumped apart, quickly turning toward the source of the voice. A figure emerged from the dimly lit street. Kawasaki? Mira's eyes narrowed suspiciously. What are you doing here? Kawasaki shot her a glance before responding coolly, I should be asking you. Why are you out here with Hikigaya this late at night? Humphrey. Mira folded her arms, huffing. What I do with him is none of your business. And were you following us? Following you? Kawasaki's tone was calm. I was just passing by. Passing by, huh? Mira sneered. Either way, stay out of my business with Hikigaya. Kawasaki remained unfazed. As Yuki no Shita's friend, it's only natural for me to step in if her boyfriend is with another girl. Huh? And if I say no? Kawasaki didn't answer. Instead, she stepped closer, grabbed Hikigaya's arm, and yanked him toward her, ignoring Mira's stunned expression. Stay away from women like her. Excuse me? Mira's voice rose in fury. What do you mean women like her? Exactly what I said, Kitsune Onna. You. Who are you calling a fox spirit? You delinquent. Who are you calling a delinquent? The tension between the two girls escalated rapidly. Caught between them, Hikigaya felt his headache worsen. Now that he thought about it, Mira and Kawasaki had never gotten along, not even back in their second year. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Yuki no Shita had been monitoring the situation. Her senses alerted her to the sudden physical tug-of-war involving Hikigaya. Pulling my boyfriend's arm back and forth? Wait. Are those two fighting over my Hikigaya-kun? Lying on her bed with a book in hand, Yuki no Shita's eyes gleamed mischievously. Not only did she not feel upset, but she even felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Geez. One at a time, ladies. Why the rush? Chapter 90, Yuki no Shita's provocation. Mira, come on, steal him. Mira hadn't slept well all night. It wasn't just the argument with Kawasaki the night before that left her irritated. Even in her sleep, she had another terrible nightmare. The dream picked up where the last one left off. In it, a 25-year-old Mira, after a certain improper encounter with Hikigaya, found herself unable to resist him. Driven by her own desires, she initiated a long-term illicit relationship with him, one they both indulged in wholeheartedly. Sure, she was single at the time in the dream, but Hikigaya had a wife just like in real life. His wife was Yuki no Shida. The more she thought about it, the more irritated Mira became, her chest tightening in frustration. Even if she was lonely, she'd never stoop to being a mistress, right? With these thoughts weighing on her mind, she stumbled into Class 3B. Her gaze instinctively drifted to the leftmost window side seat. Seeing Hikigaya laughing and chatting with Kasumijoka made her inexplicably annoyed. Keep your eyes off other people's men. A cold voice cut in. Startled, Mira looked up to see Kawasaki passing by her seat. Their eyes met. Great, she thought. Speak of the devil. Mira's annoyance flared instantly. You want to pick a fight again? If Hikigaya hadn't stopped me last night, you think I'd have let you off so easily? Oh? Feel free to try. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. You. Mira trailed off, knowing better than to start a scene at school. Besides, she wasn't the type to actually resort to violence. Her strong front was just for show. Still, the pent-up frustration was almost too much to bear. After a moment of awkward silence, Mira took a deep breath and said, Kawasaki, are you really only looking out for Yuki no Shida? Or do you have other reasons? What? Kawasaki raised an eyebrow. What are you implying? Oh, nothing. Mira chuckled lightly. I just think it's interesting how closely you keep an eye on Hikigaya. Could it be you have feelings for him? Kawasaki's face darkened. Don't be ridiculous. I have no. Her gaze flicked to the boy across the room before she bit her lip. I have no interest in him. Without another word, Kawasaki turned and strode back to her seat, ignoring Mira. Mira sat in silence. As a girl, she could easily pick up on Kawasaki's hesitation. Her casual remark had clearly struck a nerve. Could it be Kawasaki actually liked Hikigaya? No way. What on earth was so appealing about that loser? She glanced back at the boy by the window. When their eyes met, Mira quickly looked away, pressing a hand against her racing heart. Calm down, she told herself. Kawasaki's feelings didn't matter. What mattered was his happiness. Mira genuinely cared for her clueless friend. No matter what, she had to figure out a way to bring you and Hikigaya together. Staring at me, Air-kun? And no, nothing. Hikigaya quickly averted his gaze, shaking his head. Kasumijoka shot Mira a strange look before leaning in close to Hikigaya. Air-kun, how about we sneak off for something exciting today? Excuse me? Noon, rooftop. Mira-san, glad you could make it. Mira stepped onto the rooftop to find Yuki no Shida calmly setting aside a book, greeting her with a faint smile. Narrowing her eyes, Mira asked coldly, It's rare for you to seek me out. What do you want? First, take a seat. Yuki no Shida said, gesturing gracefully to the bench beside her. After a moment's hesitation, Mira sighed, sitting down next to the composed girl who seemed to radiate an unshakable aura of confidence. Yuki no Shida smiled. I heard from a classmate that you were with my Hikigaya-kun last night. Is that true? Mira stiffened, her eyes widening in shock. Quickly regaining her composure, she replied, So Kawasaki ratted me out, huh? Yes, I was with him last night. She huffed, crossing her arms. Your boyfriend's jogging rhythm was awful. Out of pity, I gave him a bit of guidance. But don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't for you. If you didn't care about him, I wouldn't have bothered. Mira rattled off her defense all at once. Oh? Yuki no Shida tilted her head. So you were only helping my Hikigaya-kun exercise? You're saying you have no interest in him? Mira's face turned scarlet. Who would be interested in your boyfriend? Foo-foo. Yuki no Shida chuckled. You don't need to be so tense. Honestly, even if you tried to seduce him, I wouldn't mind. Huh? Mira was stunned. What? What do you mean by that? Completely composed, Yuki no Shida continued, because I have absolute confidence in my Hikigaya-kun. Even if a beautiful girl like you were lying in his bed, he wouldn't have a single improper thought? So, Yuki no Shida said with a serene smile, seduce him or don't, it makes no difference to me. It's futile, after all. Just like before, I'll always win. Mira's hands trembled, and her head drooped in frustration. Alone on the rooftop after Yuki no Shida's departure, Mira clenched her fists. Always. Always, Yuki no Shida had that same smug, victorious attitude. And today, she had openly looked down on her. She's basically saying, even if you strip and climb into bed with him, my man wouldn't care. Mira muttered through gritted teeth. Snow woman, I'll make you regret those words. If she could steal Yuki no Shida's boyfriend, wouldn't that mean she had finally defeated her? The thought was strangely exhilarating. She recalled her dream, where she and Hikigaya had secretly betrayed Yukino Shida, leaving her utterly oblivious. Her heart raced. Maybe I should take him away from her. Chapter 91, Kasumijoka's bold move this time. I'll kiss you first. Life as a third-year student at Sobya High revolved around academics. However, for the sake of physical health, classes remained mandatory each week. After a lunch break, in the afternoon, Class 3B began their session. As the class's sports rep, Mira was tasked with leading her classmates around the track for their warm-up run. Yet, Mira's thoughts were still preoccupied with her conversation with Yukino Shida during the lunch break. That damn Yukino Shida. She's practically begging to be cuckolded. She had the nerve to suggest that even if Mira tried to seduce Hikigaya, he wouldn't fall for it. On the surface, it seemed like she trusted him, but in reality, she was just looking down on her. Seriously. Mira felt a strong urge to turn Yukino Shida green, steal her man right under her nose, just to prove her worth. Let's see if that arrogant Yukino Shida would dare act so smug afterward. But then again, what about Yua? Mira genuinely wanted Yua to be the one to steal Yukino Shida's man. That way, her best friend could also find happiness. Mira's mind was a tangled mess, torn between supporting her friend and her desire to prove herself against Yukino Shida. The more she thought about it, the more irritable she became. Wait. Why was she so fixated on Hikigaya all of a sudden? Could it be that she actually liked? No way. Even if he had helped her so many times. Even if they'd accidentally kissed multiple times. There's no way she could like a loser like him. Lost in frustration and confusion, Mira led the class through their warm-up run. After the run, the students were allowed to engage in different activities: tennis, basketball, badminton, and so on. Hikigaya, however, felt a sense of unease. Because of his nightly workouts, he had planned to take it easy to be a proper slacker for once. Unfortunately, Kasumijoka-senpai had other plans. During lunch, she had cryptically mentioned something about pampering him, leaving him completely on edge. And sure enough, here she came now. With a sly smile on her lips, Kasumijoka strutted over, her long, toned legs catching the light as beads of sweat glistened on her skin. Unlike the allure of black stockings, her bare legs had a raw sensuality to them utterly captivating. Just as she was about to reach Hikigaya, Mira abruptly stepped in front of him. Hikigaya, come with me. What? I said, come with me. We're going to train properly now that there's time. I think I'll pass. Shouldn't you be focusing on prepping for exams? I said, come with me. Stop wasting my time. Fine. Faced with her commanding tone, Hikigaya sighed and reluctantly followed. Meanwhile, Kasumijoka halted in her tracks, her brow twitching in irritation. Her lips curved into a faint frown, a subtle hint of jealousy emanating from her as she watched Mira whisk him away. Under the blazing sun, Mira pushed Hikigaya through a grueling running routine. Her pace was far faster than usual, leaving Hikigaya struggling to keep up. This is torture, he thought. Behind her, Hikigaya could do nothing but trail in silence, drenched in sweat and utterly spent. The worst part wasn't the heat or the speed, it was the fact that the person leading the charge was a beautiful girl. The faint fragrance of her sweat wafted back to him. The graceful sway of her figure teased his tired gaze. It was sensory overload. What is wrong with Mira today? Why is she tormenting me day and night? Hikigaya silently lamented his fate, gritting his teeth to keep up. After about 10 minutes, an unexpected figure stepped in to block their path. Kawasaki? Mira blinked in surprise, stopping short as she recognized the tall, blue-haired girl. That's enough. Kawasaki barked, glaring at Mira. Can't you see Hikigaya's at his limit? Stop making him run. Mira hesitated, glancing back at Hikigaya, whose sweat-soaked face and labored breathing betrayed his exhaustion. Her heart twinged, and she opened her mouth to say something, but her irritation at Kawasaki's interference quickly flared up. What does this have to do with you, Kawasaki? I just can't stand watching you bully a classmate. Excuse me? I'm helping him exercise. Yeah? This is what you call helping? I have my methods. The tension between the two girls escalated as they bickered, their argument dripping with animosity. Amidst the spat, Kawasaki turned to Hikigaya. Go take a break. Don't let her push you around like this again. Hey. What's that supposed to mean? Mira snapped, her face flushing with anger. Girls arguing was always a dangerous scenario, so Hikigaya wisely slipped away, grateful for the reprieve. Thank you, Kawasaki. I owe you one. With his silent thanks given, he trudged over to the nearby sink to wash his face. But as he approached, he noticed someone sitting nearby. Senpai? What are you doing here? Kasumijoka was waiting for him. Ah, my dear Erkun, so thoughtful of you. Kasumijoka teased, crossing her legs as her smile widened. What do you mean? I mean, you're so kind to Mira. You ran yourself ragged just to keep her company. No, that's not it. Then why don't you treat me with the same kindness? She stood and closed the distance between them, her teasing demeanor not faltering for a second. Senpai, I'm all sweaty right now. You should stay away, I might get you dirty. Dirty? Kasumijoka's smile grew wicked. To me, you're perfect like this. Her gaze grew heated as she licked her lips. Honestly, I adore this scent of yours. Before Hikigaya could react, Kasumijoka leaned in and stole a kiss. Senpai. What are you doing? Hikigaya gasped, glancing around in panic after pushing her away. What's the matter? Afraid someone will see? Kasumijoka grinned, unrepentant. You're crazy. Well, maybe I am. But it's your fault for ignoring me. As she spoke, she suddenly crouched down in front of him. What are you doing? Hikigaya stammered, his mind racing. Kasumijoka flashed him a sly smile. You're all sweaty. Let me clean you up. Wait, what? What kind of cleaning up are you planning to do? In public, no less. Chapter 92, Senpai, that was too intense. In front of Mira lately, Hakuman had started watching a new anime. It told a love story between a gym teacher and the captain of the tennis club, a tale of pure and genuine romance. One scene in particular had left a deep impression on him, one he couldn't shake. During a PE class, after tirelessly instructing the students, the gym teacher washed his hands by the sink. Meanwhile, the tennis club captain, out of concern, squatted beneath the sink, carefully wiping the sweat from the teacher's brow. Occasionally, passing students would greet the teacher. But because of the visual blind spot under the sink, no one noticed the captain hiding there. After all, relationships between teachers and students were strictly forbidden. Naturally, they had to keep their romance under wraps. In short, it was a heartfelt, pure love scene. Hakuman had nearly been moved to tears watching it. Ahem. Back to reality. At this moment, Senpai Kasumijoka was squatting under the sink. And as fate would have it, this public sink at Sobuhai shared the same visual blind spot. As long as no one approached from behind, students coming from the front wouldn't see the person hiding beneath the sink. Seeing Kasumijoka's suggestive smile, Hakuman's heart skipped a beat. He quickly tried to stop her. And no, this won't work. Someone might see us. I'm just wiping some sweat off you, Air-kun. Why are you so nervous? Wiping sweat? This devious woman wasn't just here to wipe his sweat. She was obviously scheming something. Senpai, please don't be so bold. I'm begging you. Let's move to the equipment room instead. Wait, I think someone's coming. Huh? Hakuman froze. He quickly looked up. Sure enough, a girl was walking toward the public sink. Crap. His expression changed instantly. It was Mira. Was she done arguing with Kawasaki already? Senpai, hurry and leave. Mira's coming over. Quick, go. Senpai. Hakuman was frantic, urging her to act. No time. Air-kun. Kasumijoka's expression was all too gleeful as she watched his flustered face. At this point, Hakuman could only lower his voice and sigh. Fine, just stay put and don't move. Don't do anything, and don't come out. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Kasumijoka's playful wink sent chills down Hakuman's spine. He could only resign himself to fate, silently praying that nothing from that anime scene would happen now. By then, Mira had reached the sink and turned on the faucet. The sound of running water echoed. Mira washed her hands, occasionally glancing at Hakuman across from her. At first, neither spoke, maintaining an unspoken understanding. Naturally, Hakuman hoped it would stay that way. He prayed Mira was just there to wash her hands. But, as always, things didn't go his way. Mira pursed her lips and broke the silence. Hikigaya, about earlier. I'm sorry. Not only did she speak up first, but she also apologized. Quickly catching on, Hakuman replied, you were just trying to help me build stamina. It's fine. No. Even as Hakuman dismissed it, Mira shook her head stubbornly. I was careless. I didn't consider how you felt. From now on, I'll be more mindful. What happened today won't happen again. Alright then. Hakuman awkwardly nodded. His gaze drifted to the hidden Kasumijoka. She hadn't done anything so far and was squatting quietly. However, the faint smirk on her face sent a chill down his spine. Hakuman subtly shook his head at her, pleading silently. Let's just keep it this way. But the more he tried, the wider Kasumijoka's smile grew. And then, under his shocked gaze, she leaned in and kissed his leg. Ugh. The sudden gesture made Hakuman jump. Hikigaya. Mira, who had just finished washing her hands and was about to leave, turned back in confusion. And no, it's nothing. Hakuman was mortified. Senpai, Stop this madness. My leg is sweaty. And you actually kissed it? Nothing? Mira narrowed her eyes. You're lying. Huh? Hikigaya, what's going on with you? As she spoke, Mira leaned against the sink with both hands. Her perfect S-shaped silhouette leaned closer. The faint scent of her perfume wafted over. Her mesmerizing figure shifted in front of him. Hukaman felt his entire body tense up. He instinctively averted his gaze and stammered, and no, really, it's... Are you feeling unwell? Mira bit her lip, her tone tinged with guilt. I knew it. I went too far earlier. Let me take you to the infirmary. With that, she stepped forward. Hukaman panicked. If Mira came over, it'd be disastrous. No need, no need. I'm perfectly fine. I don't need the infirmary. Humphrey. Perfectly fine? Then why do you look so pale? And why is your face so red? Mira stopped, studying him closely. Her lips pursed as if realizing something. I see. You're mad, aren't you? You think I'm terrible for forcing you to do something earlier, right? No, I'm not mad. Then why are you blushing? Mira pressed on. That's because you looked really cute after the run. It's totally normal for guys to find cute girls irresistible, isn't it? In desperation, Hukaman blurted out the first excuse he could think of. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Kazumi immediately tightened her grip on his leg. As for Mira, her face turned crimson in an instant. Why you? What did you just say? Her voice trembled as she took a step back, flustered. You think I'm cute? Hikigaya. What's that supposed to mean? Mira's reaction only made her look even cuter. Hukaman coughed awkwardly, trying to remain composed. It's just a simple compliment. Huh? Mira's heart raced uncontrollably. She felt as though she might pass out. Meanwhile, Hukaman was about to speak again when his heart skipped a beat. His pupils dilated in alarm. Kazumi mood had shifted drastically. Her chest heaved as she tried to suppress her emotions. She had planned to let Hukaman off the hook. To behave. But this was too much. He dared to call another girl cute right in front of her? How could she tolerate this? No, she couldn't. Licking her lips, Kazumijoka's grin turned mischievous. It was time for some payback. Chapter 93, A Reluctant Hukaman and an Unrestrained Yuki no Shita Hikigaya. Hikigaya. Are you even listening to me? Huh? Oh. Yeah. Hikigaya quickly snapped out of his daze. Mira continued, did you hear what I just said? Just now. Huh? Seeing Hikigaya's clueless expression, Mira raised an irritated brow, ready to scold him harshly. But then her heart skipped a beat. Wait a second. Could it be that Hikigaya was still lost in admiration of her beauty? After all, he had just called her cute. Suddenly, her initial annoyance faded. Mira's cheeks flushed as she stammered, anyway, don't forget about tonight's training. We're continuing tonight, got it? Mira's tone was firm, though her face remained tinged with redness. She hesitated before adding, I'll try to be gentler this time. Mira. Hiss. Hikigaya couldn't help but feel a little flustered at her unexpectedly adorable demeanor. However, a moment later, his expression shifted as he took a sharp breath. Alright, I understand. I'll be in your care, Mira. Humphrey, it's no big deal. Cough, cough. Hikigaya cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, if there's nothing else, you should get back to your training. Don't waste more time on a slacker like me. You. Mira opened her mouth, hesitated for a few seconds, and then swallowed her words. Frustrated, she finally muttered, Humphrey, I guess you're right. I'll head to practice. Handle yourself during class, okay? As she turned to leave, Mira bit her lip and mumbled under her breath, being with you isn't a waste of time at all. Of course, Hikigaya didn't catch those words. Shortly after Mira left, a figure emerged from beneath the sink. Kazumijoka brushed the corner of her lips with her hand and smiled faintly at Hikigaya. My, it seems the bond between Erkan and Mira is quite extraordinary. Hikigaya's face stiffened. We're just ordinary classmates. Friends, really? Friends? Kazumijoka reached out and lightly poked Hikigaya's chest, chuckling. Friends? Since when do regular male and female friends go out late at night for dates or hotel stays? What? Hikigaya's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly protested, it's not what you think. Mira and I just agreed to run together at the park in the evenings. The park, huh? A secluded forest area does sound intriguing. Huh? Hikigaya's lips twitched. You have quite the imagination. As a woman, I can assure you that Mira is definitely interested in you. Kazumijoka said with a knowing smile. You, maybe. I get that. But even if Mira has feelings for you, I won't let her take you away. Air-kun, you're mine. You're only allowed to cheat with me. I've already told you, Mira likes Hayama. Hikigaya sighed helplessly. And besides, there's no way I'd betray another girl. If not for Kasumijoka holding certain evidence over him, Hikigaya would never have strayed from Yuki no Shida. Hikigaya's resolve was ironclad. Hikigaya was committed to true love. As she observed Hikigaya's unyielding stance, Kasumijoka appeared to be deep in thought. After a brief pause, she suddenly grinned. Come on, let's make the most of our time and head behind the school building. What? Don't just stand there, follow me. Without giving him a chance to protest, Kasumijoka grabbed Hikigaya's hand and began pulling him along. He found himself being dragged to the back of the school building. Hey, this spot isn't bad. No one should notice us here. Kasumijoka remarked with satisfaction as she surveyed the area. Hikigaya's eyes widened in alarm. Senpai, are you insane? This is way too risky. He could easily decipher her implicit intentions. No one will notice, all the students are in class right now, she said nonchalantly. No way. Hikigaya resisted adamantly. Wasn't earlier enough for you? What did I do earlier? You seeing Kasumijoka's innocent expression, Hikigaya took a deep breath and said, Senpai, this is impossible. There are only 20 minutes left until class ends. There's not enough time. It's fine. I think it's plenty of time. Kasumijoka chuckled softly, inching closer to him. Eventually, she cornered Hikigaya against the wall. They were now mere inches apart. The faint scent of her perfume, mixed with a hint of sweat, made Hikigaya feel suffocated. In his mind, scenes from classic anime played out, secret meetings between male and female protagonists behind the school building. It wasn't just in that one show with the teacher and the tennis club president. Many anime featured such pure, romantic moments. Air-kun, give me what I want. I'm hungry. Senpai, please don't. If you keep wasting time, and we run out of it, I won't stop easily. Hikigaya's heart skipped a beat. After much internal struggle, he finally sighed. Yuki no Shida. I'm so sorry. I understand. Hikigaya spoke bitterly, his voice full of resignation. Are you prepared for today? No, but... Kasumijoka pulled a small packet resembling chewing gum out of her pocket, smiling mischievously. I brought some protection. Hikigaya closed his eyes with a pained expression, surrendering to the inevitable. Kasumijoka's triumphant smile grew wider as she basked in her apparent victory. Meanwhile, in Class 3J, a math lesson was underway. Sitting by the window, Yuki no Shita's gaze suddenly sharpened. She had already been distracted, her thoughts entirely occupied with Hikigaya and Kasumijoka. Now, she stared out of the window, directly at the opposite building. Yuki no Shita swallowed nervously. Could Kasumijoka really be that bold? To take her fiancé? Ugh! That woman was far too audacious. If it were her, she could never be so daring, even under threat of death. Ha! Yuki no Shita took several deep breaths as her heart raced uncontrollably. She didn't know why, but she subconsciously reached into her pocket and touched her glasses. A sudden, bold idea popped into her head. I really want to watch them right now. But it's class time. What should I do? This is unbearable. Chapter 94, Kasumijoka, Air-kun, you are wild today. Where's Hikigaya? How would I know? Mira shot Kawasaki a glare, clearly annoyed. She had just finished a few laps when Kawasaki stopped her. That's strange. Where could he have gone? Ignoring Mira's irritation, Kawasaki mumbled, he's not on the field or in the gym. Mira's face remained expressionless as she retorted, hey, still claiming you don't like him? Yet your mind's full of Hikigaya. Who likes him? Kawasaki's face flushed red, and she immediately snapped back, I already told you, this is all for Yuki no Shida. I'm supervising Hikigaya on her behalf. After a moment of silence, Mira added, I think I saw him earlier walking with Kasumijoka. What? Kawasaki's face changed drastically. She tugged at her hair in frustration. Hikigaya was with Kasumijoka? Mira raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Pausing for a second, Kawasaki huffed, fine, I'll tell you. Kasumijoka has been getting really close to Hikigaya lately. I suspect those two might have something going on. What? Mira's brows knitted tightly. Kawasaki, too preoccupied, ignored Mira and hurried off to continue her search for Hikigaya. Mira remained in place, silent. Reflecting back, she had to admit that Hikigaya and Kasumijoka had indeed been spending a lot of time together lately. They were often seen chatting and laughing during breaks. Could it be that those two were? Her heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Mira realized she had completely lost interest in her running routine. For some inexplicable reason, the thought of Hikigaya being with another girl left her feeling deeply unsettled. Kasumijoka Utaha. She always dresses so provocatively, doesn't she? Just like Kirasa-sensei, always in black stockings. In terms of looks, Mira believed she was on par with Kasumijoka. But when it came to figure, she had to admit defeat. Kasumijoka's body was just too alluring. Her seductive curves didn't belong on a high school student, they were more fitting for a mature woman. Could she really be some sort of vixen? With that thought, Mira felt a pang of unease. If Hikigaya had fallen for Kasumijoka's charms, what would she do? Ahem. No, what would Yuagahama do? Regardless of the scenario, there was no way she could let another woman make the first move. For the sake of Yuki no Shita's master plan, she couldn't allow this. Mira abandoned her training entirely, resolved to track down Hikigaya as well. As gym class neared its end, behind the school building, the zipper of a short skirt slid into place. Kasumijoka straightened her slightly wrinkled gym uniform, then stretched lazily. Her S-curve silhouette was irresistibly seductive, like a perfectly ripe peach inviting a bite. With a warm smile, she leaned her head against Hikigaya's shoulder. "Air-kun, love you." Hikigaya stiffened, his voice steady but low. "Let's go. Class is about to end." Kasumijoka chuckled softly but didn't argue. As they walked back toward the locker rooms, "Slow down, Air-kun. Your pace is too fast for me to keep up." Hikigaya stopped and turned to look at her. He noticed something off about the way she was walking. "Senpai, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Kasumijoka smiled, shaking her head. "You know how it is with women. Just give me 5 minutes, and I'll be back to normal." "Ah, that makes sense." Another piece of peculiar knowledge filed away. Hikigaya nodded in understanding. "But..." Kasumijoka pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Air-kun, you're different today." "Different? Stronger than before?" Hikigaya's face flushed. It seemed his nightly training sessions were paying off. As expected, running was essential for guys. "Still." Kasumijoka smirked, her tone teasing. "Even if you're stronger, so what? In the end, the victor is still me. Weren't you the one who surrendered at my feet?" Hikigaya fell silent, a trace of surprise flickering in his heart. Strange. He'd begun to notice something unusual about Kasumijoka. Could it be a sense of competitiveness? To be honest, Hikigaya wasn't particularly invested in winning or losing. But from her reaction, it seemed Kasumijoka was quite fixated on the idea of victory, especially in certain areas. As realization dawned, Hikigaya started to formulate a strategy to deal with her. "Where have you two been just now?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, they saw Mira standing there, her brows furrowed. Surprised, Hikigaya and Kasumijoka exchanged glances. Mira cleared her throat and explained coolly, "I was just curious. As the class rep for gym, I need to know where everyone is." "Ah, I see." Kasumijoka responded smoothly, a gentle smile on her lips. "I was tutoring Air-kun." "Tutoring? Math, of course. Air-kun is terrible at it. As his study group leader, it's my duty to give him extra help." "Oh, I see. Is there a problem with tutoring Air-kun during gym class?" Kasumijoka asked, feigning innocence. "No, not at all." Mira shook her head, then reminded them, "But during gym, it's better to focus on physical activities. Studying all the time isn't great for your health." "Got it." Kasumijoka replied with a radiant smile. "Next gym class, I'll make sure Air-kun gets plenty of exercise." "Does that work?" "Good." Meanwhile, in Class 3J, as the class ended, Yuki no Shita rested her head on her desk, mumbling softly, "Hikigaya-kun was amazing today." Her legs pressed tightly together as she adjusted the red glasses on her face. Still replaying the earlier scene in her mind, she forgot to remove the glasses even after the bell rang. Kasumijoka-senpai guiding him during the day, Mira guiding him at night. Too bad Mira's guidance was still limited to running. Such a pity. Ahem. Startled, Yuki no Shita shook herself out of her daze, patting her cheeks and removing the glasses. "Stay calm. Stay rational." Both were necessary for maximizing Hikigaya-kun's growth. And to prevent him from becoming too smitten with Kasumijoka. Yuki no Shita took a deep breath, comforting herself. For the sake of Hikigaya-kun's future happiness, she had to focus on getting Mira on board. The goal? To create a perfect balance, guided by Kasumijoka during the day and by Mira at night. Chapter 95, Yuki no Shita, Hikeman. "No, I mean, Daddy." After school. In Class 3B, the students were packing their books and bags, ready to head home. "Tomorrow's Friday, Air-kun. I've got a bold idea for this weekend," whispered Kasumijoka, leaning close to Hikeman's ear. Hikeman, midway through packing his bag, froze at her teasing tone. The suggestive look in her eyes, Her flawless curves. Kasumijoka was the very embodiment of temptation. Steeling himself, Hukuman replied calmly, "Sorry, I already have plans this weekend." "Oh? And what could possibly be more important than that?" she asked, her voice dripping with intrigue. Air-kun, this weekend, we're going to." Before she could finish, Airiri suddenly stood up from the desk in front of them. Her twin tails swung as she turned to face Hukuman. "Hukuman, don't forget our plans this weekend," she said nervously. "Oh, yeah. I won't." Satisfied, Airiri nodded, shot a quick glare at Kasumijoka, and walked away. Kasumijoka's smile faltered. Hukuman tried to explain, "I promised to help her beat a game at her place this weekend. It's just like last week, when I helped you at your house." "Oh?" Kasumijoka's lips curved into a sly smile. "Just gaming, huh? Are you sure it won't end up in bed?" "That's impossible," Hukuman retorted, his face serious. "It's just gaming, plain and simple." Kasumijoka stayed silent for a few seconds before laughing lightly. "I know your tastes, Air-kun. I doubt you'd be interested in someone like Airiri with her lack of curves. After all, hee." She straightened up, flaunting her figure unapologetically. Hukuman's face turned red. He had to admit, her body was breathtaking. This wasn't the physique of a high schooler, it was otherworldly. Taking a deep breath, Hukuman turned his head away to avoid falling for her charms. "Air-kun, how about after school tomorrow? Let's pick a time. Anything's better than gym class, so boring," she suggested. "Boring?" Hukuman muttered under his breath. "Just boring?" Kasumijoka chuckled confidently. "Don't let a few compliments get to your head. You're still far too inexperienced, Air-kun. Pick a time, and I'll show you what I'm really capable of." Her competitive spirit was blazing. Hukuman sighed inwardly. So she did care about what happened during gym class. Even though he ultimately lost to her, there were a few fleeting moments where he gained the upper hand, and that must have bothered her. Could it be she felt threatened? Coughing, Hukuman decided to play it safe, thinking carefully. "Senpai, I'm just an average guy. How can I keep up with you?" Kasumijoka smiled slyly. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Her casual confidence seemed unshaken, even as Hukuman's eyes gleamed with a hint of determination. After a few more exchanges, Hukuman finally managed to wrap up the conversation and bid her farewell. Once out of the classroom, he headed straight for the service club. As he walked, he couldn't shake the guilt gnawing at him. Memories of the day flooded his mind. Yuki no Shita. "I'm sorry." Taking a deep breath, he opened the club room door. Inside, Yuki no Shita and Kamaki were waiting. With Yua still absent due to her ongoing leave, the club's workload had been relatively light recently. In fact, most of the tasks fell to Kamaki, now the service club president. Hukuman and Yuki no Shita spent their time quietly supervising, allowing Kamaki to grow into her role. By the time the club activities ended, Kamaki announced her plans to visit Yua. Hukuman and Yuki no Shita decided to walk home together. It was a rare moment of solitude between them. On the way home, Yuki no Shita seemed troubled. Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level, 23 out of 100, the events during gym class had added to his corruption level. This wasn't good. If the index climbed too high, there'd be consequences. She needed to act quickly to lower it. "Hikigaya-kun, let's take a break over there," she said, pointing to a secluded clearing nearby. "Huh?" Hukuman hesitated, his mind flashing back to their questionable moments in similar places before. His face turned red. "I think we should just MMPH." Before he could protest, Yuki no Shita grabbed his arm and led him toward the clearing. Once there, she brought him behind a slide. "Are you planning to play on a slide?" Hukuman asked, confused. Yuki no Shita rolled her eyes. "I'm not a child." "Then what behind the slide? No one can see us. So we can play some adult games," she said, her voice soft but suggestive. "Adult games?" Hukuman stammered. "Hikigaya-kun." She held his hand gently, her cheeks flushed. After a moment's hesitation, she murmured, "Let's do something thrilling, okay?" Thrilling? Hukuman's face burned. "Stop joking around. Let's just go home." "And no." Yuki no Shita clung to him tightly, whispering in a voice barely audible, "Don't go, D-Daddy." Hukuman froze, staring at his girlfriend, whose face was now beet red from embarrassment. Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level, -1. Meanwhile, a black sedan pulled up near the clearing where the couple stood. From the car emerged a mature woman clad in a traditional kimono. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yuki no Shita and Haruno, though her demeanor was even more refined and composed. With an elegant smile, she began walking toward the clearing, her presence commanding yet gentle. Chapter 96, Caught in a Father-Daughter Play with Yuki no Shita. By Mrs. Yuki no Shita? Yuki no Shida was on the verge of dying from embarrassment. As a well-mannered, dignified girl of outstanding character, this was her first time saying such a word to her boyfriend. Cold sweat trickled down her back. Her heart pounded like a roaring engine. Her shame was about to explode. But no matter how mortifying it was, she had to grit her teeth and go through with it. After all, Yuki no Shita was genuinely concerned that if future situations escalated, especially with Mira getting involved, her boyfriend's corruption level would undoubtedly skyrocket. Thus, while things were still relatively tame, it was crucial to comfort Hikigaya and remind him of her presence and appeal. As for why she called Hikigaya that word, it stemmed from a book she had recently purchased from the system, 99 Ways for a Wife to Please Her Husband. One of the methods mentioned was having the wife address her husband as daddy to deepen their emotional connection. At first, Yuki no Shita flatly refused. But under the system's repeated persuasion, she eventually caved in a moment of confusion. According to the system, calling Hikigaya this proactively, wasn't the same as doing it passively. So, her dignity as a wife remained intact. As long as she didn't do that in bed later, it wasn't a big deal. Hikigaya-kun, you're blushing. You're the one blushing. Hikigaya retorted, exasperated. What's gotten into you today? Why did you? Do you like it? Yuki no Shida interrupted before he could finish. Huh? Do you like it? She pressed closer with each word, her slender frame inching nearer. The faint fragrance emanating from her made Hikigaya's head spin. Faced with Yuki no Shita's shy yet determined expression, he turned crimson and lowered his head. I like it. No man could resist such a girlfriend. Hikigaya was no saint, and he was no exception. As long as you like it. Yuki no Shita giggled softly. In that case, let's try it again. She leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered once more. Hikigaya's entire body trembled. Ding. Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level -1, success. Another disgrace. Yuki no Shita. While he had been able to maintain some composure earlier, his girlfriend's teasing was now driving him to the brink. Before he knew it, he had wrapped his arms around her slender frame. Ding. Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level -1, Hukuman-kun. Feeling the sincerity of his embrace, Yuki no Shita called out softly, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. A mere seductress dares to tempt my Hukuman? Humphrey. I am the true empress. The rest of you are but tools. As Hikigaya held her delicate frame, he cautiously asked, should we kiss? Kiss? Is that okay? Of course. Yuki no Shita nodded with a smile, her tone gentle yet teasing. But actually, I have an idea that's even bolder than a kiss. Ding. Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level -1, Hikigaya blinked, intrigued. Something bolder? Releasing her from his embrace, he looked at her flushed face with curiosity. Yuki no Shita hesitated, then shyly murmured, there's no one around this empty lot. How about we? Hikigaya's face flushed crimson. He shook his head vigorously. No way, no way. Something like that. If we're going to do it, it should be at your house, right? I haven't even said what I meant yet. Yuki no Shita shot him an exasperated glare. Then, what were you planning? I was going to wipe your sweat. Her voice dropped to a whisper as she leaned closer to explain. Ding. Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level -1, I knew you'd like this. If that senior already did it, then as his girlfriend, I definitely can't fall behind. You're crazy. It's dirty. Hikigaya stammered. It's fine. Yuki no Shita smiled tenderly. As long as it's for Hikigaya-kun. I don't mind. Ding. Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level -1, I haven't even really started, and his corruption level is already dropping so much. By the time I'm done, will it go into the negatives? Yuki no Shita thought gleefully. She smoothed her skirt and began to crouch down. However, wait. Yuki no Shita. What is it? Well, let's just forget about it. Huh? Why did Hikigaya suddenly look so pale? Wasn't he excited just moments ago? Don't tell me. Oh. Yuki no Shita suddenly realized. Geez, you should have said so earlier. Of course, I'll agree to that. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and softly began, Yuki no Shita, your mom is here. Hikigaya cut her off abruptly. Yuki no Shita froze mid-sentence, her expression stiff. My mom? She slowly turned her head, and there, walking toward them from behind the slide, was a familiar figure. It was a mature woman dressed in an elegant kimono, bearing an uncanny resemblance to both Yuki no Shita's sisters. With a gentle smile, the woman spoke warmly, Good afternoon, Yuki no. And Hikigaya-kun. Yuki no Shita's face turned crimson, and her heart nearly stopped. Mother? When did you? I was just passing by. Mrs. Yukinoshita said, fanning herself with a paper fan as she chuckled. I noticed you two here and thought I'd come say hello. I didn't expect to see such close interaction between you two. Ugh. Yukinoshita wanted to bury her face in her chest, just like Hikigaya would. Mother, how long have you been here? She asked weakly. Oh, well. Her mother smiled mischievously, covering her mouth with her fan. Hikigaya, unable to hold back, chimed in, she might have been here the whole time. The whole time? Wouldn't that mean she heard everything? Yukinoshita's eyes rolled back, and she nearly fainted on the spot. Just kill me now. Chapter 97, Mrs. Yukinoshita's push for marriage and Yukinoshita's bold move unfolding her fan gracefully. Mrs. Yukinoshita smiled gently. I just arrived, so I don't know a single detail about what you were discussing earlier. Not a word. Although her words were casual, Yukinoshita trembled and lowered her head, feeling a chill down her spine. Help. This is disastrous. Devastated. Being caught in a father-daughter moment with her beloved by her mother of all people, how could she ever face her again? Frozen in place like a statue, Yukinoshita stood motionless. Meanwhile, Mrs. Yukinoshita turned her attention to Hikigaya, ignoring her daughter's despair. Noticing his flushed face and his attempt at composure, she spoke warmly, Hikigaya-kun, Yukino may seem clever, but she is actually quite clumsy. I hope you can take good care of her from now on. Why yes, I understand. Hikigaya stammered, instinctively stepping back to create some distance between himself and the elegant lady. However, as wary as Hikigaya was, trying to maintain his space, Mrs. Yukinoshita advanced steadily, closing the gap. A mature fragrance lingered in the air, and her graceful curves far surpassing her daughter's unintentionally swayed in his vision. After all, she was a seasoned beauty. In terms of presence, she and Yukino weren't even in the same league. Hikigaya's heart raced as he leaned backward. Yet, just as he tried to maintain his ground, Mrs. Yukinoshita stopped and said with a smile, with high school graduation around the corner, you two should aim to get into the same university. That won't be a problem for you, right, Hikigaya-kun? Well. Hikigaya averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with this ultimate boss-level figure. Keeping his tone steady, he replied, rest assured, I'll make sure Yukinoshita and I attend the same university. Thanks to the tutoring from Kasumijoka-senpai lately, his grades had indeed improved significantly. This child has a unique personality. If she were to attend university alone, I'd be worried. But if you can stay by her side during college, I'd feel much more at ease. Mrs. Yukinoshita said with a gentle smile. Mother. Yukino pouted, her face full of protest, though her timid tone betrayed her inability to refute. Anyway, enough of this. Mrs. Yukinoshita said, brushing off the topic with a laugh. But if you both get into the same university, Hikigaya-kun, after graduation, I'll leave Yukino entirely in your care. Eh? Huh? Both Hikigaya and Yukino froze in shock. Hikigaya hesitated, opening his mouth after a few seconds. Entirely? What exactly does that mean? Simple. Mrs. Yukinoshita smiled meaningfully. After graduation, you'll get married. What? The declaration left Hikigaya and Yukino wide-eyed, stunned. Of course, it was no secret that the two were already in a relationship. Anyone with half a brain could see it. But dating was still just dating. They hadn't even officially registered their marriage yet, which meant that, legally speaking, they weren't a married couple. This is... Hikigaya's face turned a deep red. Even someone as composed as him couldn't help but waver in the face of Mrs. Yukinoshita's unexpected proposal. Yukino, on the other hand, was completely flustered, stammering, mother. As such a rushed. Marriage? We haven't even graduated from college yet? Mrs. Yukinoshita tilted her head and asked calmly, don't you want to get married soon? Yukino fell silent, utterly speechless. Turning her gaze to Hikigaya, Mrs. Yukinoshita continued with a sly smile, well, if Hikigaya-kun were already 18, I might have pushed for the wedding even sooner. In Japan, the legal marriage age for men was 18 and for women 16. While Yukino had already reached the legal age for marriage, Hikigaya was still 1 year shy of it. What? Yukino muttered in disbelief, her cheeks turning even redder. So, if her beloved had already been of age, they could have married immediately? Mrs. Yukinoshita chuckled lightly, her tone teasing, better to marry early than risk trouble down the road. I understand what you're worried about, mother. Yukino mumbled, her head hanging low in embarrassment. And you, Hikigaya-kun? Mrs. Yukinoshita turned her attention back to the silent boy, smiling warmly. On the surface, she appeared the picture of a kind and caring parent. But Hikigaya knew better. Behind that gentle facade lay an unyielding authority, her every word carrying an air of finality. From the moment she arrived, Mrs. Yukino Shita had dominated the conversation, leaving neither him nor Yukino any room to breathe. It was no exaggeration to say she was a boss-level presence far beyond even Haruno or Ketu. But despite his nerves, Hikigaya wasn't about to back down. Stealing a glance at his blushing, shy girlfriend, who looked as if she might melt into the floor, he felt a surge of determination. With a deep breath, Hikigaya boldly took Yukino's trembling hand and said earnestly, "Thank you for your trust, Mrs. Yukino Shita. I promise I won't let you down. To me, she is already my wife, and I'll protect her no matter what." Hikigaya-kun? Yukino's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing wildly at her boyfriend's sudden declaration. In her icy world, his words were like a warm flame, chasing away the cold. Warm. Safe. Loving. Ah, my Hikigaya-kun. You're the best. I love you so much. Gripping his hand tightly, as if sealing a vow, Yukino's heart swelled with happiness. Mrs. Yukino Shita blinked, briefly caught off guard by Hikigaya's sincerity, before breaking into a smile. Young love truly is wonderful. Well then, I'll leave you two lovebirds to enjoy yourselves. Both Yukino and Hikigaya blushed deeply. But just as Mrs. Yukino Shita turned to leave, Yukino suddenly called out, "Wait. Mother, there's one more thing." "Oh?" Mrs. Yukino Shita paused, looking back curiously. Hikigaya, too, looked puzzled. Gathering her courage, Yukino took a deep breath and declared seriously, "Actually, Hikigaya-kun really admires you, Mother. He's always wanted to hug you. Could you oblige him?" Mrs. Yukino Shita? Hikigaya Chapter 98, Yukino Shita, "My mom is lonely, please take care of her." Hikigaya-kun, Hikigaya Hikuman's favorability towards Yukino Shita Satsuna, 10 out of 100, fear, dislike, huh? Seeing the system prompt, Yukino Shita Yukino was stunned. Fear, sure, that was understandable. Her mother was indeed terrifying. But dislike? Why would Hikigaya-kun dislike her mother? Ah, this. Regret suddenly washed over her. Maybe she shouldn't have said what she did earlier. When she glanced at Hikigaya, she saw her boyfriend's expression twist like he'd bitten into a bitter melon. His face was full of grievance, or rather, an almost pitiful kind of charm. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Yukino didn't feel so regretful anymore. Meanwhile, her mother, Satsuna, blinked a few times before recovering, her gentle smile fixed on Hikigaya. "Is that so?" Faced with a seemingly kind smile, Hikigaya felt his soul leave his body. There was no way he wanted to hug the ultimate boss-level existence that was Yukino Shita Satsuna. He'd rather stay 100 feet away from her, not even exchanging a word if possible. What had gotten into Yukino to suggest something as insane as this? But, despite his internal resistance, Hikigaya ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded, unwilling to embarrass Yukino further. I just feel like... Bruh, Mrs. Yukino Shita gives off a very motherly vibe. Oh? Is that so? Mrs. Yukino Shita chuckled, placing a hand over her cheek, her voice as tender as silk. If that's the case, Hikigaya-kun, you can call me Mom anytime. After all, aren't we practically family already? Mom. Hikigaya's lips moved soundlessly before he finally stammered out, Mo. Mrs. Yukino Shita. Ah, still sticking with Mrs. Huh? Mrs. Yukino Shita sighed in mock disappointment but didn't push him further. Instead, her voice softened even more. That's fine. Take your time. For now, why don't I give you a hug? Her arms opened wide in a gesture of invitation, her demeanor so warm and serene that refusing seemed impossible. Hikigaya's scalp prickled with terror. Gee, go on. Yukino urged, giving him a little push. Ugh. Hikigaya's lips twitched as he fought the urge to cry. The beautiful, elegant woman before him radiated an aura of warmth and grace, but to him, she was nothing short of a final boss. Still, with no way to back out, Hikigaya clenched his jaw and stepped forward. Mrs. Yukino Shita wrapped her arms around him in a gentle, motherly embrace. A soft, milky fragrance enveloped him, along with a unique warmth and tenderness. For a brief moment, Hikigaya found the sensation pleasant. But then reality hit him like a truck. This was Mrs. Yukino Shita. This wasn't some ordinary embrace. This was an initiation ritual into servitude under the Yukino Shita family, a binding contract he wasn't ready to sign. His shoulders stiffened, and he felt like a prisoner awaiting execution. As Yukino watched her boyfriend's pain, a hint of guilt pricked her heart. While she often enjoyed teasing him, she didn't actually want him to suffer. Hikigaya-kun, you could have said no. But for her sake, for her whims, he'd forced himself to go along with it. Her heart ached. Hikigaya-kun, you spoil me too much. She resolved not to trouble him like this in the future, or at least not as often. But then, just as she was feeling remorseful, a notification from her system rang out. Ding. Favorability points increased, plus 500. Wait, what? Yukino's eyes widened in disbelief. A simple hug, just a hug, had earned her mother 500 favorability points with Hikigaya-kun? That was absurd. Even the most intense interactions with her rivals barely broke 100 points. Her older sister, Haruno, or even her nemesis, Megamika too, had never achieved such results from a mere embrace. Yet her mother. The implications made her head spin. A kiss would probably break the system. And if her mother went further than that? Stop. Stop. She shook her head furiously, forcing herself to calm down. This is my mother we're talking about. At most, there would only be hugs. Nothing more. Besides, her mother was always busy with work and rarely around. She couldn't exactly rely on her to farm favorability points. That should be enough, Aunt Yukinoshita. Hikigaya stammered, squirming in Mrs. Yukinoshita's embrace. Oh, I'm sorry. It's been so long since I hugged a boy. I guess I got carried away. She replied with a soft laugh, finally letting him go. But really, Hikigaya-kun, you're so adorable. No wonder Yukino likes you so much. Hikigaya looked utterly embarrassed, while Yukino turned red as a tomato. Suddenly, a thought struck Yukino. Since her father's passing, had her mother ever hugged another man? Hikigaya-kun might very well be the first. Several minutes later, Mrs. Yukinoshita finally left, leaving the young couple alone. So, how did it feel? Yukino asked, breaking the awkward silence. A complete disaster. Hikigaya snapped, glaring at her. Next time, don't make me do something so humiliating. But my mom's a beautiful woman, isn't she? What does that have to do with anything? Hikigaya threw his hands up in exasperation. Your mom is terrifying. Would you just randomly hug her? Of course not. Yukino shivered at the thought. Exactly. So why'd you push me into it? You just enjoy watching me suffer, don't you? Hikigaya-kun, don't make me sound so bad. I was only trying to improve your relationship with my mom. You. Hikigaya sighed, clearly at his wit's end. Seeing his frustration, Yukino smiled softly. Her mom and Hikigaya-kun needed to get along. It was clear her mother already liked him. She'd even suggested they marry after graduation. That kind of approval spoke volumes about her feelings. The real issue was Hikigaya-kun. He'd need a little more convincing to warm up to her mom. I'll tell you this, Hikigaya-kun. Yukino said with a sly grin. My mom has been single for many years. She's very lonely, you know. If you spend more time with her, I'm sure it would make her very happy. What? Chapter 99, Mira, I'm entrusting my body to you, please make me more manly. In the clearing, after Mrs. Yukinoshita had left, despite Hakumen's obvious reluctance, Yukinoshita managed to persuade him to share a few moments of couple-like interaction. She wasn't about to leave empty-handed, no way. Even if there had been some awkward interruptions, she needed to reassure her dear husband. Hakumen Hikigaya's corruption level, 9 out of 100, not bad, not bad. The corruption level had finally dropped to a single digit. All that effort earlier wasn't in vain. Yukinoshita wiped her mouth with one hand, her face glowing with satisfaction. At that moment, Hakumen emerged from behind the slide. When he saw Yukinoshita wiping her mouth, his face turned bright red, and he muttered nervously, let's go. Yukinoshita nodded with a smile and walked up beside him. Unable to resist, she complimented him, today, you were really amazing, Hakumen. Hakumen froze, then cautiously asked, do you really think so? Yes. Really amazing. Especially your scent, it's so pleasant. Huh? Flustered, Hakumen's mind flashed back to the events of the afternoon. What's wrong? Yukinoshita asked. And nothing. Shaking his head, Hakumen sighed, clearly exasperated. Next time, let's not be so bold. This is a public place, after all. Got it. Yukinoshita chuckled, her hand unconsciously resting over her rapidly beating heart. She couldn't deny it. After being assisted by Kasumijoka-senpai, Hakumen had improved dramatically overall. Cough, cough. Calm down, calm down. It was all for the points. Just for the points. It's not like I enjoy it. Definitely not. Yukinoshita kept reassuring herself internally. Oh, right. She said suddenly, her tone playful. It feels like you're a lot stronger than before, Hakumen. Hakumen froze in place. Yukinoshita smirked at her boyfriend. Is it because you've been working out with Mira every evening? Why, you knew? Startled, Hakumen hastily tried to explain. Mira and I are just jogging. I know. Kawasaki already told me. Shita said with a gentle smile. Don't worry. Even though Mira and I don't get along very well, I don't mind you exercising with her. Actually. Her smile deepened. I fully support it. After all, my dear Hikimon is just a small fry. Without exercise, you'll never hold your head up high in the future. And since Mira's your class's sports representative, training with her might even give you a chance to surpass me someday. You. Stop underestimating me. Hikimon bristled. I'm not just some weakling. Just wait, I'll make you the one begging for mercy. Hee hee, you always say that, but aren't you the one who ends up begging every time, little fry? Hikimon felt utterly defeated. How could someone as seemingly fragile as Shita have such overwhelming dominance in certain areas? What a disgrace to all men. The two bickered playfully as they made their way to the train station. During their conversation, Shita also inquired about his progress with Katu and Ariri. Hikimon reported truthfully that he had exchanged over 10 sentences with Katu that day, and that Ariri had also spoken to him briefly, promising to invite him over to her house during the weekend. Satisfied with this update, Shita finally nodded in approval. Well then, I'll head home now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After parting ways with Shita, Hikimon walked away, replaying her words in his mind. His determination to train his body grew stronger. In truth, Hikimon had already been motivated to train, primarily to deal with Kasumijoka. Through their recent interactions, he had realized just how competitive women could be in that area. If he could dominate or even overwhelm them in such situations, he might gain a significant upper hand in the dynamics of their relationship. Take Kasumijoka-senpai, for example. In the past, he couldn't compete with her at all. But now, he could at least hold his own against her. With continued effort and improvement, he believed he could one day defeat Kasumijoka completely. When that day came, he'd finally be able to stop her from leading him around by the nose. Ugh! Why am I so focused on countering senpai physically? Hikimon rubbed his forehead, trying to rationalize his thoughts. This is all for Shita. Yes, it's to surpass Shita the Demon Queen. It's not about senpai at all. Not at all. Reassuring himself, Hikimon returned home. As usual, he quickly finished dinner and prepared to head out for a run. Unii-chan, are you going out for another walk tonight? Yeah. Don't wait up for me if I'm late. Okay. Watching Hikimon leave in a hurry, Kamiki hesitated before murmuring to herself, Nichan's right siblings shouldn't drift apart. It feels like it's been ages since I last chatted with Unii-chan. A few minutes later, Hikimon arrived at the nearby park. As always, he waited in their usual spot for Mira. After a few moments, Mira appeared, dressed in her workout clothes. You're here early today? Mira said, surprised. Hikimon nodded, his expression unusually serious as he looked at her. Mira? Startled by his grave tone, Mira stiffened. What is it? Taking a deep breath, Hikimon bowed deeply and declared with utmost sincerity, Mira. Please train me thoroughly. Use harsher methods if you must turn me into a real man. Mira's face instantly turned bright red. What are you talking about, Hikimon? Her heart raced wildly as her mind scrambled to process his words. From now on, I'm entrusting my body to you, Mira. What? Caught off guard by Hikimon's earnestness, Mira's face grew even redder. I can't. This is a public park. At least go to a hotel first. Chapter 100, Shita, Mira, stop hesitating with Hikimon and hurry up already, steal him from me. Nighttime. The park was tranquil, with barely anyone around. Beneath the glow of a street lamp, Mira stood with arms crossed, coldly staring at Hikimon. So, what you meant earlier was? You just wanted me to train your body rigorously? Why yeah. Hikimon scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Sorry, I might have phrased that a little next time, watch what you say. Mira cut him off, raising her voice. Do you realize how easily someone could misunderstand that? For a second, I thought you were trying to never mind. Her cheeks reddened slightly, and she bit her lip in frustration. Hikimon noticed the subtle change in her expression and felt his heart skip a beat. But he quickly shook the thought away, clearing his throat to focus. Mira. Anyway, can we do this? If you increase the intensity, it'll be good for you too, right? It was, after all, a win-win situation. Mira narrowed her eyes, visibly annoyed. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't worry about my training. I'm fine without your help. Okay, got it. Hikimon relented. But I'm doing this for myself. A man's got to be strong, or women will just look down on him, right? So Humphrey. Let's hope that's really the case. The two fell silent. After a brief pause, Mira let out a deep breath. Her face turned serious as she finally nodded. Fine. If you want to become more of a man, I'll increase the intensity. But don't blame me if you end up puking halfway through, got it? No complaints here. Hakuman replied with a confident grin. From now on, I'll leave myself in your hands. Go ahead and take charge. You. Mira felt her heart skip a beat at his words. She quickly turned away, hiding the blush creeping onto her face. You're really just handing yourself over to me without a second thought? No hesitation at all? With you, I know I can trust you completely. Mira's cheeks burned even brighter, but she quickly composed herself and huffed. All right, fine. Let's start. No slacking, you hear me? She turned and began the warm-up exercises, gesturing for Hakuman to follow. However, as she faced away from him, her usually confident expression wavered, a faint trace of confusion and embarrassment visible for a fleeting moment. Mira's thoughts began to race. When Hakuman had said those words earlier, it had almost sounded like a confession. She couldn't deny the small surge of happiness that welled up in her chest. What if he really had been confessing? Would she have said yes? A small, triumphant smile played on her lips. Wouldn't that mean I'd successfully stolen him from Yuki no Shita? If that happened, she could hold it over Yuki no Shita's head for the rest of her life. The thought of taunting her rival was oddly satisfying. But then her mood soured. Wait, what about Uegahama? She shook her head, suddenly conflicted. If I go after Hakuman, wouldn't that hurt you? Mira bit her lip, letting out a deep sigh. Whatever. Let's just focus on the training for now. The warm-up finished, and the two began running laps. Unlike their previous sessions, Mira dramatically increased the pace, running almost twice as fast as usual. Let me know if you can't keep up, she said over her shoulder, glancing back at Hakuman. Don't worry about me. Keep going. If anything, you can push it harder, he replied, determination evident in his voice. Mira said nothing, maintaining her current pace despite his encouragement. After all, she wasn't heartless enough to push him to his breaking point. Half an hour later, she slowed to a jog, finally stopping for a break. That's enough for now. Let's rest, she said, turning to face him. I've got to admit, you've really improved. You're way better than before, Hakuman. But before she could finish her thought, Hakuman suddenly tripped and fell flat on the ground. Hakuman. Mira's eyes widened in alarm. She rushed to his side, crouching down as her hands hovered hesitantly over him. Are you okay? I'm fine, just slipped, that's all. Hakuman winced as he held his thigh. That's not fine. Mira snapped, her voice tinged with worry. I should have been more careful. I know, seriously, you were great. Hakuman cut her off. This was my fault, not yours. Mira frowned, her frustration clear. I'm the one leading the run. If anything happens, it's my responsibility. Come on, it's not your fault. I just wasn't paying attention. Their back and forth continued until Mira, exasperated, clenched her fists. For a moment, she had the absurd urge to shut him up entirely. Under the moonlight, their faces were close. The scent of sweat and the heat radiating between them heightened the tension, and before either of them could react, their lips accidentally brushed together. Elsewhere, Yuki no Shita's house in the bathroom, Yuki no Shita sank into the tub, her face framed by steam. She adjusted the red glasses perched on her nose and stared into the distance. Did they kiss? Will it work this time? Her voice was soft, laced with an odd mix of anticipation and frustration. Though her heart felt heavy, Yuki no Shita's resolve remained unshaken. This is for the points. It's all for the points, she muttered to herself. If Mira actually steals him, so what? Hakuman still loves me. I'm the one he'll marry in the end. There's no need to panic. With a determined gleam in her eyes, she clenched her fist. Mira. Hurry up and seal the deal already. Chapter 101, The Forced Couple Potion. Once you drink it, you can't be separated. Under the silver moonlight, the boy and girl locked in a kiss appeared as if part of a painting. Hakuman Hikigaya and Yumeko Mira, their faces flushed, stared at each other in astonishment, hearts pounding wildly. In Mira's mind, the scene from her dream the previous night resurfaced. She had secretly booked a hotel room with Hikigaya. The two of them, lost in the moment, immersing themselves in each other. Meanwhile, Hikigaya's wife, Yuki no Shita, remained blissfully unaware. There was even a time when Yuki no Shita had called during a critical moment. Hikigaya struggled to answer, while Yuki no Shita sweetly assured him that it was fine if he came home later. As the image of Yuki no Shita's smug expression from earlier that day flashed in Mira's mind, a flood of bold thoughts filled her heart. She wanted to steal Yuki no Shita's man. Now, immediately. Slowly, her trembling hands rose, wrapping around the boy's body as her eyes gently closed, preparing to embrace everything about him. However, Just as Mira was about to claim Hikigaya entirely, the boy abruptly pushed her away. Taking a few deep breaths, Hikigaya turned his crimson face away, muttering, "Sorry about that." Huh? Mira blinked, dazed for a moment before snapping back to reality. No, I should be the one apologizing. Just now. Kissing someone like me must have been disgusting. I'm so sorry. From now on, it's better if you keep your distance from me to avoid any more accidents. Hikigaya, you. Hearing his self-deprecating words, Mira bit her lip, her face betraying a mix of emotions. Finally, she huffed, yes. Kissing someone like you is totally disgusting. Ugh, who knows how many times Yuki no Shita has kissed that mouth of yours already. It's gross just thinking about it. Hikigaya sighed, bowing his head. Sorry. But I didn't exactly hate it. Huh? Startled, Hikigaya lifted his head to see Mira biting her lip, her cheeks tinged with an unmistakable blush. The atmosphere shifted again, tension palpable between them. Fortunately, Mira recovered quickly. The blush faded from her face as she focused on Hikigaya's injured leg. Well, since your legs hurt, how about I carry you home? Carry me home? Hikigaya immediately waved his hands. No way. How could I let a girl carry me? Besides, it's just a minor sprain. If I rest for a bit, I'll be fine. Mira said nothing, her gaze fixed on his leg. Indeed, it was just a minor scrape. Mira, you should keep running. You can leave me here, I'll be fine after a short rest. Hikigaya suggested. Still silent, Mira didn't respond. Mira? Hikigaya called again. Lie down on my lap. Huh? I said, lie down on my lap. With a firm tone, Mira knelt on the ground and forcefully guided Hikigaya's head onto her lap. What? Startled by the sudden lap pillow, Hikigaya squirmed. This is too embarrassing. Humphrey. Stay still and stop moving. But don't be ungrateful. Mira snorted coldly, her face tinged with a faint blush. You're the first boy to get a lap pillow from me. Be grateful. Well. Facing Mira's commanding tone, Hikigaya let out a wry smile. You're too kind, Mira. Ugh. What nonsense are you saying? I've told you, I'm not kind at all. To avoid further scolding, Hikigaya said no more. Resigned, he lay quietly on Mira's lap, as if he were a child. To his surprise, despite the sweat on her legs, there wasn't a hint of unpleasantness. Instead, there was a faint fragrance unique to her, a scent completely different from Yuki no Shita's. Even the sensation of their lap pillows was entirely distinct. Wait. Why am I comparing my girlfriend to another girl? No. This is too immoral. I'm betraying Yuki no Shita. Hukuman's heart belongs only to Yuki no Shita. At that moment, Mira murmured something, gazing down at him. Hikigaya. What is it? Never mind. Mira averted her gaze, her tone suddenly harsh again. If your leg's fine, I'm going to push you even harder next time. Don't think I'll go easy on you. No problem. Bring it on. My body is in your hands. You. Mira faltered for a moment before regaining her composure. Fine. Then get ready. Tomorrow and this weekend, we're not stopping. Got it? Got it, my athletic queen. Hikigaya chuckled wryly. Under the moonlight, the two were illuminated brightly. Mira gazed softly at the boy resting on her lap, a rare gentle smile gracing her face. Meanwhile, on the other side. At the Yuki no Shita residence, Yukino soaked in the bathtub, waiting in vain. What the heck? Annoyed, she slapped the water, sending her rubber duck bobbing. Disappointed, she removed her red glasses. They failed. Even after kissing, they still failed? Arg. Mira, can't you do anything right? Weakling. Amateur. Useless. Yuki no Shita sighed, massaging her temples. Then again, the real issue wasn't entirely Mira's fault. The biggest obstacle was Hikigaya himself. Sigh. It couldn't be helped. That's just how much he loves me. Even in a situation like that, he managed to restrain himself. As expected of my Hikigaya-kun. Any other guy would have already taken Mira right there. Ahem. Could I fail the task? Yuki no Shita felt a sense of urgency. Tomorrow was Friday. Barely 3 days remained. If she failed, her points would be deducted. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Huh? A new item. Intrigued, Yuki no Shita opened the system shop. Forced Affection Potion, Dual Version, Effect. After consuming the potion, the male and female experience an increase in physical desire by 1000% for 1 hour. 5 minutes post-ingestion, the two will be irresistibly drawn to each other like magnets. Once close, separating them would be nearly impossible. Note, the effects are powerful. Use in private areas to avoid awkward situations. Price, 2,000 points. Staring at the description, Yuki no Shida was stunned. This potion is insane. It can outright force. That? Gasp. After taking a deep breath, she hesitated. Finally, with a pained expression, she reluctantly spent 2,000 points to purchase the potion. There was no other choice. You left me no other option. After an entire week of tension, if I don't take action now, don't blame me for what happens next. Chapter 102, Senpai, you're too intense. I can't keep up. The next day. At Sobya High, Class 3B. To fulfill the task assigned by his beloved girlfriend, Hukuman Hikigaya found himself chatting with Kata early in the morning. Since Kata had recently started playing a certain game, they now had a shared topic to discuss. During their conversation, Kata expressed an unexpected interest in the open-world game, though her focus was more on map exploration than character builds. As a result, she hadn't even cleared the dragon boss yet. While they chatted, Ariri also arrived at class. The blonde twin-tailed girl hesitated before making her way to Hukuman's desk. She stood there for a few moments, conflicted, before finally turning to him. Hukuman, tomorrow. I got it. Hukuman replied, nodding before she could finish. I'll come by to help tomorrow. Ariri let out a soft toe and quickly returned to her seat. For someone as tsundere as her, speaking to him so openly in front of other classmates was already a significant effort. Is Hukuman planning a date with Sawamura-san tomorrow? Kata asked curiously. Ariri's body stiffened, and she hurriedly turned around, ready to explain. However, Hukuman was quicker. Calmly, he clarified, no, it's not a date. I'm just helping her clear a level in the game, the same one you're playing. Oh, I see. Kata nodded. That game really is tough. I can't even get past the main story. Yeah. It is. Hukuman replied awkwardly. But internally, he was panicking. Please, Katu, don't ask me to come over to your house to help you clear it too. I beg you. As Hukuman silently prayed, a certain black stocking-clad long-legged senpai entered the classroom. Mature and alluring as ever, Kasumi Joka calmly took her seat behind Hukuman and greeted him casually while unpacking her bag. Good morning, Air-kun morning. Hukuman replied with practiced indifference, though he internally sighed. What kind of trouble will she bring today? To his surprise, however, Kasumi Joka was unusually well behaved that day. She didn't tease him during or between classes, nor did she bother him during lunch break. Could it be? Did she finally accept defeat after I subdued her yesterday? Ahem. No way, no way. I'm not that capable yet. Still, this version of Senpai was great. He hoped the rest of the day would go smoothly. Later that afternoon, the library determined, Hukuman focused entirely on studying. After all, according to Yuki no Shida's mother, if he could get into the same university as Yuki no Shida, they could officially be together and maybe even get married. Though the idea of becoming the Yuki no Shida family's servant didn't sit well with him, the prospect of being with his beloved Yukino made it worthwhile. Mid-study, Hukuman stood up and said to Kasumi Joka, I'm going to grab a few books. All right. Kasumi Joka replied with a faint smile as she also stood. What about you? He asked, puzzled. I'm going to the restroom. She answered casually, smiling in a way that sent a chill down Hukuman's spine. Oh no. A few minutes later, the restroom Hukuman found himself dragged into the women's restroom by Kasumi Joka. Now they were in the same stall. Despair washed over him. I knew it. The calm this morning was just the eye of the storm. How could I have been so naive? Come on, Air-kun, it's time to pay up. Kasumi Joka teased playfully. Are you insane? Hukuman turned his head away, frustrated. This is the library. Katu and Sawamura will notice something's off. It'll only take half an hour, maybe even less. They won't suspect a thing. Are you underestimating me, or are you just overly confident in yourself? Absolutely not. This is way too risky. Oh, Air-kun. Kasumi Joka cooed, her leg brushing against his. Just this once, okay? Hukuman twitched, his patience wearing thin. No way. I'm too exhausted, you're overwhelming. Kasumi Joka tilted her head, surprised. Huh? This tired already? But yesterday you were. Cough. Hukuman cut her off with an exaggerated cough, brushing her leg away. It's because you're too much. Kasumi Joka hesitated before relenting with a smile. Fine, I won't make you pay up today. But since we're already here, let's not waste the moment, shall we? Remember the equipment room last time? Her dazzling smile left no room for misinterpretation. Hukuman froze, conflicted. After a moment's thought, he sighed. Fine. But at least go to the restroom first. Finish up, then we'll talk. I'll go later. It feels a bit awkward otherwise. No way. You're going now. Hukuman shook his head frantically. If something unexpected happens because you didn't, it'll be a disaster. Alright. Kazuma Joka finally conceded. Luckily, I brought some wet wipes, much better than regular toilet paper. Then hurry up. Hukuman muttered, turning away. Seeing this, Kazuma Joka smirked. You know, with our relationship, you don't really need to turn away, Air-kun. Hukuman stayed silent, resolutely facing the wall. Meanwhile, the study group over 10 minutes had passed, and 2 seats remained conspicuously empty. I'm going to grab some books. Airi announced, standing up abruptly. Kaja nodded quietly. Airi strode toward the bookshelves, grumbling to herself. Ugh, all this studying is so boring. I wonder if Hukuman's slacking off somewhere. I'll go check. After a week of limited interaction, Airi was itching for a conversation. There were so many new anime releases she wanted to discuss with a fellow otaku like Hukuman. A few minutes later, Airi frowned in annoyance. She couldn't find him anywhere. Whatever. Might as well hit the restroom first, then I'll hunt him down. She muttered, heading toward the women's restroom in frustration. Chapter 103, Kazuma Joka, the thrill of being the blonde villain. Airi quickly dashed into the girls' restroom. In her haste, she shoved open a stall door, set down the toilet seat, and bent over to sit. As she settled in, her thoughts wandered aloud. Where on earth is that guy? He's supposed to come to my house this weekend, and we've barely talked all week. Ugh. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the neighboring stall. Huh? Is that Sawamura-san? Airi froze mid-rant, almost losing control of herself. Thankfully, she quickly recovered and replied in surprise, It's you? Hee, it's me. What? You're still in the restroom? How long have you been in here? Hee, don't tell me you've never taken a long time in the restroom before? Kazuma Joka countered before smoothly changing the topic. Anyway. Sawamura, you like Air-kun, don't you? Airi's mind flashed back to her earlier mutterings. Realizing Kazuma Joka must have overheard, her composed face immediately flushed crimson. She stammered a denial, what I said earlier. It wasn't about Hikigaya. Don't get the wrong idea. Oh? Kazuma Joka chuckled lightly from her stall. Look, Sawamura, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be so quick to deny it. Feeling cornered, Airi bit her lip, opting for silence. Kazuma Joka continued, her voice tinged with mischief. After all, Air-kun is indeed quite amazing. It's completely normal for a girl to like him, you know. Amazing. Airi scoffed, her tone defensive. What's so amazing about him? He's just an ordinary guy. Ordinary looks, ordinary grades, and no presence whatsoever. Oh, and he's a total otaku. I'd absolutely never have any feelings for him. She quickly added, if anything, it's you, Kazuma Joka. What's with your tone? Do you like Hikigaya or something? To Airi's shock, Kazuma Joka openly admitted, why wouldn't I? Why else would I treat him so well all the time? Of course I have feelings for Air-kun. You. Airi was at a loss for words, thrown off by Kazuma Joka's forthrightness. Kazuma Joka pressed on, her tone playful. Air-kun. He's truly exceptional. I really like him. Huh? Airi's mind raced, and her voice grew incredulous. What do you mean by that? Kazuma Joka, you're not saying that you and Hikigaya already? Kazuma Joka giggled softly. Maybe we've shared a little fun together? Airi's jaw dropped. Her legs instinctively clamped together as a sour, inexplicable feeling surged in her chest. Fun? What kind of fun? Wait a second. Have you two kissed? You kissed him? Foo, guess what? Airi's pupils contracted. But Hikigaya has a girlfriend. I know. Kazuma Joka laughed, her tone teasing. That's exactly what makes it exciting. You're insane. Kissing and all that. He's someone else's boyfriend. Oh, Sawamura, whether it's kissing or not, and whether he's taken or not, it doesn't really matter, does it? All I'll say is, Air-kun is very talented in certain ways. It's no wonder girls find him irresistible. Her voice carried a deliberate sultriness. He has this ability to make women feel an indescribable kind of pleasure. Huh? It's just kissing. How much pleasure could that possibly bring? Sawamura, I bet you'll never understand how satisfying Air-kun can be in your whole life. You. Airi bit down on her lip, practically fuming. Don't lump me in with you. I'm not like you. I'd never kiss a guy who has a girlfriend, let alone do anything disgusting. Let me tell you this, when a guy you like has already been tainted by another girl, it only makes the experience even more delicious. What kind of trashy logic is that? Airi was completely stunned. No, Kasumijoka was way too deranged. Talking to someone like her was an insult to her own dignity. Furious, Ariri grabbed a few tissues. You're leaving? Humphrey. Unlike you, I use the restroom like a normal person. But midway through her snarky retort, Ariri froze. First of all, Kasumijoka had been in the restroom for an unreasonably long time. And secondly, Kasumijoka, why is your voice so strange today? Are you sure you're just using the restroom? Of course. I am. TCH. Ariri's suspicions grew as she replayed the situation in her mind. Being a well-known manga artist, she was no stranger to certain scenarios. Given Kasumijoka's outrageous personality, could it be that a shocking realization popped into her head? After all, women, like men, have their needs. Speaking of which, she herself had her own habits, though she always handled things discreetly under the covers or in the shower. But to imagine a woman like Kasumijoka. Her eyes widened, and her jaw slackened in disbelief. Kasumijoka, don't tell me you're doing that in the restroom. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not. Ugh. You're impossible. Ariri refused to entertain the thought any longer. She flushed the toilet and stormed out of the restroom. Kasumijoka was utterly revolting. She needed to find Hikigaya as soon as possible and warn him to stay away from that lunatic. Ding. Host has eavesdropped on Hikigaya Hukuman. Bonus, 100 points. Meanwhile, hidden in the furthest stall, Yukinoshita desperately covered her mouth. She had simply wanted to use the restroom, but now she couldn't leave. Neither Hikigaya nor Kasumijoka had noticed her presence in the restroom. Ugh. How could they be so careless? Thankfully, it was her overhearing them. What if it had been someone else? Chapter 104, Yukinoshita's Revelation. Creating freshness in married life with Hikigaya. The bathroom was suffused with the scent of youth, both male and female. Kasumijoka reclined on the toilet lid, propping herself up with her hands. Sweat glistened on several parts of her body, and a faint mist lingered in the air. Faced with the sight of this captivating woman, Hikigaya pressed his lips together and took a deep breath. That was way too close. We almost got caught by Sawamura just now, he said. Kasumijoka chuckled lightly, her melodic laughter echoing softly. But we didn't, did we? She teased, her silken, stocking-clad foot playfully nudging Hikigaya's leg. Hikigaya swatted the mischievous foot away, his expression serious. Stop being so reckless. And what if we were caught? Kasumijoka replied, brushing her hair back with a smirk. I'm actually curious about Sawamura's reaction. That girl has quite the fondness for you, you know. After my little chat with her earlier, she might even confess to you this weekend. You're underestimating it, son dear. Hikigaya muttered, shaking his head. It's just helping her with a game. Nothing will happen between me and Sawamura this weekend. And what if it does? I've already said, I won't do anything to betray Yukinoshita again. You are the only exception. Oh my. Kasumijoka replied, her mood visibly lifting as she beamed. The soul mistress, huh? That actually feels pretty rewarding. You. Hikigaya was at a loss for words. Rewarding? What was this, some kind of competition? He sighed, choosing to ignore her as he turned to leave. But Kasumijoka wasn't done. By the way, Hikigaya, between me and Yukinoshita, who do you think is better? Hikigaya froze, his body tense. Don't make me compare. He snapped. Is it me? Kasumijoka teased with a mischievous smile. You were like an adorable newborn baby just now? Don't use weird analogies like that. Hikigaya exclaimed, his face flushing. I haven't done anything like that with Yukinoshita yet. He stammered. Really? Kasumijoka raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Yukinoshita is still quite conservative. Hikigaya admitted, scratching his head. It's embarrassing for her. Ah, a conservative girlfriend. Kasumijoka mused, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. You know, conservative girls often struggle to keep their boyfriends interested. They hold back in so many ways, and before you know it, all the excitement in the relationship is gone. What are you getting at? Hikigaya, let me ask you this. Would you and Yukinoshita ever do this sort of thing at school? Hikigaya's face turned crimson. That's impossible. Exactly. So boring. Kasumijoka said, shaking her head dramatically. You're supposed to be a couple, but you can only wait until the weekend to do anything meaningful. You're missing out on creating precious memories together here at school. This is a place for studying. A place for studying, Kasumijoka repeated with a suggestive gleam in her eyes. Unable to bear her gaze, Hikigaya quickly changed the subject. Time's running out. We should go. Sawamura and Kata might start getting suspicious. Kasumijoka smiled wickedly. Hikigaya eyes still. Huh? A chill ran down Hikagaya's spine as he took a step back, trembling. Didn't we agree on this? Hee, seeing you all flustered and weak just makes me want to bully you more. Kazumi said, licking her lips as she crossed her legs like a queen. She was clearly enjoying his discomfort. Fine. I surrender. Hikigaya sighed in defeat. Just spare me this time, please. Alright. Kazumi replied with a coy smile. Since you're being so pitiful, I'll let it slide. But first, lower your head. For what? Kazumi suddenly stood, cupped Hikagaya's face, and kissed him deeply. MMPH. Hikagaya's eyes widened in shock. He struggled for a moment before ultimately giving up, reluctantly closing his eyes as he surrendered to Kazumi whims. A few minutes later, Kazumi wiped her lips with satisfaction. Let's go, useless Hikigaya, right? Hikigaya followed her out of the bathroom, his head hanging low. On the surface, he appeared dejected, but a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. She's definitely hung up on that sports class incident yesterday, he thought, a plan forming in his mind. If I don't turn things around soon, she'll keep using that against me. But when the time comes, Kazumi, you'll see who's really in charge. Meanwhile, in a nearby stall, Shita let out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness. They didn't find me. But despite her relief, she couldn't shake a nagging feeling of dissatisfaction. That's it? Nothing else happened? Why didn't they actually do something? Blushing, she shook her head furiously. It's not like I wanted to eavesdrop. I was just trying to gather more points, that's all. She muttered, trying to justify herself. As her mind settled, Shita found herself reflecting on Kazumi final remarks to Hikigaya. Sigh. Maybe Kazumi is right. I've been too conservative. Her words replayed in Shita's head, a conservative girlfriend can't keep her boyfriend happy. Without excitement, a relationship becomes dull. But doing that sort of thing at school. Shita's heart raced at the thought. Still, an idea began to take root in her mind. Maybe. In the future, I should try it with Hikigaya. It could help lower his corruption level, after all. Yes, that's it. All for the sake of keeping him on the right path. With a newfound resolve, Shita clenched her fists, her face flushed with a mix of determination and embarrassment. For the sake of love. I'll do whatever it takes. Chapter 105, seems like Yukino and Hikuman are having fun. Mind if I join? The school day finally ended, yet Yukino found herself accomplishing nothing. Trying to get Hikuman and Mira together at school felt as impossible as reaching for the stars. The forced affection potion was too potent, and using it in such a sacred place as the school came with the risk of being discovered. After much deliberation, Yukino decided to pin all her hopes on the upcoming weekend. That would be when Hikuman and Mira had plans to work out together, a golden opportunity. Of course, her day hadn't been a total waste. After all, Kazumi and Hikuman had done some unspeakable things in the bathroom earlier. Thanks to her eavesdropping, Yukino had earned over 300 points from that incident. Recalling what had happened between her boyfriend and the senior earlier in the day, Yukino couldn't help swallowing nervously. Her heartbeat quickened as a bold thought crossed her mind. Walking side by side with Hikuman on their way home, Yukino agonized internally for a while before finally stopping in her tracks. Hikuman-kun. Huh? Are we going to the clearing? What? Blushing deeply, Yukino stared at Hikuman in shock. Can you read minds? No, it's just that. Hikuman scratched his head awkwardly. Lately, every time you call me, it's to go to the clearing. Ugh. Yukino fidgeted with her hair, stammering. Well, no one's there, after all. But it's still outdoors. Don't boys like the thrill of it? Yukino teased with a sly smile. What do you think, Hikuman-kun? Only with you, I don't really like it otherwise. Yukino chuckled silently. Oh, Hikuman-kun, you're so adorably dishonest. You say you don't like it, but deep down, you clearly enjoy it, don't you? Recalling Kazumi-senpai's words from earlier, Yukino leaned in close to whisper in Hikuman's ear. Hikuman-kun, how about we try something thrilling at school one day? Huh? Hikuman instinctively took a step back, his heart racing. Why Yukino, you're... Gotcha. Look at you getting all excited. You're so easy to read, Hikuman-kun. I'm serious. Yukino said with a smile. That's... Hikuman gulped. You used to be so reserved. What's gotten into you lately? Well, if it's with Hikuman-kun, it's fine. Hikuman froze, staring at his shy yet earnest girlfriend. His heart thudded painfully in his chest. But still, it's school. We really shouldn't. Hikuman-kun, do you really have no interest at all? Hikuman hesitated. As a perfectly normal guy, how could he not be interested? But the thought of doing something like that with Yukino, his perfect, untouchable girlfriend at school, of all places, was almost too much for him to handle. Let's just go to the clearing for now. We'll talk about this later. Alright, later it is, Yukino replied with a knowing smile, following behind him. Her boyfriend was clearly looking forward to it. As his girlfriend, how could she not indulge him a little? This will probably reduce a significant amount of his delinquency points. I can't wait for next week at school. A few minutes later, Hakumen and Yukino arrived at their secret meeting spot. Kissing, right? Hakumen asked. Just like the day before, they hid behind the slide. Hakumen-kun, do you only want to kiss? Yukino asked with a mischievous smile. What else, then? Hakumen asked warily. Kissing's fine, just like last time. No, yesterday we did more than just kissing. Yukino shyly averted her gaze, her voice growing softer. Hakumen-kun, today, how about you? Take the lead? Huh? Hakumen froze, his body stiffening. You mean? I mean yesterday I, did that for you, right? So today, you do it for me. Ugh. Yukino's face turned bright red as she shyly lowered her head. Wait. That's just like what happened with Kasamijoka-senpai earlier. Hakumen thought, staring wide-eyed at Yukino. She met his gaze with a blush, her tone soft and pleading. Is that not okay? And no, it's not that. Hakumen stammered, his face equally flushed. He couldn't stop himself from nodding. Really? Yukino's eyes widened in surprise before lighting up with joy. Then it's fine if it's a little messy? You didn't mind yesterday. Hakumen mumbled, turning his head awkwardly. Hakumen-kun. Yukino gazed at him, her eyes filled with affection. Alright, but first, let me use a wet wipe. And no need. Hakumen interrupted hastily. Huh? No need? Yukino blinked in surprise, her face flushing again. But I've been at school all day, and I've gone to the restroom so many times. It's fine. Hakumen blushed but kept his voice steady. To me, you're clean all over. Completely clean. I don't mind at all. Eh? The gentle breeze ruffled Hakumen's hair, and his earnest expression left Yukino stunned. I'm fragrant? How embarrassing. But how happy that makes me. Kasamijoka-senpai insisted on using wet wipes earlier, but I don't need them. This is a total victory. Well, if Hakumen-kun doesn't mind, then I'll just sit here. Yukino climbed onto the slide and sat down gracefully. Perched there, her height nearly brought her face level with Hakumen's. Hakumen's heart raced as he gazed at her, overwhelmed by his emotions. But just then, a voice interrupted from nearby. My, what a coincidence, Hakumen-kun. Yukino-chan. Both of them froze in shock. Looking up, they saw a woman standing nearby. She wore a white blouse and jeans, her short hair adding to her confident demeanor. Her face bore a striking resemblance to Yukino's but exuded a more mature allure. With a radiant smile, she said, Oh my, you two seem to be having fun. Mind if I join? Haruno-san? Hakumen's voice trembled as he stared at the unexpected intruder. Oh An-sama? Yukino felt her face flush with shame. Yesterday, it was Mom. Today, it's my sister. Ugh. Fidgeting nervously with her skirt, Yukino hurriedly climbed down from the slide. Still, despite her embarrassment and panic, a bold thought crept into her mind as she looked at her older sister. Chapter 106, Drooling Haruno. An-chan is so excited. Should I go wild with Hikigaya? Emerging from behind the slide, Haruno smiled brightly at the pair. Just as mother said, you two make such a lovely couple. Yukino Shita let out a soft uck. Her face flushing crimson as she lowered her head. Meanwhile, Hikigaya muttered under his breath, figures. This was never just a coincidence. Hikigaya-kun, whispering behind my back again? Haruno's grin widened as she seemingly appeared out of thin air right next to him, ghost-like. Come now, share with me what you just said. Tell your dear An-chan, won't you? And nothing at all. A subtle scent drifted over, and Hikigaya's face instantly turned a light shade of red. Oh my, how cute you are, Hikigaya-kun. Seeing this, Haruno couldn't resist and stretched out her arms, as if wanting to hug him. Unlike her younger sister, Haruno exuded a mature charm. Her curvaceous figure and refined beauty made her a breathtaking vision of elegance. But to Hikigaya, this proactive goddess resembled nothing less than a mischievous goblin, eager to torment the brave knight. Hikigaya dodged swiftly, retreating to the safety behind Yukino Shida. Oh? You escaped? An-sama, aren't you supposed to be at university? Yukino Shida stepped forward protectively, shielding her boyfriend as she questioned her sister with a scrutinizing gaze. Well. Unlike the overbearing authority she faced with their mother, Yuki no Shita could at least converse with Haruno somewhat comfortably. As their casual chatter continued, a few preschoolers wandered into the playground. Yuki no Shita, seeing them, instinctively complimented the adorable little boys and girls. Haruno, however, couldn't help but tease, asking if Yuki no Shita was longing for children already. She even went so far as to joke that Yuki no Shita should have one right after graduation. This immediately sent Yuki no Shita into a flustered frenzy, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Despite the light tone of their conversation, it was clear that Yuki no Shita was no match for Haruno's sharp wit. No matter how hard she tried, Haruno was simply out of her league in terms of intelligence, charisma, and allure. Hikigaya wisely chose not to intervene. Normally, seeing his girlfriend being teased so mercilessly, he'd feel compelled to step in and defend her. But Haruno's sheer presence was overwhelming. Sigh. Better let Yuki no Shita handle it herself. Yes, this was for her own good. He was helping her grow stronger. Hikigaya's attention drifted toward the preschoolers playing nearby. Had Haruno not shown up when she did, those kids might have stumbled upon him and Yuki no Shita earlier. Shivers. Hikigaya couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. While Yuki no Shita might buy Haruno's claims of coincidence, Hikigaya wasn't convinced. Haruno showing up here? Purely by chance? Impossible. This must have been her way of delivering a friendly reminder. Wait. A terrifying thought struck him. Could it be possible, just possible, that Haruno had known all along about his and Yuki no Shita's secret meetups in this playground? University life wasn't as rigid as high school. Haruno certainly had the free time to tail her sister. As a self-proclaimed sister complex, it wouldn't be far-fetched for her to keep tabs on Yuki no Shita and him. The notion sent a chill down Hikigaya's spine. His eyes darted toward Haruno, who was still chatting with Yuki no Shita. And as if on cue, Haruno turned her gaze toward him, their eyes meeting seamlessly. She smiled slyly and even threw him a flirtatious wink. What the? That devilish grin nearly scared the life out of Hikigaya. He tried to feign nonchalance, but Haruno stopped mid-conversation, her focus now squarely on him. We've been chatting so much that we almost forgot about Hikigaya-kun here. Gulp. No need to target me just because I stole your sister, okay? Still, Hikigaya could understand her feelings. If some random guy whisked Kamaki away, he'd probably want to murder the guy too. Alright. Yuki no Shita turned around, pulling Hikigaya, who had been hiding behind her, into the center. Hikigaya-kun, come here. Stand in the middle. Huh? Hikigaya blinked, alarmed. Fine, I'll come over. But why do I have to stand in the middle? Hikigaya-kun, come on, let On-chan give you a hug this time. With Yuki no Shita forcing him into position, Hikigaya had no room to escape. And so, Haruno succeeded with ease. Haruno-san. Call me On-chan-uk. Come on, say it. You'll have to call me that sooner or later. Holding him tightly, Haruno turned to look at Yuki no Shita with a triumphant smile. Yuki no Shita coughed lightly, avoiding eye contact as she tried to mask her emotions. Hikigaya-kun. Maybe you should just call her that. Hikigaya sighed. For the sake of his girlfriend, he reluctantly muttered, be big On-chan? Haruno froze briefly, glancing at Yuki no Shita in surprise before her face lit up with an ecstatic smile. Hugging Hikigaya even tighter, she buried him against her chest. Oh, when will I find an obedient boyfriend like Hikigaya-kun? So envious. Someone as amazing as you, Haruno-san, will definitely. Find one. Oh, Hikigaya-kun, your compliments are getting sweeter. Haruno's mischievous grin widened as she leaned closer to him. I'm tempted to give you a big kiss right now. Huh? Ignoring Hikigaya's stunned reaction, Haruno turned to Yuki no Shita with a teasing look. Yuki no-chan? Would you mind if I kissed him on the cheek? Lost in thought about the points she could earn, Yuki no Shita answered absent-mindedly, sure, go ahead. Haruno? Hikigaya. What? Yuki no Shita. Are you out of your mind? Haruno blinked a few times before realization struck. Her lips curled into a smirk as she licked her lips, her gaze heating up as she eyed Hikigaya. Is that so? If you don't mind, then On-chan is getting excited. Hikigaya's face drained of color. Trapped in her embrace, he felt like he was sinking into an inescapable abyss. Wait. Seeing Haruno's eagerness, Yuki no Shita finally snapped out of her daze and hastily intervened. Haruno. Wait a second. Her goal had been to gain points, not to let her boyfriend get stolen in the process. She didn't mind some harmless teasing for the sake of the plan. But Haruno? She wasn't someone Yuki no Shita could allow to go too far. Chapter 107, Mira's jealous outburst. Kawasaki, how dare you steal a kiss from my Hikigaya? It seemed like Haruno was serious about kissing Hikigaya right in front of Yukino. However, Such brazen behavior was not something Yukino could tolerate. She quickly pulled Hikigaya back to her side. Haruno merely chuckled mischievously, refraining from pushing her sister too far. Well, since it's on the way, why don't I give you two a ride home? This. Yukino hesitated but eventually nodded, realizing her plans for Hikigaya were ruined for the evening. Alright. How about Hikigaya-kun sits up front with me? Haruno suggested, smiling slyly. You'll be the first guy to sit in my passenger seat. Eh? Hikigaya blinked in surprise, but Yukino intervened. Forget it. He'll sit in the back with me. My, so possessive. Haruno teased. I'm not going to eat him up, Yukino felt torn, uncertain whether to allow her devilish sister to cozy up to Hikigaya or not. In the end, she decided to let future events unfold naturally. Back home, Hikigaya followed his usual routine by complimenting his adorable sister, Kamaki, over dinner. Later that evening, going for a walk, Unyai-chan? Kamaki asked. Yeah. As he stepped outside, leaving Kamaki behind, Hikigaya found himself gravitating toward the park. To his surprise, a familiar figure was there, Kawasaki. She was stretching against a tree, her long legs pressing firmly into the bark, while her chest rose and fell with each breath. Her signature blue ponytail swayed rhythmically behind her. Hikigaya couldn't help but steal a glance. Those legs. Truly something else. Noticing his arrival, Kawasaki hurriedly stopped her stretches and greeted him, a bit flustered. Gee, good evening. Evening. No part-time job tonight? Hikigaya asked casually. Not tonight, it's someone else's shift. Kawasaki replied, shaking her head. Their conversation flowed easily as they strolled through the park. However, their moment of peace was soon interrupted by none other than Mira. Upon seeing Hikigaya chatting with Kawasaki, Mira's brows furrowed, her chest tightening with frustration. You two seem cozy. Mira remarked sharply. She hasn't been talking trash about me, has she? Kawasaki is not that kind of person. Hikigaya assured her. Really now? Mira wasn't entirely convinced but decided to let it slide. Let's warm up, Mira. Hikigaya suggested. I'll leave my training to you again today. Eh? Oh. Sure. Mira agreed, though her face flushed slightly at his earnest tone. After finishing their warm-up, Mira took the lead, guiding Hikigaya through a running session. While running, she occasionally glanced back at him. Beneath the glisten of sweat, his features seemed unexpectedly handsome, even charming. Her heart thumped faster. Was Hikigaya always this attractive? Mira, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. I won't mess up like yesterday. Hikigaya suddenly said, snapping Mira out of her reverie. Is that so? Well, in that case, I'll pick up the pace. She declared, hiding her embarrassment. Half an hour later, Mira slowed down, turning to Hikigaya with a grin. Nice work. You're getting stronger. It's thanks to you. Hikigaya replied sincerely. You wouldn't have improved if you didn't try. Mira insisted. Sometimes effort isn't enough on its own. It helps to have someone like you, the sports queen, motivating me. What are you saying all of a sudden? Mira stammered, blushing. After cooling down, Mira found herself hyper-aware of Hikigaya's presence, the boy beside her exuding a rugged charm that made her heart race uncontrollably. Without thinking, bold ideas formed in her mind. When they paused, she turned to him. Hikigaya, sorry, I need to use the restroom. Hikigaya interrupted. Oh, sure. Go ahead. Mira said quickly, turning away to hide her flustered expression. As he walked away, Mira muttered to herself, what am I even doing? Calm down. I can't let this happen. Trying to regain her composure, she felt the night breeze brushing her legs, prompting a shiver. I should hit the restroom too. Moments later, Mira reached the public restroom only to freeze in shock at what she saw. There, in front of the entrance, Hikigaya lay tangled on the ground with another figure, Kawasaki. Their faces were pressed together in a tight, unmistakable kiss. Mira's eyes widened, her mind reeling in disbelief. Fury surged through her as she clenched her fists and stormed toward them. Kawasaki, how dare you steal a kiss from my Hikigaya? Hikigaya. Kawasaki. Meanwhile, elsewhere, what? How did this even happen? Yukino writhed on her bed, her mind spinning. Since Hikigaya had shown no initiative, Yukino had resorted to using a forced intimate card to compel Hikigaya into kissing Mira and pushing their relationship forward. She had assumed the park was empty aside from Hikigaya and Mira, so she only activated a regular version of the card. Who could have expected Kawasaki to show up? Ugh. Failure again. Why is this so difficult? Yukino groaned, rolling on her bed. A few moments later, clutching her pillow, she murmured, well, I suppose a kiss with Kawasaki isn't too bad either. Not like it's their first time kissing anyway. Chapter 108, Making Mira and Hikuman Lose Control Outdoors. Sweat mingled between the boy and the girl. Lying on the ground, Hikuman and Kawasaki stared at each other, their faces flushed, hearts racing, and minds hazy. Their lips were pressed together, and the atmosphere was nothing short of electric. But just as the moment threatened to deepen, a sudden outburst of rage shattered the tension, snapping them both back to reality. Kawasaki jolted upright, hastily pulling away from Hikuman. She scrambled to her feet, her face burning, and turned to face an approaching Mira, whose fury was palpable. I didn't force myself on Hikuman. Kawasaki stammered in a panic. Didn't force yourself? Mira shot her a fiery glare, then glanced at Hikuman still sprawled on the ground. You've already knocked him down. Cough, cough. It was an accident. Hikuman interjected hastily, fearing a full-blown argument between the two girls. Rising to his feet, he quickly added, just an accident. An accident? Mira's brows furrowed. Hikuman, his face still red, nodded earnestly. Yes, just an accident. He proceeded to recount the sequence of events to Mira. According to him, Kawasaki had been washing her hands outside the public restroom when a stray cat suddenly leaped out, startling her. Seeing this, Hikuman rushed to intervene. However, in the chaos, and with Kawasaki already startled, they ended up tangled together and that led to their accidental kiss. Huh? Mira's eyes widened in disbelief. How does something like that even happen? Cough, cough. But that's exactly how it went. Hikuman said awkwardly. This. Mira frowned, turning her gaze toward Kawasaki. It was just a stray cat. How dangerous could it have been? Hikuman, there was no need for you to step in. Kawasaki could have handled it herself. Hikuman glanced at Kawasaki, who still seemed a bit shaken, and quickly responded, stray cats are different from domestic ones. They can be aggressive and dangerous. If scratched, there's a risk of infection. Mira fell silent. Kawasaki, however, looked at Hikuman in surprise. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes darted to Mira. Taking a deep breath, she addressed her calmly, Mira, just now, you said my Hikuman. What did you mean by that? Eh? The usually assertive Mira froze, her face suddenly flushed. Did I? I don't remember saying that. Ah, so you did. Kawasaki smirked slightly, her eyes narrowing. Mira, could it be that you ahem? Hikuman interrupted hastily before Kawasaki could finish. Actually, it's nothing like that. Mira is helping me train. During our runs, she's basically my coach, and I'm her student. That's why she said my Hikuman. It's no big deal. Mira stiffened, her face growing even redder. She glanced awkwardly at Hikuman. Ah. Kawasaki looked a bit taken aback by Hikuman's explanation but didn't press further. Recovering quickly, Mira cleared her throat and said, anyway, since it was just an accident, let's drop it. Hikuman, let's go. Huh? Go where? Another run? Hikuman asked. No. To the restroom. Mira's face flushed again. You haven't gone yet, right? I need to go too. Let's go separately. And quickly. Then we'll keep running. Oh. Alright. Hikuman nodded and headed toward the men's restroom, while Mira made her way to the women's side. Watching them leave, Kawasaki quietly walked away herself. However, as she walked, she couldn't help but recall Hikuman's earlier explanation to Mira. Did he know I'm allergic to cats? She wondered, her heart skipping a beat. Her allergies were severe. Even a slight brush with a cat could lead to a bad reaction, and she'd need a painful injection sometimes even two. Recalling how Hikuman had rushed to protect her from the stray, so worried that he didn't even hesitate, her heart raced uncontrollably. The way he cared so much. No way he was just worried about scratches. It couldn't have been just a matter of avoiding scratches. Kawasaki shook her head. No way. Hikuman's too kind. Her thoughts drifted back to their accidental kiss, and her hand instinctively touched her lips. Before she realized it, her tongue flicked out, as if savoring the lingering taste. Ah! What am I doing? Kawasaki slapped her cheeks, trying to snap out of it. Hikuman is Yukino's boyfriend. I can't feel this way about him. She paced frantically, mumbling, Yukino's my friend. I can't betray her like this. But... Hikuman. Her face turned beet red as she struggled to calm herself. I'll just keep my distance from him from now on. Yes, no more touching Hikuman. Not even a little bit. If I do, I'll be a dog. But then she froze. Oh no. I forgot to thank him. Slapping her forehead, she groaned, I'm such an idiot. I'll have to find a chance to approach him just one more time. Just to say thanks. Meanwhile, Mira exited the restroom to find Hikuman waiting for her. Sorry, I took a while. She said, a bit embarrassed. It's fine. That's normal. Hikuman replied casually. Mira nodded, stealing glances at him. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke softly, Hikimon. Thanks for earlier. It's nothing compared to all the time you're spending helping me train. He replied with a shrug. Hikimon. Mira's heart raced, a bold thought forming in her mind. But before she could act on it, Hikimon spoke again, since we're done here, let's get back to training. We don't want to stay out too late. Right. Mira sighed, pushing her thoughts aside. She straightened up, put on a serious expression, and ordered, let's go. Follow me. Training starts now. Back at home, Yukino lay on her bed, holding 2 small vials of potion and staring at them intently. No chance tonight. She muttered with a sigh. Long-distance interventions are just too hard. She groaned and rolled over. Looks like I'll have to go to the park near Hikimon's house this weekend. A little hands-on intervention should do the trick. Clutching the vials tightly, her eyes gleamed with determination. You've left me no choice. I'll make sure you two can't stop outdoors next time. Chapter 109, Kamiki has been feeling lonely lately. Can Big Brother help? After parting ways with Mira, Hikimon headed home. The moment he opened the front door, before even uttering a polite "I'm back," he was startled by the sight in the entryway. There lay Kamiki, sprawled out flat, her arms and legs forming a large X shape on the floor. The breeze from the open door lightly lifted her loose pajamas, creating a rather suggestive scene. What are you doing? Hikimon gave his sister an exasperated look. Is this a battle at the entryway or something? Kamiki sat up curiously, blinking. Battle at the entryway? What's that? It's a special bonding exercise for siblings. Hikimon replied nonchalantly as he took off his shoes. Kamiki's eyes sparkled. Ooh. Let's do it, then. Hikimon almost choked on air. Ahem. No need. Our relationship doesn't need that kind of bonding. Phew. Close call. Thank goodness Kamiki didn't watch much anime. But I think it does. Kamiki swung her legs and pouted. Lately, you've been going out every night and barely talking to me. Sorry. Hikimon ruffled her hair with a serious expression. I just don't want you to have a lazy older brother. That's why I've been running every night to stay fit for your sake. Huh? I think that excuse was pretty good. I score, right? Kamiki blinked, puzzled. After placating Kamiki, Hikimon headed for the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. You should get some rest. Kamiki puffed her cheeks as she watched him walk away. For some reason, she felt distant from her brother lately ever since Yukino became her sister-in-law. In fact, if he really becomes Yukino-ne's husband, will I hardly see him anymore? The thought made her heart ache. Half an hour later, Hikimon emerged from the bathroom. Before coming out, he even flexed in the mirror a little. Not bad. The training was paying off. He was definitely feeling more manly. Watch out, senpai. I'll be ready to handle you someday. And you too, Yukino Shida. A confident grin spread across his face. Of course, humility was important too. He still needed more training with Mira to reach his goals. For now, patience. As Hikimon returned to his room, intending to sleep, he chose to leave the light off, too tired to bother with it. But the moment he got into bed, something felt off. There was another presence under the covers. What are you doing here? I want to sleep with you, huh? Hikimon froze. His adorable sister wanted to sleep in the same bed as him? Part of him cheered internally only to immediately scold himself. Go back to your room. We're siblings. So what? Siblings sleeping together is normal. That's for little kids. He remembered how they used to share a bed when they were younger when Kamiki was all soft, sweet, and cuddly. Ah, those were the days. I'm still a kid. A high school freshman? Sure. Hikimon groaned. If Dad and Mom find out, they'll kill me. Go back to your room. They don't control you anymore. Then who does? Yukino-ne. Fair point. Kamiki giggled mischievously. I already asked Yukino-ne, and she said it's fine. She even encouraged me to spend more time sleeping with you to strengthen our sibling bond. Hikimon? What kind of weird advice is Yukino-shita giving her? Realizing she wouldn't budge, Hikimon reluctantly gave in, convincing himself Kamiki was still the cute little sister from second grade. Yet the next moment, he stiffened. Oh no. She's actually more developed than Yukino-shita in certain areas. Kamiki, blissfully unaware, snuggled up to her brother, marveling at how his body had grown stronger and more defined. The next morning, Hikimon strolled through town in casual clothes, determined to clear his head. Yes, he had slept next to his sister last night but purely as siblings, just like when they were kids. Still, it left a chill down his spine. Next time, I need to be firmer. We're too old for that now. Shaking off his thoughts, Hikimon refocused on the task at hand, dealing with Ariri Sawamura's request. The Sawamura household wasn't far from his own, just a short walk away. Soon, he stood before a residence with the nameplate Sawamura. Please let this go smoothly so I can leave quickly. He pressed the doorbell. Coming, it wasn't Ariri's voice. Instead, a mature tone answered, strikingly familiar. The door opened, revealing a woman wrapped in a white bath towel. Her face was alluring, framed by long black hair that rested on her shoulders. Though her figure seemed modest, there was a captivating elegance about her. Hakuman blinked, stunned by the beautiful woman before him. Likewise, the woman looked equally surprised. Oh? Hayama-kun? Mom, is that Hakuman? Ariri's voice called from inside. Hakuman. Wait, Hakuman? You're not Hayama? Catching on to the awkwardness, Sawamura's mother smiled knowingly. So you're Hakuman, huh? Come in, Ariri's been waiting for you. Uh-oh. Looks like she remembers when I used Hayama's name to fool her. Chapter 110, Mrs. Sayuri's Temptation. Hikigaya had absolutely no desire to step inside the Sawamura household. Yet, Sayuri Sawamura was overly enthusiastic. She even linked arms with him in a rather familiar way. Hakuman froze. In the end, he had no choice but to follow her in, stiffly muttering a polite sorry for intruding. Ariri just went to take a shower. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could you wait for a little while? Please, make yourself comfortable. Oh. Sure. Hakuman nodded nervously, glancing instinctively at Sayuri, who was casually wrapped in a bath towel. Like mother, like daughter. Morning baths must run in the family. He sat down obediently. Sayuri, meanwhile, was rummaging through the fridge, grumbling, sigh, Hakuman-kun, you're so mean. Why would you lie to me? Talking about Hayama. You had me fooled. I'm sorry. Hakuman gave a sheepish laugh, fumbling for an excuse. I was just joking around. A joke, huh? Hee, well. As long as the misunderstanding's cleared up. Sayuri smiled, pulling out a bottle of champagne from the fridge. How about some champagne, Haku-kun? Her voice is so suggestive. Why are all these mums so different? How is Sayuri nothing like the gentle and demure Mrs. Uegahama? Cough. Hakuman quickly declined. Mrs. Sawamura, I'm still a student. I don't drink alcohol. Mrs. Sayuri raised her brows, clearly displeased. Hakuman-kun, do I look that old to you? Well. Call me big sister. Huh? He and Ariri were the same age. Calling her mom big sister was absurd. Still. Sayuri Sawamura didn't look her age at all. Her mature, charming features were flawless, no signs of crow's feet, no wrinkles. Standing next to Ariri, one could easily mistake them for sisters. Be big sister. Hakuman reluctantly complied, sighing inwardly. My, Hakuman-kun is so obedient. Sayuri blinked in surprise, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Well then, dear little brother Hakuman, what flavor of champagne would you like? I already said I don't drink. Sayuri chuckled and finally pulled out a bottle of juice instead. Guys should get used to drinking. Someday, you'll have to anyway, Hakuman-kun. She poured him a glass, still smiling. Hakuman, on the surface, remained calm and polite, but inwardly he was on high alert. Ariri might be a bit of an airhead. But her mom? Definitely operating on a whole different level. Dangerous. He smelled a whiff of final boss energy from her. From the kitchen, she brought a full glass of juice and offered it to him. Hakuman-kun, here you go. Have a sip. This glass is so full. Do I really have to drink it? Thanks. He reached for the glass. Just then Sayuri's soft, pale hand accidentally brushed against his. Hakuman flinched on instinct. Splash. The juice spilled. The glass fell to the ground. Sayuri let out a startled cry. But it wasn't the broken glass that startled her. The juice had splashed all over her legs. The cold liquid made her shiver. Mom? Ariri's voice called out from the bathroom. Don't worry, sweetie. Sayuri responded. I just spilled some juice while handing it to Hakuman-kun. You keep enjoying your shower. Geez, Mom. Be more careful. Yes. Once she pacified her daughter, Sayuri looked down at her juice-soaked thighs with a hint of frustration. My apologies. It's my fault. If I hadn't pulled my hand away. Hakuman quickly apologized, offering her some tissues. Sayuri stared at him for a moment, then chuckled softly. It's fine. I can just wash it off later. But for now, I'd appreciate it if Hakuman-kun could help me clean up. What do you think? You don't mind, right, Haku-kun? Sayuri sat on the sofa, raising her leg slightly as if to signal him. Okay. Since he had caused the mess, Hakuman reluctantly knelt in front of her, holding a tissue. Faced with her slender, Juice-stained thighs, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Memories of Mrs. Uegahama flashed in his mind. Last time, at the Uegahama house, she accidentally spilled juice on herself, and he had ended up being the one wiped clean. But this time, the tables had turned. Hukuman-kun, stop staring at my legs. Oh. I'll start wiping now. Hukuman frantically began dabbing at her leg with the tissue. It's not coming off. Maybe a wet wipe would work better. No, Sayuri smiled teasingly and shook her head. There's a method even better than wet wipes. What is it? Ahem. That would be using Hukuman-kun's. Sayuri giggled and suddenly cupped his face, pulling him closer to her thigh. Hukuman's eyes widened in shock, his mind blanking. What's going on? Soft. Sweet. Cotton candy? Wait, no. This isn't the point. The point is, what is Mrs. Sawamura doing? Meanwhile, at home, Yukino was lazily sprawled across her bed. But when she received the system's update, her body jolted slightly. Huh? That's unexpected. They didn't kiss this time. Instead, it's forced eye contact. She had been monitoring Hukuman's situation closely. Thanks to this, she was fully aware of his recent interaction with Sayuri Sawamura. To her surprise, Sayuri, the older sister of Ariri, had proven to be far more valuable for points than Ariri herself. Initially, Yukino hadn't planned to use the forced intimate card. After all, Ariri wasn't exactly worth it, and she wanted to save the card for Miri later in the afternoon. But now, the opportunity was too good to pass up. Sayuri's point value was just too high. If not now, then when? With a sly smile, Yukino murmured to herself, I hope you two can spark a little something more. Her actions, of course, were not out of jealousy. No. This was all for the sake of rescuing her beloved Hikuman. Chapter 111, Mrs. Sayuri, the tiger in sheep's clothing. Sayuri had initially thought of teasing Hikigaya as a playful way to get back at him for lying to her. She had only wanted to toy with him a little, but somehow, her thoughts had manifested into action. Before she knew it, she had actually pulled Hikigaya's head onto her thigh. To be honest, when she learned that Hikigaya was the boy her daughter admired, Sayuri had decided to keep a respectable distance from him as a mother. She resolved not to entertain any peculiar ideas. So when she realized what she had just done, she was genuinely startled. However, the moment the boy's lips brushed her thigh, a strange, faint stirring blossomed in her heart. How many years had it been since she had felt this way? She didn't dislike it. In fact, she felt oddly happy. The sensation brought her mind back to the last time the two of them had an incident, the accidental kiss in the public restroom at the zoo. Wait. Hikigaya wriggled free from Sayuri's hold, his voice trembling. Mrs. Sawamura, what are you doing? You should call me sister. Sayuri replied with a mischievous smile, her alluring eyes fixed on him. What? Hikigaya's face twitched. That's not a reason. Well. Sayuri leaned closer, her soft voice taking on a hint of playfulness, you're such a sweet child. I can't help wanting to protect and spoil you. What? Hikigaya flinched, instinctively stepping back. Please, Mrs.